Hello, it is me Senior Fanfics, and this is what if Luffy ate the mythical Bolt Devil Fruit. Please like and subscribe to my channel and comment your favorite part down below. Make sure to check out the author and the fanfiction link down below. You are all wonderful people and enjoy. Wealth, fame, power. The man who had acquired everything in this world, the Pirate King, Gold Roger. The words he uttered just before his death drove others to the seas. My treasure. If you want it, you can have it. Find it. I left everything this world has to offer there. I left it all in one piece. So men head for the Grand Line in pursuit of their dreams. The world has truly entered a great pirate era. Luffy watched with indifference as a small pirate ship boarded the large cruise ship carrying hundreds of seafaring passengers from his minuscule boat on the other side of a large whirlpool. His first instinct was to simply row away. It wasn't his problem and he was no hero, he was a pirate. He didn't have a duty to fulfill or orders to obey. He was his own man, a free man. He'd seen the innocent slaughtered before and was sure he'd see more blood spilt over pointless trinkets and prizes for the greed of man. But something in him had kept him in place. Something was demanding he fight. Something was calling for justice. He placed a hand on his straw hat and hummed, deep in thought. Damn it. Luffy sighed deeply before setting sail. Koby cowered as he watched his fellow crewmates threaten each tourist as they slowly took their time collecting valuables from the terrified group of victims. He despised the situation he was in, but could do nothing against the pirate crew or their captain, Alvita. For 2 years Koby had been forced to work for the terrible group of pirates as a cabin boy, doing any chore a crewmate was too lazy to do themselves, or being forced to worship the literal ground Alvita walked on. He shuddered, even just thinking her name left a bad taste in his mouth. Alvita was a grotesque woman, obese beyond imagination, and a temper that made volcanic eruptions seem tame. And Koby had no choice but to praise her beauty, lest he face her wrath at the end of her large spiked club. Hurry up you damn dogs. We don't need the fucking Navy showing up. Alvita's first mate barked in a deep voice, Koby. Tensing as the first mate eyes gravitated to him, the 16-year-old saluted. Why yes. Go make yourself useful and find us some grub for the road. Think you can at least do that right you damn coward. Yes. Right away sir. Koby fled from the large dining hall as fast as he could in search of a kitchen. Koby was hopelessly lost. The ship was huge and he had no idea as to where to even begin looking for the kitchen. If I can't find something to eat for the others, Alvita will have my head. Opening door after door, Koby could only cry as he only found supply rooms meant to repair the ship. A single door remained down the hall, please be a kitchen, Koby silently prayed he wouldn't have to go look any longer than he already had. Opening the door, Koby nearly shouted out in joy. Pots, pans, ladles, and gas ranges littered the room and looked like pure gold in Koby's eyes. There was only one problem. This kitchen had no food. Running to every pantry, opening every container, Koby couldn't find a single scrap of food. They're going to kill me. Koby held his head in the palm of his hands, tears and sweat rolling down his face. And why are we going to kill you? Koby froze at the voice. Turning he saw his 3 usual tormentors in Alvita's crew. Out of all of Alvita's crew these 3 enjoyed making his life miserable the most. Ah well Koby was afraid. He couldn't get his words right. He could see the intent in their eyes. They had been waiting for a chance to hurt him to kill him. The only reason they hadn't yet was because Alvita enjoyed his foot rubs too much to let him come to too much harm before she would put a stop to it. Don't be afraid Koby, we're your pals. Just tell us what's wrong and we'll take care of it for ya, one of the pirates sniggered as a larger one stepped forward. Just tell us Koby, you wouldn't want Captain Alvita to find out you did something bad, would you? Haha the large man had Koby frozen. Is this where I'm going to die? I didn't even become a marine. Why did this happen to me? Koby began to shut down. No one was going to come to save him. All his tormentors had to do was blame a crew member on the passenger ship had done him in and that they took care of it. Alvita wouldn't even bat an eyelash. It's been a fun 2 years kid. Any last words? The pirates all grinned as the large pirate raised his arm to start beating down Koby. This is going to be fun. Excuse me, but do you know where the food is? Koby and all 3 pirates froze as they turned to see a teen roughly the age of 18 wearing a straw hat, a red vest, blue shorts and flip-flops casually walk in and start rummaging through the pantries only to be just as disappointed as Koby had been. This sucks. I was hoping for a meal before fighting. Can you believe this? A kitchen without food. Chef Moore would be pissed at the sight. Oh well, what can you do? Oh. Right where are my manners? Name's Monkey D. Luffy, nice to meet ya. Luffy folded his arms and smiled as he greeted the 4 shocked pirates. Is this guy crazy? He must have a death wish or something. Koby, still in shock, just stared at the strange boy who seemed like he wasn't afraid. Boy. Don't greet us. Aren't you scared? One of the smaller pirates yelled, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Not really, should I be?" Luffy cocked his head in a confused manner. "We're pirates. You should have run the second you saw us. Don't you know what's going on? We're raiding this ship." The large pirate grew a tick mark on his forehead at the sheer stupidity of this kid. "I know that, but I don't know why I should be scared. After all, I'm here to get rid of you." The pirates didn't see him move from across the room. He was instantly in front of them seconds later, his fist buried deep inside the large pirate's stomach. Half a second later and Luffy had backflipped into the air and brought his leg crashing down into the pirate's head, effectively knocking him unconscious. The two remaining pirates stumbled backwards in shock of the boy's pure speed. "Bastard." One cried out, giving himself and his fellow crewmate enough adrenaline to pull out their swords and charge, ready to cut Luffy into pieces. Not wanting to see the boy turn into mincemeat or get cut himself, Koby ducked, covering his head with his arms. Instead of hearing metal meeting flesh, he heard the clinking of metal cracking and the thud of blades striking wood. Looking up to see what happened, Koby's jaw dropped as his eyes took in the scene before him. Looking up, he saw the broken blade stuck in the wooden ceiling of the kitchen and the two pirates on the ground staring up at Luffy with fear in their eyes. "Who are you?" one of the pirates asked. "I told you already, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. A pirate." Luffy smiled at the title and watched with amusement as the two quickly got up, grabbed their unconscious friend, and ran for their lives. Koby was still in shock, even when Luffy began waving his arm in front of his face. "Oi. Hello? Anybody home?" Koby fell backwards as he finally came back to reality and began scooting away from the now known pirate. "Stay away from me." "Hey, it's okay. I heard what those guys were planning to do to you. I came here to save you. I may be a pirate, but I'm not like them. We should also probably relocate, don't want to be around here when they come back with more of their friends." Luffy smiled as he helped the scared boy off the ground. "So what's your name?" "You walked onto the wrong ship and became a slave to Alvita, huh?" Luffy asked as he happily chomped away on apples he'd found in a storeroom where he and Koby were hiding for the moment. "Yes, it was supposed to just be a fishing trip, but the boat I got on was owned by Alvita, the woman pirate. I've spent the last 2 years doing chores and anything else the crew doesn't want to do," Koby lamented. "Why didn't you try escaping?" Luffy asked as he took a bite out of his apple. "Are you kidding? I would be caught for sure." No, absolutely no way would it have been." Koby was cut off by a painful bop to his head. Immediately Koby clutched his head. "Why did you hit me?" the purple-haired teen cried pathetically. "Because," Luffy merely said, "besides I think you needed it." "How could being hit be something I need?" Koby yelled out in anger. "So you'd stand up for yourself?" "Huh?" Koby looked on in confusion. "Pain is the world's greatest teacher, the best motivator, and the only way to become strong," Luffy said as he stood up from his seated position and dusted his shorts off. "Pain is how we know we're alive." "I still don't get it." Koby was more confused. "How could pain give you hope? Pain is what you feel when you're about to die." Shishi, it wouldn't be a lesson if you immediately got it. Some things are meant to be experienced." "Well, I guess I better go take care of Alvita and get out of here before the Navy shows up." Luffy jumped up and began going for the door only for Koby to grab onto his arm. "No. You may have been able to beat those other guys, but Alvita is too strong. There's no way, absolutely no way." Once more Luffy punched him, and once more Koby felt pain shoot through his skull and stumbled backwards and fell flat on his ass. "Do you have a dream, Koby?" Luffy asked, his straw hat shadowing his eyes. "Why yes. What is it?" I want to become a marine and capture bad guys." Koby's eyes widened as he vocalized his dream for the first time in 2 years. "And how do you plan to accomplish that if you aren't willing to fight for it? If you aren't willing to even run away from pirates, what makes you think you're brave enough to fight them to the death?" Koby didn't know how to answer. He had dreamed night after night of escaping Alvita's grasp, joining the Marines, and capturing the ugly hag that had made his life hell, but not once had he ever devised a plan to escape. Not once had he thought about fighting or killing the pirate crew that he was a slave to. Not once had he ever thought about being defiant. He just hoped that one day someone would save him. "My dream is to become the Pirate King." Koby's eyes widened even more as Luffy pronounced his impossible dream. His voice seemed to fail him as his jaw dropped. "I know what that means. I have to sail to the end of the Grand Line and find One Piece. I know the dangers and I know I may die in pursuit of something that may not even exist, but I'll never know until I try. It's not about whether I can or not. I'm doing it because I want to. I've decided to be the king of the pirates, and if I die fighting for that, that's fine with me." With nothing else left to say, Luffy left Koby in the dark storeroom. "Captain?" "Huh?" Alvita rotated her large body as 2 of her lackeys came running from below deck of the passenger ship, pulling another one of her pirates by the legs who looked unconscious. "What the hell happened?" "Captain, monster." One of the pirates shouted as he tried to catch his breath, causing Alvita to misunderstand what he'd said. "What did you just call me?" Alvita barked angrily as she threw her giant iron club at the three, smacking the unconscious one as he rose, briefly escaping his dream squarely in the chest, sending him flying through the upper deck railing and off into the sea. "I believe the dog was speaking of someone else, Captain," Alvita's first mate spoke as he crossed his arms in amusement. "Be better, or both of them will know the meaning of what monster is." Alvita ground her teeth together. "Well. Out with it." "Why yes. There's some rogue pirate aboard. He said he's here to get rid of us." "What?" Alvita yelled. "It could be that devil bounty hunter Rorano Zoro," Captain, Alvita's first mate noted. "Rumors do put him out in this area." "Rorano Zoro," Alvita said the name slowly. "Heh, I suppose we'll find out if the stories about him are true or bullshit now, won't we, boys? I want half you bastards to finish loading the loot and the other half on the search for Rorano." "Yes ma'am." Alvita's men shouted as they chose who would load and who would begin the search. Who's Rorano?" Alvita's first mate heard the question and sighed before answering. "Geez, where you been? Rorano Zoro is an upstart bounty hunter. He's ruthless with his three-sword style, and rumors are claiming him to be some kind of devil of the sea." "Wow. He sounds like an interesting guy. Maybe I'll ask him to join my crew. Thanks for telling me." All of the pirates froze as they all finally bothered to look at who had asked the question. Koby's tormentors began to sputter and point at the man. "CC Octane. That's him, that's the monster." "Eh? This puny guy. He doesn't seem to be Zoro." Alvita smirked at Luffy's lanky form. "Heh, he doesn't look like much to me." "And you're too much to look at. How can you be a pirate and still be so chunky?" Luffy asked, causing the jaws of Alvita's crew to drop. "He must have a death wish or something." "Oh man, Captain's club is going to get all bloody again. This isn't good. Captain's going to destroy the ship." Alvita could barely hold her rage. "You little shit." Alvita raised her club and swiftly brought it down where Luffy was standing, who seemed to have been crushed beneath it, leaving a giant hole in the deck. Heh, some monster he was. Boy. It's not nice to call someone a monster when you could be described as one as well. Looking over to the mast, the Alvita pirates saw Luffy leaning against it casually without a scratch on him. "How the kill him?" Alvita barked as the entire crew pulled out their pistols and began shooting Luffy. Luffy merely stood and waited as each shot got closer and closer. Right before he was struck, there was a brief, yet extremely intense flash of light, almost like a lightning strike. Koby watched from behind the door that led to the lower decks as he watched Luffy seemingly be shot by Alvita's crew and struck down by a bolt of lightning. I told him Alvita was too strong. And where did that lightning strike come from?" "You all done?" Alvita's entire crew was blinking the stars from their eyes when they heard Luffy's voice. Quickly rubbing their eyes, they looked over to see Luffy lift his head with a giant grin on his face. It wasn't until they studied his body closely that they noticed he hadn't been hurt in the least. His clothing didn't even have a single bullet hole. Every bullet that had been fired at him was now laying on the ground, useless. "I'll take your silence as a yes. What the hell is this guy? How is he still alive? What happened to all of our bullets? Just who in the hell are you?" Alvita finally asked, eyeing the teen suspiciously. "Me?" Luffy's grin grew wider. "I'm the future king of the pirates." In a flash, Luffy's fist was buried deep in Alvita's fat and sent her flying into her unfortunate crew who surrounded her. Not losing a beat, Luffy dodged a well-aimed sword meant to behead him as some of the more experienced pirates regained their courage and charged forward. Spinning from his dodge, Luffy planted his fist in a pirate's face and quickly crouched in time to miss three swords thrust at his torso. Luffy swept-kicked the three pirates surrounding him before jumping high enough to land on another charging pirate and force his face into the deck. Koby watched in awe as Luffy systematically took down Alvita's crew. The men he deemed as too powerful to ever be taken down looked like children trying to beat up their father on a hot afternoon. It didn't even look like Luffy was really trying. In fact, it looked like he was enjoying himself. Eventually, though, the tide of the fight began to change as Luffy seemingly began to slow down. Koby could tell that Luffy was tiring out. He was getting slower, the enemy blades were getting closer and closer to slicing through his skin. Koby's hope was beginning to die out. He'd really thought that Luffy could do it. That what he'd said to him would somehow mean something. Luffy managed to break away from the encirclement and gave a disappointed pout. "Man, it was fun at first, but this is getting boring." Alvita had managed to wiggle her way back to her feet and glared at the lone pirate. "Boring? If you're so bored, why don't you come over here and let me end your boredom with my club?" Alvita swung her giant club around in show, striking the deck to show off its destructive capabilities. "Shahehe. You should be careful about swinging around so much iron like that," Luffy suggested as he once again grinned. "Oh? And why is that?" Alvita smirked cockily. Because Luffy's body began to arc electricity, leaving spots in his opponent's vision. You never know when lightning might strike. What the he-ah. Alvita gave a blood-curdling cry as Luffy pointed a finger at her club, allowing the electricity surrounding him to arc and connect itself to her club for a solid 15 seconds before the stress became too much and the club exploded, sending Alvita flying into the distance. Everyone's jaw had become a part of the wooden deck as Luffy lowered his arm and the arcing electricity around him died down. Oh yeah. I think one of you guys had asked what had happened to your bullets that hit me. Luffy smiled at the remaining Alvita pirates. Eh? Was the collected question amongst the pirates. I don't really use pistols so you guys can have it all back. Luffy snapped his fingers and a wave of electricity rolled down his body and across the deck. The metal bullets scattered all over the deck slowly rose, the occasional flash of electricity visible between them. He made a pistol with his hand and pointed it at the pirates. Realizing what he meant, the pirates all scrambled back to their own ship in order to escape the oncoming attack. Bolt machine gun. As his hand recoiled, the hovering bullet suddenly accelerated, shooting at the fleeing men. Several dropped to the ground, severely injured by their own bullets, while others were either lucky enough to not get hit or were electrified by a graze, effectively cauterizing the wound and rendering them paralyzed. The remaining crewmates dragged their less fortunate fellows with them and hightailed it out of there. Upon seeing Alvita's ship sail away, Koby disbelievingly walked onto the deck and felt his knees give out upon reaching where Luffy stood. Luffy? What are you? Koby finally asked after a moment of gathering his courage. Luffy simply chuckled, when I was a kid, I ate the bolt fruit and became a lightning man. Luffy demonstrated by giving Koby the peace sign, electricity arcing between his two fingers. Do you mean the rumors are true, the devil fruit really exists? Koby didn't know how much more he could take. Yep. Luffy smiled childishly. It became silent after that, Luffy enjoying his small victory and Koby trying to wrap his mind around everything that had just transpired. Is this real? Am I just dreaming? Am I really free? It was at that moment that the realization hit. He was free. After 2 long years, he was free. I'm free. I'm free. I'm free. Koby cried tears of joy as he shouted his freedom. Rounding on Luffy, Koby glumped the elder teen in a hug. Thank you. Thank you. Boy. Boy. Don't do that. Luffy roughly shoved Koby off of him. Geez. You don't need to thank me. Of course I do. You set me free. I can finally make my dream come true. I no longer have to fear Alvita's ugly ass face ever again. What was that, Koby? Fear shot through Koby's spine as he turned to see a puffy-haired pissed-off Alvita climb back aboard the passenger ship. Well, you little shit. I'm waiting. Aye, Koby jaw opened and closed like a fish out of water. It's not about whether I can or not. I'm doing it because I want to. I've decided to be the king of the pirates, and if I die fighting for that, that's fine with me. I said I no longer have to fear your you ugly ass face ever again, you fucking bitch. I am going to join the navy and become a marine. And then I'm going to beat up pirates. I'm going to become a marine and capture your fat ass and throw it in jail. You ungrateful brat. I'm going to kill you. Slowly running forward, her arms outstretched, aimed at wringing Koby's neck, Alvita breathed heavily as she lost all common sense to her rage. Koby cowered as the large woman got ever closer, but he had no regrets now. I said it. I finally fought for my dream. I finally proved that I'm not scared to die fighting. That was well said, Koby. I'll take care of the rest. Looking to Luffy, Koby watched as the man calmly walked at a similar pace Alvita was charging, bolt pistol. Luffy's arm once more was surrounded by electricity which shot forth in a dispersed pattern at Alvita, electrocuting the woman until she dropped to the ground unconscious. She should stay down this time. Luffy smiled as he let the electricity fade once more. Koby was cut off by Luffy raising his hand to silence him. Like I said, there's no need to thank me. I came to help simply because I could. I had no intention of really saving this ship or its passengers. I was just looking for a way to pass the time. I'm not a hero, so don't treat me like one, okay? Luffy grinned as Koby seemed to understand. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go. Luffy laughed as he began walking to the railing lining the edge of the deck. Oh? Why? A sharp whistling sound and 3 explosions in the water surrounding the ship was Koby's answer. Navy finally showed up. Though they're a little off. Luffy pointed toward the still seeable pirate ship sailing away as fast as it could. Not far off the coast of the island, the 2 ships had been engaged. A Navy ship was coming into view firing cannonballs at the fleeing pirates. On the bow of the ship was a massive dog's head could be seen chewing on a bone. Anyway, bye. Luffy jumped over the railing, causing Koby to run up and check that he was okay. Looking over, he saw Luffy land on a small boat with a single sail and a tiny Jolly Roger that had a straw hat and seemed to almost be grinning like Luffy, thank you. I promise to become a hero of the Marines. I won't waste this chance you've given me. And one day I'll catch you, king of the pirates." Luffy turned as he unfurled his sail and grinned up at Koby. "You can try. Shishy. With that, Luffy looked to the horizon, excitement filling his heart, knowing that the race was on. "Vice Admiral." The Marines all saluted as the white suit-clad Vice Admiral stepped aboard the passenger ship. A dog-shaped hoodie adorned his head as he returned the salute before turning to his first-in-command. "What happened, Major?" "Sir." All of the passengers and crew were rounded up and locked into the ballroom. None of them seemed to know what happened other than a fight breaking out and some loud explosions. Some thought they saw lightning from the windows. "I see. So no one aboard knows what happened?" "No sir. We're speculating that a mutiny took place." "You're so sure?" the Vice Admiral asked as he walked around the deck, taking notice of burn marks that seemed eerily familiar to him. "Sir." Two Marines came forth holding a young boy in their arms. The boy didn't seem like much. He wore a simple white button-up shirt, navy blue pants, and had a dopey-looking face with giant round glasses, making him look even wimpier. "We found him down below deck. He claims to know what happened." "Oh? Well then." The Vice Admiral dwarfed Koby far more than Alvita could ever hope to. Unlike Alvita, whose mass made her look like a giant pile of gelatin, this man was tall and full of confidence forged through years of service and fighting. Fighting down his nerves and finding his courage, Koby began his tale. At the end, all of the Marines had a scared look on their face, except for the Vice Admiral and the Major. "Sir, if this boy is telling the truth, then that means," the Major trailed off, not wanting to voice his words, lest they be true. "Tell me, boy, do you know just who it is that saved you?" the Vice Admiral asked. "And no. He only told me his name was Luffy." "Monkey D. Luffy." Koby was confused. Why were all these Marines looking so scared? "I suppose all that time on that pirate ship would prevent you from hearing about the disappearance of one of the world government's most feared enemies, Straw Hat Luffy. A commander of the Red Hair Pirates." Koby's eyes widened at that name of Red Hair. There wasn't a pirate alive that didn't know and fear the four emperors. The four mightiest pirates of the era and the four that were closest to obtaining the ultimate treasure. Whitebeard. Big Mom. Kaido. Red Hair. These four were said to dominate the Grand Line and that it was better to kill yourself than to fight any of them. And he had just vowed to capture one of Red Hair Shank's commanders. And if there was anything to know about Red Hair Shanks, it was that you don't mess with his crew. He was doomed. No wonder Luffy said he was bored. He probably eats pirates like Alvita for breakfast. Koby couldn't fathom just how powerful Luffy more than likely was. Reaching into his suit's jacket, the Vice Admiral pulled out a wanted poster and unrolled it to show Koby the bounty it contained. Koby stared in shock as he saw the trademark straw hat sitting atop Raven Locks and the grinning face of Luffy in a black suit with a red dress shirt buttoned all the way up and black tie. However, what shocked him even more was the bounty price. 250 million belly stared back at him. He had vowed to capture a man worth 250 million belly. "He seems to recognize him, Vice Admiral," the Major said as he looked between the boy and wanted poster, "but it makes no sense for him to be all the way in East Blue." "Shahahaha. It's easy to understand, Major. Straw Hat has left that damn red hair. It seems he wishes to make a new name for himself. Send word immediately to all East Blue bases and tell them to be on alert for a young man in his late teens wearing a red vest and straw hat. That boy won't get away from me that easily." "And the boy, sir, what should we do with him?" "He did serve on a pirate ship for 2 years." The Major pointed down at Koby, who realized what the Major meant. "Please." Koby bowed before the Vice Admiral and looked up at the man with determination in his eyes. "It's been my dream since I was little to become a Marine. I know I'm not the bravest or the strongest, but I made a promise that I would become a great hero of the Marines and capture the man who will become the future king of the pirates. I will do whatever you tell me to do. I spent 2 years in hell fearing for my life every single day. I don't want to be scared anymore. I want to be strong and protect those who have no one to save them." For a moment all the Marines looked to their Vice Admiral, positive that he would turn the pathetic boy down. "Shahahaha. So you want to be a Marine, eh? Your eyes, you remind me of another young kid with a dream similar to yours." A young boy with a crescent-like scar under his left eye and a straw hat hanging around his neck as he happily ate flashed through the Vice Admiral's mind. "If you think serving a bunch of pirates was hell, I'll more than happily prove you wrong, boy. From this day on, you're a Marine and a Marine's home is hell." Koby couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He was a Marine. He was really going to become a defender of justice. "Vice Admiral Garp, this is highly irregular. We don't even know the Major was cut off by Garp. It's not our place to crush the dreams of the young who wish to make their world a better place, Major. Besides, we'll see just how much he still wants to be a Marine once I start his training. Then we'll see what he's made of. Until then, you too. Garp looked at the two marines who'd brought Koby before him. "Sir." The two saluted smartly. "Go find him a bunk back aboard the ship. I need to go find out why this ship had left port without a naval escort." With their orders given, the two marines escorted Koby back to the Navy ship to begin his life as a marine. Garp's major silently fell in step behind him, and the two disappeared as they were led to where the captain of the passenger ship was. "Luffy, you sure do manage to befriend the weird ones," Garp thought, unable to keep his chuckling in control as he thought about the grandson he hadn't seen in over a decade. Luffy strolled down the busy street of the naval island at a casual pace, his nondescript red shirt and trusty straw hat on full display. "I really should have left that ship to Alvita's crew," Luffy lamented as he remembered the alert he'd managed to wiretap with his transponder snail. "This is a level orange alert to all East Blue bases. Repeat, this is a level orange alert to all East Blue bases. Urgent update on the pirate Straw Hat Luffy. As of 5 minutes ago, he has officially been confirmed to have been spotted in the East Blue. Repeat, the pirate Straw Hat Luffy has been spotted in the East Blue. All bases are to be on alert for a young man in his late teens, wearing a red shirt and a straw hat with a crescent scar under his left eye. It is advised to only engage the target if there is an officer present. I repeat, only engage the target if there is an officer present. Report the target immediately. Vice Admiral Garp is in pursuit." The voice had been cut as Luffy cut the wiretap. "TCH. That old man is still trying to dictate my life." Luffy sighed as he turned into the restaurant he'd seen from down the street and immediately headed for the bar. "Hi." The voice of a young girl brought Luffy out of his own world and looked down to his side to see big brown eyes staring at him with a pen and pad in her hands. "What will it be?" "Rekka. What did I tell you about taking orders at the bar? Go on, there are other customers waiting for you," an older woman said as she approached from behind the bar. The woman sighed tiredly as the girl simply nodded and ran off. "I'm sorry if she bothered you. You okay though? You look a little pale," the woman noticed as Luffy turned his attention to her. "I'm fine, just starving. Haven't had a good meal in days." And she wasn't a bother. "That's good. So, what are you having today?" the bartender asked with a polite smile. "Anything with meat." The woman nodded as she memorized the simple order. "Also, perhaps you've heard of a pirate hunter that I'm looking for." "A pirate hunter? Is there a pirate crew you need taken down? You realize you're on a naval island, right? I'm sure they could deploy a detachment out for you," the woman said, smiling nervously at the young man. No. You see, I'm looking to start a crew and having someone strong like that would be helpful. Besides, he sounds like he has an interesting fighting style." "Oh," the bartender's eyes lit away from the young man. After a second, she turned and began to walk to the kitchen to work on his order. "Well, what's the name of this pirate hunter you're looking for?" she asked before passing through the doorway. "Urano's Oro." Silence fell over the restaurant. "Why, you're looking for Urano's Oro?" the bartender stammered as she looked at Luffy in disbelief. "Yep." Luffy's immediate response caused several of the patrons to fidget and look away. "I'm afraid you may be too late," the woman said, turning to face him again. "Huh? Why's that?" "It started 3 weeks ago. Navy base execution grounds." "What do you want?" Urano's Oro opened his eyes and took in the image of a man in a red vest and a straw hat on his head. "Nothing much," the straw hat said as he continued to look at the tied-up pirate hunter. "Well, get lost, you're annoying," Zoro gruffed out. The man ignored him, though. "You know what you're doing is pointless, right?" "What did you say?" Zoro's black bandana seemed to intensify the glare he sent to his unwanted companion. "Sacrificing yourself like this? It's pointless," the man said once more. "And how is this pointless?" "I just need to survive 10 more days and I'll be set free," Zoro stated almost smugly. "If the Navy doesn't perceive you as a threat, maybe." The straw hat cocked his head to the side, continuing to observe Zoro. "Who are you? And just why do you care what happens to me?" Zoro asked with suspicion in his eyes. "Me? Shishishi, I'm Luffy, a pirate of course." Luffy finally let Zoro take in his grinning face. "And I think you and I were destined to meet. You do realize I hunt pirates for a living, right?" "Of course." "Then why did you tell me you're a pirate?" "Because I am. And I want you to join my crew." Shishishi, Luffy grinned like a madman. "What the hell is wrong with this guy?" Zoro thought as he stared at the grinning boy, "and what makes you think I'm going to join a criminal like you? I have a reputation to uphold." Zoro looked at the dark-haired man incredulously. "Some reputation, devil pirate hunter." Luffy smirked, knowing he'd outwitted the other man. "Most people fear your name just as much as they do any pirates. People can't say whatever they want about me, but I've never done a single thing in this life that I regret. I'll survive this ordeal and then I'll do whatever I want." The swordsman bit out seriously. "That's too bad, because I've already decided you're going to join my crew." Luffy gave Zoro a thumbs up. "What? You can't just decide on your own. Zoro yelled with disbelief. Sure I can, I'm a pirate, remember? Why the hell are you even interested in me? I met the bartender and girl you saved by taking their place out here on the crucifixion field. They told me about Marine Captain Morgan and his son Hulpeppo, how they've been ruling over this island like kings and demanding respect and loyalty just for being in their presence. The Straw Hat shook his head, a frown on his face. They told me how you saved them from Helmpio's wolf when you had no reason to. A man like you is hard to come by, Rorano Zoro. I don't care why you helped or if it was even your intention to or not, but you still did it. Like I said earlier, I think we were destined to meet. Excuse me. Huh? Both pirate and hunter directed their attention at the small voice off that came over the wall of the execution field. Just above it was the head of the small girl. Jumping over it, she ran over toward the two. I made these for you. The young girl, Rika from the restaurant Luffy had been to, held 2 rice balls out in her small hands. I know you haven't eaten since you were tied up here, so I thought I'd make these for you. You got a death wish, kid. Scram. Zoro looked down at the girl in slight shock, and though he would never voice it appreciation. I've never really made them before, but I did my best, so I think they're fine. Rika did her best to not let Zoro's words get to her, but her lower lip began to tremble. She knew that he was only trying to protect her, since aiding a criminal was against the law. But he's not the criminal. It's the Morgans who are the criminals, those big meanies. Listen kid, I'm not hungry. Now stop pissing me off and get out of here. Zoro was beginning to sweat. If she's seen out here, this whole deal with that coward would have been for nothing. But. I don't care. Now beat it before I kick your ass, little girl. Luffy watched the exchange with mild interest, doing his best not to look at Rika. No one likes a bully, Rorano Zoro. The new voice caused all 3 to look toward the gate of the crucifixion grounds to see 2 Marines escorting a blonde-haired man wearing an expensive-looking purple suit who was smirking smugly. Luffy lowered his head, allowing his straw hat to cover his features. You seem to be doing spectacular, Zoro, the blonde said sarcastically, holding his smirk as he thumbed the open collar of his red silk shirt. And what do you have there, little girl? Ooh. I do love rice balls, why don't mind if I do. Without permission the blonde snatched one of the rice balls for himself. Hey, that isn't for you. Rika's protest fell on deaf ears as the blonde took a large bite, only to grimace and spit it out. Bleh. It's too sweet. Rice balls are supposed to be salty. You put too much sugar in it. The blonde yelled before striking the other rice ball out of Rika's hands and started stomping on it. No. Rika began to cry as she watched all her hard work go to waste. I thought they would taste better sweet. It's too bad, the blonde began, placing a hand on his forehead in a dramatic fashion and pointing to a posted sign, those who help a criminal in any way will be executed. Signed, Marine Captain Morgan. Rika's pupils shrunk as she realized her fate. It seems my father is as unforgivable as ever. Mary. Helmeppo, sir. The 2 Marines were shocked to say the least, as the man in the straw hat had suddenly appeared in front of Captain Morgan's son and punched the arrogant and self-praising man across the field. It didn't look like he was going to get back up. What an annoying voice. The 2 Marines felt chills run down their spines at the cold voice. Grab him and get lost before I change my mind. The 2 Marines wasted no time in tactfully retreating, picking up Helmeppo only as an afterthought of what Captain Morgan would do to them should he learn they left his son to die. Boy. What are you doing? Zoro glared as Luffy began untying him from the post he'd been tied to for the last 3 weeks. If that Marine captain will execute someone for helping a criminal, which apparently you're being classed as one, what do you think he's going to do to a criminal he already has locked up? Deal with his son or not, Morgan doesn't sound like a man who cares about honor. Luffy managed to untie Zoro's left arm and smiled in success. Zoro meanwhile mulled over the pirate's words. I hate to admit it, but he's right. The people here jumped at Morgan's name just as much as they did when I asked for rumors of pirates. TCH, it seems like I don't have much choice if I want to get off this damn island with my life. Zoro stretched as Luffy finished untying him. Listen up. I'm not joining you. My path is the road that leads to the title of the world's greatest swordsman and not a pitiful life of plundering. However, for now, until we get off this island and go our separate ways, I'll work with you. I am great. Yes sir, you're right Captain Morgan, sir. The lone marine, ordered with protecting the captain, saluted. And yet the taxes we collect are nowhere near the level of my greatness. Marine Captain Morgan took a long drag on the vintage cigar from his personal collection. Yes sir, I suppose the people's wallets aren't as deep as of late sir. The issue isn't about how deep their pockets are, it's their level of respect for me. Morgan exhaled, a large cloud of smoke rising above him. Captain. The doors to Morgan's office flew open and several Marines flooded in. What is it? Morgan asked in annoyance as he had been enjoying his time alone to bask in his own presence. Sir. We have an emergency. The pirate hunter Rorano Zoro, whom your son detained, has been set free by an unknown enemy. This same man also rendered your son unconscious when he stumbled upon him setting Rorano free. So what are you all doing here? Get out there and kill them already. Morgan was positive he'd die of an ulcer from his men's stupidity. Sir, there's another issue. And that is? Sir, the two marines escorting Helmeppo confirmed the unknown enemy is the pirate Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy watched as Rika ran back home from atop the wall surrounding the marine base before jumping down next to Zoro. We should probably get out of here. I'm pretty sure the base has been alerted by now. Well, you did let those marines go, Zoro remarked, unimpressed by Luffy's stupidity of letting an enemy get away. I didn't want them anywhere near Rika. She would have easily been hurt if one of them had gotten lucky. Still doesn't change our situation. Besides, we can't go yet. Zoro turned and began walking back toward the base. What do you mean? Luffy asked, tilting his head in confusion. That bastard's son took my katana from me when he had me tied up. I can't leave without them, the swordsman growled out, eyes narrowing. There was no room for argument, Luffy could see that. Alright, well, any ideas as to where they could be? They could have been put in the armory or he kept them himself to show off. Well, I guess we'll just have to ask him, won't we? Luffy chuckled as he threw his arms behind his head and began walking toward the center of the marine base. Just outside the execution grounds. Sir, are you sure this is wise? Straw Hat has a 250 million belly bounty and the alert ordered we contact Vice Admiral Garp immediately, should he be seen. I do not agree with this course of action, a marine said, standing at attention. Morgan's glare nearly caused the marine who'd spoken to faint. I don't care who this Straw Hat is, compared to me, Axe Hand Morgan, he is nothing. Heh, Red Hair Shanks is just another name amongst countless others. A Yonko's commander is nothing without his emperor. Straw Hat will fall easily enough. Morgan raised his infamous arm. And if I capture him when even the hero of the Marines couldn't, my greatness will only increase. But sir, this is the Marine didn't even feel the axe cut through his neck as his blood began to spurt from his esophagus, his headless corpse dropping to the ground. Lieutenant. A few of the lower-ranked Marines called out, shocked at Morgan's cruelty. Anyone else here a spineless coward? Morgan asked as the rest of his Marines remained quiet, too afraid to voice their outcries against him. Listen. In this world titles are what matter. It was through my strength that allowed me to rise to the title of captain and that makes me the highest rank here. Thus, I can do no wrong, am I right? Yes sir, all of the Marines saluted. Look Zoro, there's a bunch of Marines. The Marines dropped their salutes and immediately fell into practiced stances, pointing their rifles at the unknown voice within 2 seconds. Standing before them was East Blue's most infamous pirate hunter, Rorano Zoro. Whilst looking rather disheveled from his 3-week ordeal at the hands of Helmeppo, he still gave off an aura of someone not to be messed with. Next to him however, was a plain-looking teenager in a red button-up vest, light blue jean shorts, and a straw hat sitting on his head, with a silly, almost stupid-looking, grin on his face as he laughed at the pirate hunter Zoro yelling at him, "Of course there are Marines you idiot, we're in a marine base. This wouldn't be much of a problem if I had my katana, but we haven't even left the execution field, and we've already been caught." Zoro lamented. "It'll be fine, I'm strong after all," Luffy laughed at his unofficial crewmate's worry. "So long as they haven't alerted that old geezer that I'm here, that is." Luffy looked to the side as he began to sweat at the thought of that man showing up. This is a joke, right? All eyes turned toward Morgan, who was boring holes into the straw hat wearing teen. "You can't really be Straw Hat Luffy, a commander of the Red Hair Pirates, not a scrawny looking kid like you." "Of course, I'm not." Luffy kept on grinning, most of the Marines gaining confidence, thinking that the boy must have been misidentified because he was wearing a straw hat. "How can I become king of the pirates if I keep sailing under Shanks' banner?" "Shishishi." Luffy laughed as he declared his intentions and dream aloud. Everyone stared in shock at the ridiculous declaration. Not only had the boy confirmed that he was a member of the Red Hair Pirates, or at the very least impersonating one, but that he also wanted to become king of the pirates. Whilst the Marines stared at the grinning boy in disbelief, Zoro was staring with his own critical eye. To declare that he wants to become the king of the pirates was no less crazy than wanting to become the world's greatest swordsman, perhaps it was even more impossible. And the way Luffy had said it, like it was an already foregone conclusion that he would become king of the pirates, made something resonate within him. And how couldn't it? After all, he was the man who was going to become the world's greatest swordsman. "Are you insane? How could someone as weak-looking like you ever become king of the pirates, let alone be a part of a Yonko's crew? I was expecting a behemoth of a man, and yet all before me is brat with no worth whatsoever. Look." Morgan pointed toward the top of one of the 2 main marine base buildings. Just visible was a massive statue depicting Morgan with his arms stretched out to his sides. It was visible throughout the entire island, no matter the angle. It towered over everything, obviously showing off Morgan's dominance over the island. Do you see it, brat? That statue was raised just this morning in honor of me. Do you see my power? This whole island belongs to me. The Marines, the citizens, the town. And why do I have this power? It's because I am great. Whether or not you are an impostor, it doesn't matter. Because on this island, no one is greater than me. Captain Morgan. Ah, I saw it, Luffy said, having not missed it when his small boat had first come upon the island earlier that day, his grin slowly fading away. I was wondering what such an ugly piece of art was doing up there. Shoot them. Morgan ordered, fury overtaking him as he ordered his men to fire on the two. Zoro's eyes widened as the Marines fired. It was as if the world had come to a standstill. An image of a young girl swarmed his mind as slowly but surely the bullets that would end his life began to explode toward him. Is this as far as I go? If only I had my swords. Then his vision was suddenly blurred as he felt his body move at an impossible speed. Before his body came to a quick and sudden stop. What the hell? Zoro exclaimed as he realized he was no longer standing before the Marines but to their side. More importantly, he was no longer in the path of the speeding bullets. That was close, wasn't it, Zoro? Looking to his right, Zoro swore he saw an arc of electricity vanish into Luffy's body. The Marines all stared in shock at the now repositioned duo. How did they get over there? Were we tricked? A Marine voiced as he was sure they had been aiming at the pirate hunter and Straw Hat Pirate. It couldn't be. Morgan had seen the same arc of electricity as Zoro. Boy, Morgan. Luffy called out, you shouldn't put something you care about so much up so high. And why is that, brat? Because, Luffy lifted his arm, aiming it at the statue, you never know when lightning may strike. Bolt pistol. Before anyone could do anything, Luffy's fist shot forward, an arc of lightning between it and the rest of his arm. Faster than Morgan could register, the sound of an impact thundered around him as his statue was shattered in thousands of pieces. All he could do was stare at the Straw Hat Pirate and bear witness to the boy's hand reattaching itself to the rest of his arm. Zoro stared up at the falling pieces of stone that were once Morgan's statue. He slowly turned his head toward the man standing next to him. What are you? It's obvious. Morgan spat out, pulling attention to himself. Straw Hat has eaten one of the legendary treasures of the world. A devil fruit. Only someone who's eaten one could possibly do what we just witnessed. I thought those were just a myth. A Marine spoke up as the group kept staring either at the straw hat wearing boy or the falling debris. It said those that eat a devil fruit gain any one power. From causing tsunamis to the ability to turn into animals, those that have eaten a devil fruit can do the impossible. However, it comes at a cost. Like making a deal with an actual devil, the devil fruit demands a price. One random power at the cost of never being able to swim again. Isn't that right, Straw Hat? Morgan cried out. Ah. It is, Luffy replied calmly. Reaching into his captain's coat, Morgan produced a wanted poster and presented it before Luffy and Zoro. Then this is really you. The boy worth 250 million belly. Zoro stared at the wanted poster. He had only seen one other poster with such a ridiculously high bounty. Who the hell are you? Luffy turned to the green-haired swordsman with a look of confusion. I thought I told you already. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. Ha 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 ha. You, a pitiful underling of that red hair, wants to become king of the pirates. No one with your station could become anything. You're already sworn to that pathetic pirate. The boom of thunder caused everyone to flinch before they realized that something was wrong. Morgan was simply gone. No one insults Shanks in front of me. Zoro, I'm gonna go kick his ass, you can deal with them, Luffy said as he was walking toward the massive hole in the side of the marine base that Morgan had made. I'm counting on you, first mate. Boy. I still haven't agreed to that. Zoro yelled after him before realizing he'd been left alone to deal with the majority of Morgan's men. Don't leave me to do most of the fighting. Inside the marine base. What? Morgan questioned as he stared up at the ceiling of his base. I could have sworn I was outside. Everything in his body hurt. One moment he was letting that brat know his place, the next he was near the center of the base. All around him the secretarial marines and hired civilians stared at his limp form. Ah, Captain Morgan. One of the secretaries finally asked. Why? Morgan asked, looking toward the secretary. Why? I don't know what. Why am I here? Morgan raged, abruptly standing up before bringing his axe hand down on the innocent marine. All the other secretaries turned away from the gruesome sight of their colleague being murdered. What are you doing? An enraged voice echoed throughout the offices. Morgan stopped his bludgeoning of the marine. Straw Hat. How did I end up here? Tell me, you weakling. Just what kind of trick did you pull? Luffy continued to stare at the bloody corpse. Isn't that your subordinate? Morgan looked down at the corpse. This filth. It was. But who cares? All these men are nothing. They're just fodder for me to use at my leisure. Now I ask you a question, Straw Hat. How did I get here?" Morgan was completely oblivious to the looks of anger and defeated resignation from the men surrounding him. Luffy lowered his head, allowing his straw hat to cover his eyes, before he began to walk toward Morgan. "Answer me, Straw Hat. I'm in command here. I'm the one with the rank and the title. All the people of this island and base follow my rule. You think that because you're the lackey of a criminal you can ignore me? That's not how this world works. It's the Marines that are justice and it's the world government that rules everything. You worthless pirates are nothing. And on this island I am the voice of the world government." Morgan was almost frothing at the mouth as he ranted at Luffy before grabbing the axe handle at his elbow and raising his axe hand high. Swinging it down, Morgan grinned madly, knowing this upstart peon would be dead in the next few moments. Morgan's grin widened as he saw the boy casually attempt to catch his axe. "You fool, die." Morgan smirked in confidence as the blade made contact with Straw Hat's hand, only to watch in horror as the blade came to a full stop and shatter against the skin and for the pirate to grasp whatever remained of the once infamous weapon. How? Morgan couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Feeling himself being pulled down by the stump of his crippled arm, Morgan came face to face with the furious youth. "This is why I could never join the Marines," Luffy muttered as he stared Morgan straight in the eye. Bolt rifle." Morgan once again felt the world slip from him as everything blurred, the deafening sound of thunder blocking everything else out. Marine Base Helmeppo's room. It had been an intense day for the son of Marine Captain Morgan. First was that ghastly tasting rice ball that the foolish little girl had made. Didn't the runt have any sense of taste at all? Who puts that much sugar into something meant to be salty? Then there was that straw hat that had punched him. As soon as the splitting headache tormenting him was gone, he'd have his father hunt down the boy and have him executed. Didn't Straw Hat know that he, the son of Marine Captain Morgan, was to be treated like royalty? His father owned this island after all. They were above everyone. Now, however, was not the time for revenge. No, first he needed to scream for help from underneath all the rubble that had fallen on him from some sort of explosion that had shook the entire base. The difficult part was that he was running low on oxygen and the world was beginning to turn dark. But despite his current situation, the strangest part of the day was that he could have sworn he saw the figure of his father fly up through his room before crashing through the outer wall. But that was impossible. Nothing like that could happen to his father. Captain Morgan was the most powerful man on the island. Wasn't he? Just as his vision left him, Helmeppo swore he saw Straw Hat jump up from the hole in his bedroom floor. Luffy looked around the room he'd landed in and tilted his head in confusion at the decor. The room was pure white, with most of the furnishing that was still intact covered in frilled lace. "I didn't know they let little girls join the Marines." Continuing to look around, Luffy noticed something out of place. "That's lucky." Luffy grinned as he grabbed the 3 katana that were on display atop the mantelpiece above the little girl's fireplace before jumping out the hole in the outer wall and after Morgan. Marine Base Execution Grounds. Zoro stared disinterestedly at the laid-out body of Marine Captain Morgan. The man looked as if he'd been put into an oven and left to bake for far too long. The axe hand he'd been infamous for was completely shattered, revealing the disgusting lump that used to be his forearm. The metal covering of Morgan's jaw had also been shattered to reveal the same over-exaggerated cleft that his son bore. It was clear the man wasn't getting up anytime soon. The few Marines that Zoro had yet to defeat could only stare at the broken body of their oppressor. Never did they think they'd see their captain in such a position. To think that such a lanky boy had the power to bring down someone like Morgan. "Oh Zoro. You're still alive." Zoro and the Marines immediately looked up to see a falling Luffy land before them. "Of course I'm alive. I'm not some weakling," Zoro complained. Taking a look at the swordsman, Luffy could tell that Zoro's bravado was covering for how tired he truly was. The swordsman's breath was deep and sharp and there were clear signs of wounds littering the man's body. In his hands were 2 standard-issued Marine sabers, slightly chipped and dented. I thought you'd be done by now though," Luffy pointed toward the Marines who paled considerably at the thought of the boy coming after them. The Marines thought the ill-famed pirate hunter would be easily taken care of considering he'd been left to rot in the sun for several weeks without food. But the moment they had engaged the swordsmen 2 of them had been disarmed and it had been an uphill battle from then on. The strength of the starving hunter was unreal. Some of them were beginning to think he'd even be able to take on Morgan if he hadn't been starved. And then the unthinkable happened. Blasting out of the base and landing between them and the pirate hunter was the charred body of Morgan. And not long after Straw Hat came out after him with no signs of damage anywhere. It didn't even look like the boy was exhausted. "I would have been if you hadn't interrupted," Zoro yelled pointing at Morgan's body. "And what did you do to him?" "I electrocuted him." Luffy grinned as he made his arm flash sparks of electricity. "I ate the bolt fruit and became a lightning man." Luffy just laughed at the incredulous looks he received. Oh yeah. Here, these are yours, aren't they? Luffy flung a wrapped package that had been strapped to his back toward Zoro. Catching it, Zoro unwrapped the package to find his 3 katana inside. Smiling at the sight of Wado Ichimonji and the 2 other blades, he quickly strapped them to his right hip and for the first time in 3 weeks felt whole. Thanks. Don't sweat it. After all, you're my first mate. Can't have you complaining that I forgot something important to you, now can I? About that, Zoro refocused his attention on the Marines, unsheathing his swords and placing Wado in his mouth. I'm officially a criminal now that I've fought the Navy. So I'll join your crew. But I'll tell you this now, my only goal is to fulfill my ambition. Ambition? Luffy tilted his head in thought. To become the world's greatest swordsman. If I wind up having to give that up, you'll accept responsibility at the end of my blades. Luffy smiled at the declaration. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? The king of the pirates would need no less than that on his crew. Heh, you sure talk big. From now on, whether it's as a criminal or whatever else, the world will know my name. Zoro vowed, not just to Luffy, but to himself as well. Now, why don't we finish these Marines? The Marines looked at the swordsman, who looked more frightening now that he had his signature weapons, and the boy who had mysterious devil powers before looking at each other. We surrender. Shell's Bar, Rika's family restaurant. Zoro ate happily for the first time in 3 weeks. Mouthful after mouthful of whatever was laid in front of him by Rika's appreciative mother was devoured in a matter of seconds, his stomach and high metabolism demanding more sustenance. I don't know how you did it, Zoro. If it was me tied up out there, I would have died of starvation in 3 days, Luffy laughed as he watched his fellow pirate eat. Thus goes to show I have more spirit than you, Zoro gloated, hitting on a competitiveness he didn't know Luffy held. Is that a challenge? Luffy asked, grinning like the devil. What if it is? First to clean out the kitchen wins. Oh, you're on Dunderbolt. I'm so hungry I could eat a school of whales. I'm surprised someone like you even knows what that is. They argued for another 10 minutes, eating as much as they could before they were cut off. But their food supply cut. The 2 pirates laid back in their chairs, joyfully debating over who won. I did, you bastard. No, I did, shit for brains. Boy. I'm your captain. You can't disrespect me. Like hell I can't. Don't curse in front of Rika. The 2 received 2 bops to the head from Rika's mother. Rika watched in amusement as the 2 nursed their lumps, grumbling to themselves that they had won the competition. So, what are the 2 of you going to do now? Rika asked now that everyone had calmed down. Beats me well, Captain, what are we going to do now? We're both wanted men with nowhere to go. Luffy knew his next few words would leave an impression on what his new crewmate would forever think of him. I have no clue, I usually just wing it. Hell, even coming here was because I heard your name from a pirate crew I took down a few days ago, Luffy said as he put his arms behind his head. But I'm glad I found you, and I'm sure you are too, so everything worked out in the end. Shishy. Wait, what about the rest of the crew? There are others, right? Zoro asked, pleading to every deity he knew of that Luffy's answer would be yes as he looked at his new captain. Nope, just us. Congrats, you're the first official crewman of the Straw Hat Pirate crew, besides me. Luffy announced Zoro's position with absolute pride, first mate Zoro. How did I manage to let myself get roped in by someone like you? Zoro asked no one in particular, a blush of embarrassment rising over his face. Because I'm amazing, that's how. Luffy began laughing hysterically, while Zoro's face turned even redder. Would you cut it out, it's not that funny. I mean, we're a crew of 2 and we're stuck on a naval island. At least tell me you have a boat. How else would I have gotten here? That's a relief. Don't worry so much. It's not like I plan on going to the Grand Line just yet. We are definitely going to need a bigger boat and crew. A navigator, chef, and doctor are just some of the positions we're going to need to fill. Luckily, I've had a bit of experience dealing with injuries, so I can at least tend to minor wounds and keep us alive in an emergency. Luffy took on a more serious tone. The Grand Line is no place to kid around at. One mistake on anyone's part and the entire ship goes down. By the way, just how did you get so strong? I know you have that devil power, but… Luffy cut him off, motioning toward the door as a group of Marines walked in. Zoro became apprehensive, ready to fight his way out if it came down to that. Are you the one known as Straw Hat Luffy? The leader of the Marines asked Luffy. Yeah, that's me alright, or was my straw hat not a big enough clue? Luffy asked sarcastically. Men, salute. For the first time in a long time Luffy felt confused as the various Marines saluted him. Huh? We were able to detain Captain Morgan and his son, and both are now waiting for Vice Admiral Garp to arrive to take them to Eni's lobby to be court-martialed. Out of respect for giving us this opportunity, we have stricken any mention of you in our official report. However, being a self-declared pirate, we cannot ignore your presence here any longer. We're giving you and your crew 30 minutes to get past the horizon line. That's not fair. Rika yelled from the stool she'd been sitting on. They saved everybody. Those boys are heroes. Damn Marines, even without that maniac Morgan you're still a bunch of crooks. Several of the patrons who had been in the restaurant when the duo entered had learned what had transpired at the base and were quick to defend their new heroes. Luffy, however, merely smiled. Well, you heard the man. Let's get going, he said, glancing at Zoro, receiving a nod from the green-haired swordsman. The duo stood before walking out, the Marines maintaining their salute until they disappeared. Sir, are you sure we shouldn't alert Vice Admiral Garp about Straw Hat? He's too dangerous to allow free reign. The sergeant was silenced as the only lieutenant to survive Morgan's rule, raised his arm to silence the man. If you think we have the manpower to take on Straw Hat as of now, by all means go arrest him, Sergeant. However, I don't think they'll let you get very far. The lieutenant pointed at the angry-looking townspeople surrounding the Marine detachment. As for alerting the Vice Admiral, we'll report it when he gets here. Those two deserve at least that much. Yes sir, the sergeant finally agreed, knowing their Marine base was no match for the two teenage pirates. At least he could take comfort in knowing the hero of the Marines would soon be on the hunt. You're a former commander of the Red Hair Pirates? Zoro asked with a serious tone, eyeing the other teen sitting across from him. Luffy nodded, confirming the question. He was currently hanging himself across the side of his boat, his stomach grumbling. It's not like I really did much with them though. It wasn't until a year ago that I even got a bounty. It was more out of necessity or something according to Shanks. Necessity? Zoro shot Luffy a curious look. A bunch of stuff happened and I wound up with a bounty. So Shanks decided to make me a commander of his crew to give me protection until I could handle things on my own. They certainly put me through hell before I left. Shishy. Luffy laughed heartily as various memories of his time with the Red Hair Pirates ran through his head. So what exactly did you get a bounty for? So hungry, Luffy lamented as his stomach growled even louder, demanding sustenance. Inadvertently this led to Luffy ignoring his first mate's question. Don't ignore me. Zoro yelled as he glared at the starving man. And it's your fault we have no food. If you hadn't insisted on having a party, we'd still have a decent supply of food, most of which you ate. But we had to celebrate. It's what pirates do. Luffy whined, now holding his cramping stomach. Not at the expense of starving. How? High above the two bickering pirates, a massive pink bird had begun to dive toward the small boat. What's the point of a celebration if you don't celebrate with all your might? How? The bird's speed increased as it came ever closer. Living to see the next day. How? Both Luffy and Zoro were taken aback as they felt massive claws wrap around them and be lifted up out of Luffy's boat and carried off into the distance. Orange Town. The deserted streets of the once bustling town left Nami with an eerie sense of familiarity. Time and again she had come across towns and villages besieged by pirates that couldn't care less about the lives they had disturbed. Whilst the majority of the town had been left alone and simply abandoned, various sections had been decimated by cannon fire. Seeing the ruins of homes and businesses set a fire alight within her heart, but there was little Nami could do about it. She wasn't here to help the people of Orange Town after all. It had been several days since Nami had made landfall at the small island in search of not only Buggy the pirate's treasure, but also possibly the greatest score she may ever come across in all of East Blue. A map of the Grand Line. What kind of idiot pirate leaves a calling card, Nami could only guess, but Marine Captain Morgan had not been pleased when he found that the precious map he'd been charged with safeguarding had been nicked by the eccentric clown. Almost overnight every major port knew what Buggy the clown had done, and that Captain Morgan was going to pulverize the foolish pirate for embarrassing him. If she wanted to get the map before the Marines arrived, she needed to act quick. I just didn't think a bunch of idiots would have this much security. Nami TSK''D at the sight of the near-constant guards patrolling the bar that Buggy had claimed as his base of operations. For 3 days straight the place had been lively at all hours of day and night, and by some miracle on the guards' part, they had managed to restrain themselves and not join in on the festivities. I suppose I only have one choice, Nami nodded to herself as she made up her choice and headed towards the bar. These idiots won't even know what hit them. High up in the sky off the coast of Orange Town. Boy, Luffy, Zoro lamely called out to his captain. What is it? Luffy asked as he let his arms dangle freely in the wind. Would you mind electrocuting this freaking bird already? Zoro yelled, thrashing wildly within the claw that held onto him tightly, preventing him from withdrawing his swords. I've been thinking about it. Luffy replied, continuing to remain motionless. And why haven't you done it? Couple reasons. And those would be? Well, we've had nowhere to land for a while now, though I see some land coming into view, Luffy pointed out the growing landmass that the bird was taking them toward. And the other reason? Thinking about what you'd look like completely electrocuted because I electrocuted the bird. Oh, Zoro replied lamely. A number of minutes passed quietly between the two, the bird cawing every so often. So why haven't you cut the bird yet? Shut up. Orange Town. Give that chart back, you damn thief. Nami kept on sprinting, not looking back at the few buggy pirates giving chase. We're going to kill you for this. Because that's going to make me surrender. Nami taunted, waving the chart of the Grand Line she'd managed to swipe in arrogance, though still lamenting the vast amount of treasure that Buggy had been hoarding for who knows how long. GRR. Why do I have to leave so much treasure behind? It's just going to sit there and collect dust. All because that stupid guard had to wake up. Her infiltration into Buggy's makeshift headquarters had been a success. She had just barely managed to slip into the back entrance of the bar, the patrolling guard missing her by mere seconds. Like she'd assumed, Buggy's men were harshly hungover from all of their partying the last few days and were still sleeping or too concerned with their aching heads to pay any mind to anyone moving about. They were utilizing the bar's cellar as their treasure room, as well as a planning room, as Nami recalled various islands on hung maps, being either crossed out or circled with arrows pointing to them. One island that seemed to be given a lot of attention were the Gecko Islands, which weren't far from Orange Town if she remembered correctly. She also had taken note of the sleeping guard within the cellar next to a barred section of the room, with piles of gold and jewelry. However, sitting in all its glory on the center table was the prize she was here to collect. A map of the Grand Line. But this map, not only could she make a decent sale of it, but she'd also be able to go after even bigger scores that she'd never been able to even dream about before. Hordes of pirates rushed into those cursed waters every year. Making the last 20% of the 100 million bellies that she needed was at last within her sight. Bellamere, soon we'll all be free. Shaking her head, Nami greedily turned her head toward the piles of gold. Now come to mama. And it was that exclamation of greed that had woken the guard and her current predicament of running through the abandoned streets of Orange Town. I suppose it was smart to make a light sleeper the treasure room guard, but come on. He at least still should have been hungover if not drunk still with how much he stunk of booze. Nami once again lamented at her lost treasure, but there would be chances to strike against the buggy pirates some other time. For now she needed to ditch her pursuers and get over the horizon as fast as possible. If only lightning would strike these idiots so I can get away, Nami joked, not noticing various strands of her hair beginning to stand on end. High up in the sky over Orange Town. I think this is good, Luffy began to stretch as much as he could within the talon to get his blood flowing again. At long last the bird had finally managed to get over the coast of the medium-sized island, giving Luffy a safe place to land. You say something, Luffy, Zoro yelled over the wind. Get ready, Zoro. It's a long way down. Luffy had no intention of giving his first mate any time to prepare as his arm began to glow. You're not serious. Zoro began to panic at the sight of the glowing arm. I thought you didn't want to electrocute me. I didn't say that. I said I was wondering what you'd look like because I electrocuted you. Now bolt strike. Luffy's arm shot forth, his hand remaining at the end of electricity in search of anything to grab hold of to pull the bird, Zoro and himself out of the sky. Orange Town. In one brilliant flash Nami's whole world lit up. It was as if time had frozen as the impact of a lightning bolt struck just behind her. Before, what she at first assumed was the sound of thunder, a second impact uplifted her, blowing Nami off her feet. Kaya. Whew. That was a neat experience we had. Wouldn't you say so, Zoro? A figure emerged from the massive dust up. Brushing himself off, Luffy took in the surroundings that he, Zoro and the bird had landed in. It appeared they had managed to land in the middle of a cobbled street. The townhouses and businesses were all boarded up, abandoned even with windows left open and outside furniture knocked over. Doors looked as if they had been kicked in and windows shattered. Wonder what happened here? Luffy questioned, ignoring the fact that he had just created a massive crater with the bird's massive body. Luffy's attention was drawn to a girl coughing just in front of him. She was laying on her side, attempting to sit upright. She had short bright orange hair, an orange skirt, and a white tee with blue stripes running across her midsection. In her hand was a rolled up piece of paper that she seemed to be clinging onto tightly. Luffy walked over to her and asked her the most important question he'll ever ask. You know where to get something to eat? I'm starving. His stomach rumbled to attest to his proclamation of starvation. Nami had tensed as she heard someone approach her. She had inhaled quite a bit of dust and was having quite the coughing fit. She needed to get control of her breathing if she wanted to defend herself from the buggy pirate that had approached her. What she wasn't expecting was the absolute ridiculous question that she'd been asked. Looking up at the man towering over her, the first thing Nami saw was the stupid shit-eating grin on a young man's face, with a small crescent scar under his left eye. A straw hat blocked out the sun that was radiantly shining from behind him, and raven locks of unruly hair stuck out along the hat's edges. She took note of his buttoned-up red vest, his baggy blue jean shorts, and the sandals adorning his feet. But what had captivated her were his expressive black eyes. It was like looking into a black void of joy. Nami couldn't describe it any other way. It was as if just by looking into his eyes all was right with the world and she'd never have to worry about anything again. As she stared into the depths of his gaze, she could have sworn she saw an electric storm raging deep within him. Like the joy he was expressing was a mask for something much darker. Nami was snapped out of her trance as the teen offered her a hand. "You okay?" As if the hand had offended her, Nami smacked it away before staunchly standing. "I'm fine," she stubbornly declared. "That's good, I was worried I'd have to pay for a doctor or something. It's also a good thing you didn't get crushed by the bird." The teen thumbed toward the massive bird that was blocking the entire street, its wings having crashed into the buildings on either side of it. Nami's eyes bulged at the sight of the massive monstrosity. "What the hell is that?" "By lunch if I have anything to say about it," the teen salivated. "Still gotta cook it up though. Couldn't electrocute it because it was holding on to Zoro. Ah. Zoro." He suddenly ran over to the massive bird and began to ruffle through its feathers. "Zoro, where are you? Hey. Don't just ignore me. What the hell happened and just who are you?" Nami demanded, garnering the teen's attention again. "Oh right. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate. And this stupid bird was trying to eat me and my first mate. So I dragged it out of the sky, shishy. Luffy then turned back toward the bird and began his search once again. "Zoro." Nami glared at Luffy's back. Of course he's a pirate. Everyone and their grandmother, I swear. I'd rather he be a useless marine. And what the hell does he mean he dragged that monster out of the sky? And isn't Zoro that pirate hunter or whatever? Just what exactly is going on? Nami watched as Luffy climbed atop the massive bird. "What am I doing here still? Stop gawking and get going, girl. This is the perfect chance to get off this island." Despite her own words, Nami still hadn't moved an inch. "Ah. There you are." Luffy exclaimed as he jumped on the other side of the bird, leaving Nami on her own. Ugh, Zoro groggily pulled himself out of the bird's talon, grateful that it had absorbed the majority of the impact. The first thing he checked for were his 3 katana, which thankfully were still strapped to his right hip. "I'm gonna kill him," Zoro muttered as the dust cleared, giving him a view of the town they'd landed in and the 3 men staggering back to their feet. "What happened?" one of Buggy's men asked, dusting himself off, coughing away the debris from the impact that had gone off in front of him and his fellow lackeys. That bird is massive." The lackey on the right pointed at the unconscious fowl in disbelief. "Zoro." This drew the lackey's attention to Luffy, who had pounced atop Zoro and was crying profusely. "I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you died." "Damn it, Luffy, get off me. I'm fine." "No thanks to you." Zoro managed to separate himself from his overly emotional captain and threw his attention at the 3 unknowns. "You 3, where are we?" Snapping out of their stupor over the sight of the massive bird, the 3 pirates withdrew their sabers. "Grrr, you're working with that thief, aren't you? You better surrender now. Captain Buggy isn't a very forgiving guy, but I'm sure he'll spare your lives if you grovel before him." Zoro adorned a dangerous look. "We have no idea what you're talking about. But if it's a fight you're looking for, I'm more than willing to give it to you. My day hasn't been good so far, so if you know what's good for you, you'll get lost." Zoro withdrew his 2 black scabbard swords ready to fight. "But by all means make my day." Luffy meanwhile had a look of concentration. I know that name, buddy. Bully. Buffy. It's Buggy. He's the terror of the seas in these parts. With a bounty of 15 million bellies, no one dares challenge him. This town is his territory, and if you think you can play innocent, think again. Get them." The 3 pirates charged, 2 of them going after Zoro, while the 3rd attacked Luffy, who was still deep in thought. Zoro smirked, recognizing the lack of form the 3 possessed before rushing in and decimating the 2 focused on him in seconds flat. The 2 buggy pirates fell before they could comprehend what had happened, blood streaming from their wounds. "Let go." Zoro swiftly turned back toward Luffy and couldn't help but sweat at the sight. Still deep in thought, Luffy had caught the pirate's blade with his bare hand while the pirate was struggling to pull back his saber. I know that name. How do I know that name?" Luffy pondered aloud, not seemingly bothered by the struggling pirate. Recognizing his captain wasn't in danger, Zoro sheathed his swords and walked up to Luffy. "Who are you talking about?" "That guy these guys work for. I'm pretty sure I know him, but I can't remember from where." "Was it Bulgy?" "No. Budgie?" "No. It's Captain Buggy. I told you this already. Now let go of my sword." The pirate tried with all of his might to pull the sword free of Luffy's grasp. "Ah, it's Budgie. But where do I know that name from?" Luffy pondered further, still not letting go of the saber. "Buggy is an infamous pirate in these waters. It's speculated he's going to take over Don Krieg's territory, who set out for the Grand Line. I'm surprised a pirate doesn't know whose territory he's invading." All 3 pirates turned toward the still unconscious bird to see Nami sitting atop it. A true pirate never does, Luffy grinned stupidly. And I didn't really bother learning about the territories of blue pirates, and I don't really plan on staying in the East Blue long enough to care. It doesn't help we didn't even mean to come here, Zoro added, eyeing the newcomer. Whoever this girl was, he didn't like the way she was looking at them. Who are you? I'm Nami, and I'm a thief who steals from pirates, she said with confidence, obviously not caring she was currently speaking with pirates. Unfortunately we have nothing of value, thief. So why don't you scram before you get hurt little girl, Zoro threatened. I'm sure your bravado demands you belittle a woman, but you're wrong when you say you have nothing of value. However, before we continue, how about you deal with him already and we can discuss a proposition that will leave us all making out like bandits. Nami smirked slyly as Luffy and Zoro looked at the sweating pirate still struggling to wrench his weapon free. Who's he? Luffy asked, as if just noticing the pirate who attacked him. I'm the guy trying to kill you. The buggy pirate screamed at the top of his lungs. And you? He briefly turned his attention to Nami, don't think for even a second you're going to get away. No one steals from the bug. The pirate was unable to finish as he suddenly found himself flying through the air and crashing into a building faster than he could comprehend. Nami had barely blinked when the pirate who had been threatening her had just simply vanished. It took her a second to realize that Luffy had even moved, having thrown the man by the blade of his sword and acting as if he'd done nothing spectacular. So are you going to tell us this proposition or can we get something to eat? I'm still starving. Luffy complained as his stomach once again grumbled its stance on obtaining sustenance. You just. Look thief, he does impossible shit. He and I are both starving, so find us some grub and start proposing before I decide negotiations have failed, Zoro growled out, his stomach also grumbling its dissatisfaction with being left empty. Fine. Just follow me, I have a place we can lay low and discuss things. Why I'm bothering with pirates is beyond me. She complained as she stood up and hopped down from atop the bird. Come on. She yelled angrily. Looking toward one another, the two pirates shrugged as they followed the girl. Orange Town Drinkers Pub. Buggy the Clown. That was his name. The name he'd terrorize all four oceans with and rule the world with an iron fist. He'd waited so long, but at long last he had not just a crew, a ship, and a map of the Grand Line, but he also had a vast wealth of treasure. The one and only thing that mattered in this world. Thanks to that no-good red-haired Shanks his plans were severely halted, but he'd overcome. And now, after so many years of biding his time, he was ready. Buggy the Clo. Captain. I was monologuing. But Captain Buggy something came crashing out of the sky. It crashed near where our men were chasing that thief. Buggy blinked in confusion for a moment. What thief? Forgive him Captain Buggy, I thought it best the matter be dealt with quietly and sent several men to chase the thief down. But it seems the situation is evolving. Entering the tent was Moji, second in command of the Buggy pirates. Moji, tell me what was taken. Far and wide, Buggy the Clown's yell of rage could be heard across the island. Orange Town abandoned House Nami's hideout. So you want us to take on this Buggy so you can steal his treasure, Zoro summed up as he took another bite of one of the sandwiches Nami had made for both him and Luffy. If you want to be blunt about it. You two seem pretty strong and more than capable of taking on the literal clowns of Buggy's crew. Although I must admit I never thought the infamous pirate hunter Zoro would become a pirate himself one day. Zoro just scoffed at the woman's attempt to rile him up, it's just how it turned out. I have yet to hear why we should help you though. So far all I've heard is you asking us to fight your battle. Well, it goes against everything I stand for, Nami took a deep breath as she swallowed her pride, if we pull this off, I'll be willing to work with you. I refuse to become a pirate however. And just what is it you can do for us? Zoro asked, giving the young thief an incredulous look. I'm a thief and I'm a damn good navigator. That's what I can do for you, or did you mean to come crashing out of the sky while being taken to that giant bird's nest? Nami leered at the flustered swordsman. Help me rob Buggy the Clown of all he owns and I'll navigate for you guys for a time. No. I'll beat Buggy for you. Luffy cut off Zoro, who was about to refuse the thief. So far he'd only been listening, allowing Zoro to speak for their group. Not to mention he'd been eating everything on the table whilst the other two hashed things out. You can't be serious. She's just trying to use us. That much is clear. I'm sure once we have enough treasure, she'll rob us blind and leave us stranded in the middle of the ocean. I say we tie her up and leave her for the clown to find. Her problem has nothing to do with our objectives. Hey. First off, it's rude to speak about someone like they're not 2 feet in front of you. And if you don't want to help me, that's fine. It's clear I was right about pirates and that they're all nothing but a bunch of selfish self-absorbed greedy murderers. Nami glared at the two sitting across from her. Luffy suddenly stood up, startling the thief and swordsman into silence. I said I'd beat Buggy for you. However, you have to become my crew's navigator if I do. Luffy gave the girl, who was now staring at him in abject shock, a grin that seemed to brighten the room. I said I refuse to become a pirate. Forget this, I have what I came here for anyway. Buggy's treasure was just a bonus, the map of the Grand Line is all I need. With that Nami turned and began to leave the small townhouse. If you think you'll be able to rob Grand Line pirates, you should think twice about that. Luffy commented as he watched a now known thief navigator come to a halt. And what would a wanted pirate like you know about the Grand Line? Nami turned on her heel as she looked down on the backwoods style and fashion Luffy dressed himself in. Do you honestly believe you can make it as a pirate simply because your friend here is a little famous? Luffy only continued to grin. You hear that, Zoro? She thinks I'm famous. Shishy. Luffy laughed. Boy. Zoro gave his captain a glare. I was talking about you. Nami seethed. Luffy's grin faded off as his features took a serious tone. You shouldn't underestimate pirates with a half-assed resolve like that. And just like that his grin returned. And what kind of resolve should I have then? The same kind as a pirate. To murder defenseless women and children and leave nothing but destruction and misery in my wake. I've been fine the past 8 years robbing every pirate in the East Blue, I think I'll be fine robbing pirates in the Grand Line. Nami once again turned to leave. Then bet your life on it. And once again Nami stopped in her tracks. If I take down Buggy the Clown, you become my navigator and you can have all of his treasure. If I don't, you're free to do as you wish. Orange Town pet food. I'm glad you seem to be doing fine. Chouchou, Boodle, the mayor of Orange Town, smiled gently at the guard dog of the pet food store that his dear friend used to own. Striding up to the small dog, Boodle sat down next to Chouchou and merely took in the ruins of his once bustling town. Every day, more and more of his beloved town was destroyed by that clown's blasted special cannonballs. Chouchou gave no indication that he acknowledged Boodle's presence but allowed the aging man to pet him. If he could see us now, he'd laugh and say we need to work harder to rid our town of these detestable pirates and then scold us when we get hurt doing so. Boodle laughed grimly. Chouchou gave a growl in agreement. The two sat there for a while longer, enjoying the other's company, when Boodle suddenly stood. Let me make you a meal, Chouchou. I'm sure you haven't rested since I saw you yesterday. Chouchou suddenly started growling and took a defensive position as he glared down the street, bark, bark. It was moments later that Boodle heard the quaking footsteps of the Buggy Pirate's infamous beast, Richie the lion. And where there was Richie, there was Moji the beast tamer. Boodle's first instinct was to run and hide. He knew the Buggy Pirates were a merciless bunch and were more than likely to kill him on sight, especially Buggy's officers. They had made it clear that they wanted no one in the town whilst they occupied it. But as he turned to flee, he heard Chouchou bark even louder as the beast and its master came ever closer. Boodle hung his head in shame as he listened to that small dog stand its ground. How long had it been since the people of Orange Town had been forced to flee into the back hills of their home? A month, 2. He could no longer tell. And because they were a small town, the only one on the island, they couldn't afford to pay for a naval base to be built on the island. Everything they had built themselves. It had been hard work, but it had been worth it to see the smiling faces of his people when all was said and done. Every day since the occupation, his people had prayed that a detachment would be sent out and that a marine ship would cross the horizon to set them free of Buggy's control. But each day that passed, so did more and more of their hope. But not Chouchou. Of all the residents of Orange Town, Chouchou had been the only one to stay. No one could convince the small dog otherwise. Many had tried to reason it. They thought he missed his owner and that he would return at any time. But Boodle knew. Chouchou was a smart dog. Chouchou knew his owner was never coming back, he was simply defending the pet store that his owner loved so much. And now as he stared at the small dog, who was ready to die to defend what was precious to him, Boodle saw that the only answer to their prayers would be their own. Even if it meant their doom. Because what kind of mayor would he be if he let a lone brave dog fight on its own? And so, Boodle stood his ground. He would not flee when even a small dog wouldn't. He remained by Chouchou's side as the massive beast stopped before them, Moji sitting atop its head, a clear indication of his power over the monstrous lion. Moji was surprised to see one of the former residents standing outside one of the few remaining establishments that had been left untouched in the town that the Buggy Pirates now occupied. His men had reported a vicious dog that wouldn't allow anyone near the pet store. But all he could see was what looked like a puny mutt that his precious Richie could eat in seconds. I didn't realize you vermin were still lurking around. I thought Captain Buggy had made it clear none of you were to return to this town until we left. I also believe we said to never arm yourselves, Moji pointed out the spear the old man was holding onto. This dog has refused to leave. I've been taking care of him since your occupation. I'll leave afterwards. As for the spear, there are still wild animals on this island. Am I not allowed the ability to defend myself from them? Certainly you're not threatened by an old man taking care of a defenseless dog. Boodle managed. There was no going back now. He had chosen this path, he no longer feared death. Perhaps he would meet his dear friend after this was over. He would tell him how brave and strong Chaochu had become. Defenseless. That's not what the men say. You'll be dealt with another day however. Today I am looking for a thief with orange hair. Perhaps you've run into her while you were skulking about. I may even forget I saw you if you have, Moji offered, more concerned about the thief having run off already than the old man before him. I'm afraid I haven't. I simply come here, take care of Chaochu, and then leave. The only ones I've seen in the town are you miscreants, Boodle declared boldly. Miscreants, are we? Moji's eye twitched at the blatant disrespect to his crew. What else would you call scum that ransacked a town, ran its people out, and destroyed all they hold dear? Boodle glared at the pirate. I would call it foolish bravery. Say anything more, and Richie will be well fed tonight, old man. Or perhaps you've grown tired of living, and this the last stand you'd like to make. Standing side by side with a pathetic mutt that needs to learn its place. Moji laughed at the pathetic sight of the old man and small dog. You don't honestly believe you could beat me and Richie, do you? Don't you mock brave Chaochu. When we ran, he remained and has been protecting his treasure from you filth for the past 2 months. He's braver than any man, and certainly braver than you. Boodle clenched his spear tightly. He'd not allow this man, this pirate, to mock such a brave dog as Chaochu. I may not be the spry young man I once was, but I'll be damned if I ever lost to a man like you. Don't make me laugh. What treasure? That store. There's no treasure in there, there's probably nothing but out-of-date, rotting food that I wouldn't even feed to maggots. But since you seem adamant in insulting the buggy pirates, I'll amuse you, old-timer. Richie. Moji cracked his whip, directing the massive lion to act. Giving a roar only a king of beasts could give, the lion pounced. This is it. I had a good life, I'm glad I got to end it fighting beside such a wonderful dog as Chaochu. My friend, I'll see you soon, Boodle steeled himself as he charged, Chaochu beside him. Rah. Orange Town streets. You don't have a plan. Nami blanched as she walked beside the 2 pirates she was currently in accords with. Nope. Don't need one. Luffy said nonchalantly. I'm just going to kick his ass. But you don't know anything about him. There are numerous rumors he's eaten a devil fruit no matter how ridiculous it sounds, there are far too many about him for there to not be some kind of truth to it all. Whether it's some kind of trick or just a lie he made up, surely you want to do some reconnaissance or something. You can't just show up and challenge him to a fight. Nami was going spare trying to reason with a way too lax pirate walking beside her. Why not? Luffy genuinely asked. Because if you go in blindly, you could die. Not that she actually cared about the wanted pirate dying, it was more about him dying because he made a deal with her and his death would be her fault if he did die. Though, that would mean she wouldn't have to join his crew. Which was a good thing. But that would mean Buggy would stand between her and her treasure. Which was a bad thing. Thankfully I hid the map, so even if this guy does die, I still come out on top. I'm not going to die, Luffy stated resolutely. Nami could only stare. If it arrest, which? He's already made up his mind. All you have to do is keep your promise to join us when we bring this clown down. Just sit back and watch when we get there. You'll see just what kind of crew you're joining. Zoro stated arrogantly, already declaring their victory. Who are you calling a witch? Nami glared. You. Zoro bluntly stated, not caring if their soon-to-be navigator was insulted or not. She'd yet to prove herself, and until she did, he'd keep a close eye on her. Was there always smoke over there? Before Nami could continue arguing with the swordsman, Luffy's remark forced the 2 to look up and see a column of smoke dominating the eastern part of the sky. Oh my god, Nami looked in horror. Normally the blasted pirates only destroyed the town with their cannon fire. Never did they actually set parts of it ablaze. Let's go, Zoro didn't even hesitate to follow his captain's order. The 2 pirates were already rounding the corner when Nami realized they had gone. She soon took off after them. Orange Town pet food. Nami felt like she'd been dropped into hell. The sight of the old man clinging onto a struggling dog as an entire section of buildings burned before them was truly haunting. She had to steel herself as she took note of the man's missing left leg and the massive claw marks that dug into his back. She didn't even want to think what his front looked like. The dog was in no better shape. Blood was everywhere on the poor thing. Though what was its own and what was the old man's was impossible to tell. Zoro and Luffy stood not far in front of her. Like her, they had been frozen by the sight before them. It's too late, Chaochu. There's nothing to be done now. We can only watch, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If only I hadn't become so old. Curse this useless body. I'm sorry my friend. I couldn't protect it like brave Chaochu. I'm truly sorry. Boodle cried as he held onto Chaochu to prevent the dog from running into the raging inferno before them. Not that Chaochu could run anymore. Not with his missing front right paw. Damn that lion. Damn Moji. And damn you Buggy. What more can you take from us? To not even kill us and make us watch this. I curse you Buggy the clown. Looking up at the fire, Boodle yelled with what little energy he had left, I curse you. You hear me Buggy. I curse you. May all you have be stripped from you, like you've stripped everything from us. Luffy took in the sight of the broken old man, and all he could feel was rage. For a moment, he didn't see the old man but a younger version of himself before a different inferno. One that threatened to consume everything and that which there was no escape. Taking a breath, Luffy walked up to the old man. Who did this? Boodle swiveled, turning toward the unknown voice, Chaochu clutched tightly to his chest. Who are you? Are you another one of Buggy's men? Have you come here to taunt us? Just get it over with already and kill us. At least then I could see my dear friend and beg his forgiveness. I'm not with Budgie. My name's Monkey D. Luffy, a pirate. Luffy staring directly into Boodle's eyes. I'm here to kick Buggy's ass. So, tell me, who did this? Orange Town streets. Moji laughed to himself as he thought about the defiant old man and the pathetic dog that thought they could take on his precious Richie. I was even right. All that was even edible was a singular bag of dog food. The rest was better left off for the insects. Held within the mouth of Richie the lion was the last bag of food that pet food had left. The lion chuckled alongside its master as it thought about the weak canine that dared challenge him, the king of beasts. Not to mention the old man that had fought with the stupid canine. Richie came to a sudden stop as a new scent touched its nose. Shocked as he was flung forward and off from atop the lion's head, Moji smacked face first into the ground. Angrily standing, holding on to his now broken nose, Moji turned on Richie, who told you to stop you stupid lion. It's fine, it stopped because of me. Moji turned to see a young man in a red vest, blue jean shorts, jet black hair covered by a straw hat that had been lowered to cover most of the youth's face. I don't recall you being among the villagers. You must be working with the thief. Good, you must have seen what I did to the old man and decided to surrender yourself. If you want the minimum punishment for theft you best tell me where your bitch is hiding and hand over the map. Without Moji knew nothing more as his face was firmly planted into the ground by a fist. Luffy stood over Moji's motionless body. The man wasn't dead, but that was fine. He deserved much worse than death. Shooting a glance at the shell-shocked lion, Luffy gave it an order, drop. That. Bag. Richie had never let go of anything as fast as that bag before in its life. The bag fell flat against the ruined cobbled stone of the road. Good. Now bolt pistol. A brilliant light filled the area as Richie was struck by the electrical attack and sent flying. Luffy silently picked up the bag and left, returning to where he'd left his crew to take care of the old man and Chaochu. Orange Town Boodle's house. You need to rest. What is with men and their bravado? He'll be back soon, so lay down. Nami shook her fist at the wounded mare. Boodle lay in the bed he'd once abandoned, heavily bandaged thanks to Nami's care. Laying next to him was Chaochu who was also just as heavily bandaged. How can I rest knowing I've sent that young man to his doom? It's bad enough I failed to protect what's important to Chaochu, but to have someone else take up my cause. Does my shame know no bounds? It's not shameful, Zoro had quietly observed Nami fuss over the wounded mare and dog until now. There was nothing for him to say or do. He already knew that this Moji was lying in a puddle of his own blood. The look on Luffy's face as he left indicated that there would be no other outcome. You've done everything you can. Leave the rest to us. You honestly believe he can take on a monster that did this? Nami gestured to Boodle and Chaochu. I wouldn't be surprised if he's run away. You pirates are all the same, every last one. It was at that moment that Luffy walked into the room. Nami gave the pirate a critical eye, noting that he looked exactly the same as he left. There wasn't even a hint that he'd done battle with a gigantic lion. Seems like I was right. What, did the sight of the lion shock some sense into you? Nami patronized. Luffy ignored her and approached the bed. Here. This was all that stupid lion had when I caught up to them. He then settled the bag of dog food next to Boodle and Chaochu that he'd recovered. Oh come on, you can't expect us to believe you actually took on that lion. There's. Enough. Boodle yelled, glaring at Nami. Everything was burned save for one bag that the monster took. This bag is all that's left of Chaochu's treasure. Boodle turned to Luffy with tear-filled eyes. Thank you young man. Thank you. Boodle sobbed as he pulled both the bag and Chaochu into an embrace. Luffy smiled at the scene before him. It was no problem. I was already going to kick their asses anyway. Right. Luffy cracked his neck and punched his fists together. Let's go. Done, Zoro affirmed as he stood from the wall he'd been leaning on. Both pirates left without a word more. Nami stared at the entryway for a time before Boodle spoke up. Aren't you going to go with them? Snapped out of her thoughts, Nami turned to him. Huh? Why would I? I have no intention of dying today. Especially to a literal clown. Orange Town Drinkers Pub. Buggy stared down at the still unconscious form of his first mate. And you just found him lying in the street with Richie nowhere to be found. Why yes. He was just lying in the middle of the street, Buggy's subordinate reported, knowing his captain was not fond of bad news. And why is it that no one is out looking for his assailant? Buggy roared as all of his men flinched, terrified to be on the wrong side of their captain's wrath. Because I have ordered them not to, captain, a voice spoke up drawing the attention of Buggy's ire. And why is that, Cabaji? We have a thief and an unknown assassin that have appeared on the same day. Not only have we been robbed, and not once, but twice, we have had our men attacked and defeated. We could scour the town for these scum, but we are at a disadvantage. We know not their numbers nor who they are. It is best that we allow them to come to us where we can lay a trap, rather than us fall into theirs. Cabaji reasoned as Buggy calmed, agreeing with his chief of staff. I see. Still you should have discussed this with me first. An insult like this cannot be tolerated. You. Buggy pointed at one of his men. Sir. Bring as many cannons to the roof as possible. If these cowards think they can hide away in this miserable town, we'll just show them how special the Buggy pirates. Budgie. Everyone in the big top, Buggy's command circus tent that had been erected on the roof of the pub, froze at the yell coming from down in the street. Who called me that? The pirates surrounding their captain watched in fear as Buggy raged out of the big top and to the edge of the roof, following him in order to witness a fool's flashy death. Standing before the pub were two figures. One was a green-haired teen with 3 swords strapped to his waist via haramaki. Standing next to him was a black-haired teen in a red vest and blue jean shorts and a straw hat sitting on his head. Which one of you was it? Which one of you is going to die? Buggy yelled down to the two. Budgie. Come down here so I can kick your ass. Luffy yelled as once again Buggy's whole crew turned stone cold white. Kill him. Buggy ordered. I want him wiped out with a buggy ball. Wait, Captain. Cabaji called out, staring down at the green-haired youth. What was that, Cabaji? Are you defying my orders? Buggy glared. No, Captain, but I believe we are in the presence of East Blue's premier bounty hunter, Zoro. Cabaji called out, drawing the attention of his entire crew. Zoro, you say? Buggy stared down at the swordsman. So that's what this is all about. At long last someone of note has come after me. Well then, Roronoa, step away from that fool next to you. I wouldn't want your corpse to be unrecognizable. I'm not here for your head. I'm no longer a hunter. Now get down here so my captain can kick your ass. Zoro yelled up, not caring for Buggy's idle threat. Huh? A pipsqueak like that is a captain. Ha 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 ha. Don't make me laugh. If you don't want to move, that's fine. Either way, both of you are dead men. Fire. Buggy shrieked, ordering his men who'd been at the ready to open fire. Along the top of the roof were 3 cannons, all pointed down at the duo. Lighting the fuses, the cannoneers covered their ears in anticipation of the cannon fire. Down below, Luffy lifted his arms, sparks coming off his hands as he had them mimic pistols. Bolt, bolt, tracer. Just as the cannons fired, 3 bright flashes consumed the street as each buggy ball exploded just as they exited the barrels of the cannons. Drinker's Pub was enveloped in smoke and fire, collapsing to the ground as a massive dust heap shot forth covering both Luffy and Zoro. Orange Town across from Drinker's Pub. Nami stared in disbelief at what used to be Drinker's Pub. What was once the headquarters of the Buggy Pirates was now fire and rubble. Standing before it all was Luffy and Zoro, covered from head to toe in dust. What had her shaking though was what she'd witnessed prior to the current destruction before her. Lightning. Lightning had come out of Luffy's outstretched arms. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Unable to see from the immense flash, Nami's senses told her that 3 lightning strikes had just occurred. And all 3 had stemmed from the strange boy that had fallen out of the sky. Just who are these guys? Nami thought as she stared at the duo of Luffy and Zoro. Damn it, Luffy. I'm completely covered in dust. Why can't you do anything normal? Zoro complained, trying to dust himself off in vain. Normal's boring, Luffy nonchalantly said, picking his nose with his pinky. Ma, I guess I can't kick his ass anymore if he even has one left. Shishi. Luffy laughed, not bothering to dust himself off. Nami approached the pair, still in shock over the sight before her. What are you? Luffy turned toward her, a stupid grin spreading across his face at the sight of his future navigator. I ate the bolt fruit and became a lightning man. Luffy let arcs of electricity flow out of his body freely. You ate the bolt became. Nami was having a hard time digesting the incredible amounts of stupid hard-hitting facts that were proving the existence of devil fruits. Whilst never outright disbelieving their existence, Nami had chalked it all up to be some kind of trick or illusion that pirates employ to further terrorize their victims. She wanted to scream and yell that he was lying, but the electricity arsing out from his body silenced any protest she had. It's annoying but he really did. So far it's caused more problems than solved them, Zoro commented, giving Luffy an annoyed look. Don't be like that, Zoro. You'd still be starving on that execution ground without me. Luffy reminded the swordsman. I would have found a way regardless, Zoro crossed his arms. Like I would die so easily. That's true. I would have starved much sooner than you shishi. Luffy laughed as he recalled the adventure in Shell's town. And what are you brats laughing about? The three teens turned toward the rubble as bits of debris were shifted aside. Luffy couldn't help the ear-splitting grin forming on his face as he stared at the two forms rising. Maybe I'll get a decent fight after all. Rising from the debris, Buggy the Clown glared at the trio as he moved two of his subordinates from in front of him that he used as shields from the premature explosions of his boogie balls. Next to him was Cabaji, who had also managed to grab several of his crewmates to use as shields to protect himself. Captain, this is the worst insult our crew has suffered since we hoisted our flag, Cabaji declared as he threw his crewmates to the side, not caring for their well-being. We cannot allow word to get out that we were nearly bested by just a few sneak thieves. I agree, but first, Buggy glared even harder at the straw hat wearing teen. Just who are you, brat? No one in the East Blue could have done what you just did. Luffy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he did. Monkey D. Luffy, the man that will become king of the pirates. Buggy blinked as he absorbed what Luffy had just declared. Hehehehehehe. You've got a great sense of humor, but a country brat like you will never become king of the pirates. While Buggy remained blissfully unaware of who he was talking to, Cabaji didn't. It was just a few days ago that he had stopped one of the men from informing their captain that a member of the Red Hair Pirates had traveled into the East Blue. Cabaji could only stare in horror at the raven-haired teen. Of all the calamities to befall their crew, a member of Red Hair Shank's pirate crew could only be outdone by the man himself. And of all the crews in the Four Blues and Grand Line, there was none more than the Red Hair Pirates that Buggy the Clown despised more. No. This is an opportunity. Despite the large gap in their bounties, if we manage to not only bring down Roronoa Zoro the pirate hunter, but also a known member of the Red Hair Pirates, our renown will be known the world over. Captain used to sail with red hair, he should be able to handle Straw Hat. Which leaves Roronoa to me. Captain. Allow me to deal with Roronoa. That boy there has a high bounty placed on his head. I'd forgotten about it, but news of a Grand Line pirate making his way into the East Blue was spreading around the last several days. Had I known we'd be dealing with a failure of a pirate, I would have brought this to your attention sooner. Cabaji sneered at Luffy. He's nothing more than a boy who couldn't cut it on the Grand Line. Couldn't cut it? I never even started. Luffy laughed at the barb thrown his way. But I'm about to. Once I've assembled a good enough crew, I'll finally show the world why I'm the man who'll be king. Luffy smirked. If we're done mouthing off, I think I'll get this party started. Zoro drew his blades and charged at Cabaji. Having little time to react, Cabaji barely managed to block the first of several well-aimed strikes from the green-haired swordsman. Spotting an opening, Cabaji took a swing at Zoro's right abdomen. Blood flew, and pain shot through Cabaji's spine as Zoro successfully countered the attack. Along Cabaji's chest was a deep cut that ran from the top of his shoulder to his midsection. Eyes bulging and having difficulty breathing, Cabaji created distance between himself and his opponent. So this is Roronoa Zoro. To have created such an obvious trap to lure me in. And I fell right for it. But we're only beginning. My pride as chief of staff, no. As a swordsman, I swear I won't lose here. Prepare yourself, Roronoa Zoro, for my acrobatic swordsmanship. Producing a unicycle he kept hidden within his coat, Cabaji hopped on it and began to ride up a wall. Acrobat technique. A hike in the mountains. Zoro watched unimpressed as Cabaji launched himself off the building, finding a high point of several stories. Acrobat technique. Fireworks in the cool summer breeze. While Cabaji distracted him, Zoro remained unaware that Buggy had also joined the fight and had sent a disembodied hand racing toward Zoro's backside to hold him in place for Cabaji. These fools don't know who they're dealing with. Once they realize I have a devil fruit, they'll beg for forgiveness. This kid thinks he'll be king of the pirates. Nonsense. I, Buggy the Clown, the user of the chop chop ow. Buggy's thoughts became a cry of pain as he witnessed Luffy appear before his hand and stomp on it. Ow. Buggy clutched his forearm in agony. This is Zoro's fight. Stay out of it. Luffy warned, squashing the hand beneath his foot. TCH, Cabaji watched in annoyance as Straw Hat stopped Buggy's attack. Sting of the unicycle. Cabaji dropped swiftly, his sword pointed down at Zoro. Zoro watched with patience as the so-called swordsman dropped. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Onigiri. How could we, the Buggy Pirates, be beaten by mere sneak thieves? Cabaji hit the ground, blood splattering from his new wounds, defeated. We're not sneak thieves. We're pirates. Zoro stated as he sheathed his swords. Cabaji. Buggy called out to his chief of staff, rage filling him as his hand was continually being squashed by the damnable country brat. Damn you. You think this is funny, how would you like it if someone kept squashing your hand? Luffy, who had turned to watch the end of Zoro's fight, turned back to the pirate clown, a serious look on his face. It must be like someone feeding it to a lion. Though I think this is probably worse. Having a disembodied limb being smashed and still feeling it. Luffy emphasized his point by stepping harder. AHHH. Buggy cried in agony. Step off it already. Just what is it that I did to you anyway? Why are you attacking my crew? I guess it was just bad fortune on your part. I honestly had no intention of even coming to this island. Luffy lifted his foot high enough for the disembodied hand to crawl out from beneath. Then why? Buggy recalled his hand and safely secured it back to his forearm. Because you stole someone's treasure. Treasure? I haven't taken any treasure other than the map you stole from me in weeks. Buggy argued. It doesn't matter. All that does matter is that I'm going to kick your ass, Budgie. Luffy cracked his knuckles. It's Buggy. Why do you keep calling me that? There's only been one man who's ever dared call me that and someday I will have revenge against him. Buggy declared. Do you want revenge against Shanks for giving you a nickname? Luffy blanched as the surrounding area fell quiet. No. That damn red hair has caused me the greatest pain of my life, Buggy growled out. If not for him I'd have become an even more powerful pirate than I am now. Treasure beyond any man's dreams and a devil fruit worth more than one can count would have been mine to sell if not for that bastard. Because of him, I lost it all. But I, Buggy the Clown, persevered and have turned every disadvantage into my greatest strength. With my chop chop fruit I will conquer all of the Grand Line and become how do you know that bastard Shanks. Buggy blanched as he cut himself off from his rant. He was my captain. Luffy picked his nose with his pinky. Not for very long mind you, after all, how can the king of the pirates serve under an emperor? Really, he just wanted to teach me some stuff. Brought you up a lot though. Said you were best friends and always got a kick out of when you would get mad at being called Budgie. Luffy finally dug out the snot from his nose and flicked it away. I'll kill him. Buggy raged, splitting himself into several pieces, separating his lower half, arms and head from his torso. So you're red hair are you? I'll send your head to him in a box. Chop chop rice cracker. Stomping on the ground to flick out the hidden knives in his boots and sent his lower half cartwheeling toward Luffy. Luffy casually dodged out of the way. Not missing a beat Luffy appeared before Buggy's floating torso and gut punched it, causing the disembodied head to dry heave. Luffy scrunched his face in confusion as he landed and watched Buggy shakily pull himself back together. I hit you. Luffy turned his head side to side trying to understand how he landed a blow so easily on someone of Shanks' caliber. Of course you did. How did you just pop up in front of me? Buggy cried as the vomit so desperate to escape was finally able to once his head reattached to his body. But I wasn't moving that fast. I think I was moving slower than I did against Morbin. Luffy pondered. Or was I moving faster? Wait no I was moving slower this time. I'm sure of it. Yeah definitely slower. Usopp could have dodged that. Maybe he thought I would be faster. Hey, did you think I was going to be faster? Luffy called out to Buggy who was wiping his chin clean of his own bile. I didn't think you were going to move at all. Buggy yelled. Oh. Damn. I don't want to disappoint the man Shanks thinks so highly of, so I'll ramp it up this time. I'm still working on it, but this is what got Shanks to strike out on my own. I'm going to give it my all. Luffy's eyes began to glow a luminescent blue. What's happening to you? An epiphany suddenly dawned on Buggy. You ate one didn't you? You ate a devil fruit. But no. Those are the rarest. You actually ate one of those devil fruits. Wait a moment. We can talk about this can't we? Luffy's entire body glowed as he was enveloped in light. Zeus series. As the blinding light died down, electricity sparked around Luffy, causing his once raven locks to stand on end, appearing to strike out like live lightning. Luffy's hat had flown off from his violent transformation. His blacker eyes now glowed a brilliant blue as his skin gave off a blue hue. I can only use this for a few minutes, but it should be enough. Buggy just stared at the visage before him. How long had it been since he'd stood before a monster like this? To stare down one of those lucky bastards that had won the jackpot of all jackpots. Loja. The most powerful of all devil fruits. And now, just over 2 decades later, there was no one at his side to protect him from the raw power of a Loja user. No crew. No Shanks. No Rayleigh. No captain. Thrusting both his arms behind him, Luffy prepared himself. This was a man that once fought alongside Shanks and sailed under the king. It was all or nothing. 1,000,000 volts. Bolt bolt, bazooka. Luffy's arms turned to pure lightning before they shot forth and struck true. AHHH. Buggy cried out as the lightning coursed through him. Every part of him hurt as he was cooked alive by the intense plasma interacting with his body. Not one part of Buggy hadn't been electrocuted. Reaching an apex, the attack exploded, sending the clown of a pirate flying off into the distance. The light exuding from Luffy died down as his eyes and hair returned to their normal black. "A little overkill, don't you think, Captain?" Zoro remarked as he approached Luffy. Not responding, Luffy just looked on into the distance of where Buggy had flown off in. Yeah, I think it was. You're actually made of lightning." The two pirates turned toward Nami, who had approached them. In her hands was Luffy's hat that had blown off during his transformation. "Oh. My hat." Luffy immediately bounded over to her and took back his beloved straw hat. He grinned as he placed it back where it belonged. "I told you I would kick his ass." "Which means you're now our navigator, right, witch?" Zoro asked, having not forgotten the deal they'd made with the orange-haired girl. As if being snapped out of a trance, Nami folded her arms and looked away. "And all of Buggy's treasure is mine, right?" she countered. "Of course it is. That was the deal. Though, from now on any treasure we find from here on out belongs to the Straw Hat Pirates." Nami immediately locked her gaze on Luffy, a fire in her eyes. "Wouldn't be right if all the treasure only went to one person, of course you'll get your fair share. After all, you're our navigator. And have you being unhappy or you lead us into a whirlpool or something shishishi. HMPH. I'm a professional. I wouldn't do anything that would also endanger myself. I would simply toss you overboard if I thought I was being cheated out of what I'm due." Nami then sighed. "I can't believe I'm doing this. Fine, I'll be Nami closed her eyes as she swallowed her pride. "I'll be a pirate with you two morons. Oda knows how long you'd actually last without someone competent navigating for you. Speaking of, just how did you end up in the clutches of a giant bird? Also, I'm assuming the rest of the crew is with the ship, right? And just how big is the vessel I'll be helping navigate? I can then at least start making preparations for the list of tools I'll need." Zoro and Luffy looked at each other. Making eye contact, they burst out laughing, Luffy keeling over as Zoro used his captain to keep himself upright. "Ha ha 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 ha. What? Orange Town Boodle's house. Mayor. What happened?" Surrounding the mayor's home were the townspeople of Orange Town. Having become worried with how long it was taking their beloved mayor to return from tending to Chaochu, they had come to investigate what was taking him so long. In their hands were pitchforks, scythes, and any other implementations that they could pass off as weapons. They had come to his home first, which was a rendezvous point they had all agreed upon, before they were going to move on to pet food. Should they not find Boodle and Chaochu there, they knew there was only one choice left to them. To take on the Buggy Pirates and fight for their home and land. What they'd found instead was Boodle sitting in front of his home, heavily bandaged, smoking a pipe, while Chaochu sat in his lap. His makeshift armor had been carelessly tossed about and his spear firmly planted in the ground. What horrified them the most was his missing leg and the red coloring that Chaochu now sported in his usually pristine white fur. "Quickly get the doctor up here, it's bad." One of the town's leaders called out as they crowded the aging mayor and the small dog. "Don't worry, Mayor, we're going to make Buggy pay for this." Boodle exhaled a deep breath of smoke as he continued to look to the sky, his smile that he'd worn for the past 20 minutes, never leaving his face. "If you can find him, by all means. He owes us quite a lot." He gently petted Chaochu. "Mayor, what do you mean? And where's that doctor?" another citizen asked as they garnered confused looks. "Isn't the sky so beautiful today? I think lightning just may strike." Boodle laughed as tears streamed down his face. "Mayor, please. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. It must be worse than it looks. Please, Mayor, stay with us." "Damn Buggy the clown. You three gather the men, this madness ends." Todd, the citizen, was interrupted as Boodle had pulled the man down and forced him to sit with him. "Mayor. Just sit with me a moment. Enjoy the sky, the air, the sea. We'll round up the rest of Buggy's men in a bit. For now, take in this moment of freedom." Boodle closed his eyes as thoughts of a grinning bolt of lightning ran through his mind. And who could forget the straw hat that bolt of lightning loved so much? He would tell them about their saviors in time. For now though, Boodle just wanted to relish in the feeling of freedom. Middle of the ocean not far from Shell's town. "Is it his captain?" A towering man looked over the side of his war vessel and down at a small boat that had been adrift. In his hand a den mushy. "Yes, Vice Admiral. Though there's no trace of Straw Hat or the pirate hunter Rorano Zoro. There doesn't appear to have been a struggle, they're just simply not here. It also looks like Straw Hat had set up an intercepting den mushy. Probably how he's been avoiding us thus far," the captain reported, his voice ejecting from the snail's head of the den mushy. "I see. Go through everything. I want to know where Straw Hat planned to go, if anywhere at all. If I know my grandson, he's probably just aimlessly wandering. Regardless, we can't underestimate what Red Hair may have taught him. As of right now, he's the most powerful and influential pirate in the East Blue. It's possible he's already managed to gather quite the impressive crew. Garp hung up his den mushy with click-clack as he stared out into the open ocean. Where have you gone, you brat? We're a crew of 3, Nami deadpanned as she stared at her now captain and first mate. Yep. The crew is slowly coming together, Luffy grinned, seemingly pleased with himself. We're a crew of 3, Nami reiterated. We get it, witch. You're not happy. Get over it. Zoro waved her off, his eyes closed as he sat against the side of the small boat they'd commandeered from Buggy the Clown. You don't even have a ship. Or money for that matter either. Just how exactly were you planning on going to the Grand Line and becoming a famous pirate? I should just jump ship now, Nami grumbled as she glared at Luffy, who just sat there grinning like an idiot. I had a boat, who knows where it is now. Stupid bird. I still can't believe you wouldn't let me bring it with us. I wanted to eat it. Luffy grumbled, lamenting the loss of the epic meals he could have had. Besides, I'm already famous. It's just a matter of getting to the Grand Line again. First off, that bird would have sunk this dinghy. Secondly, I still don't buy it. Sure, you're made of lightning. That's a thing. That I bore witness to. But a member of Yonko's crew. Nami crossed her arms as she leveled a disbelieving glare at Luffy. If that were true, why would you ever leave? Just think of all the treasure that must have been at your disposal. Not only that, you're what, 16? 17. Same difference. I refuse to believe that Red Hair Shanks, one of the most powerful pirates in the world, let a 17-year-old join his crew. Good thing for you, he didn't. I was 15 when I officially joined the crew. Luffy grinned as he witnessed Nami's head grow and her teeth sharpen. That's not the point. I mean, what could a 15-year-old offer a man who has virtually everything in this world? Nami pondered. I am made of lightning. Luffy pointed out, much to Nami's chagrin. Speaking of how? Nami questioned. I ate a devil fruit, Luffy replied lamely. That's not an answer. Sure it is. I ate a devil fruit and became a lightning man. Doesn't get much easier than that. But why? How did you get a devil fruit in the first place, and then by what I'm assuming is luck met Red Hair Shanks and joined his crew? If you're not lying about that in the first place. Well, I'd been traveling with Shanks' crew since I was 14. So I'm sure he was bound to make me a full member at some point. As for my fruit, I found it, ate it, and bam, lightning man. Luffy grinned at her. That explains nothing. It only raises more. Let it go, witch. It's obvious he doesn't want to tell us. So just let it go so I can get some sleep. Zoro cut her off, his eyes still closed, earning a glare thrown in his direction. Fine. Keep your secrets. So just how is it you plan on expanding our crew and obtaining a ship captain? Nami stressed the word, already prepared to be unimpressed. I'm sure we'll find a shipyard or something. As for a crew, we'll find them as well. Luffy grinned. It's what Shanks did. He just wandered around until he had his crew and ship. Nami just stared at Luffy blankly. Shanks. Red Hair Shanks wandered around and just found people to join him. Yep. Just think about all of the adventures he must have gone on finding everyone. Actually, he picked up the last of his main crew here in the East Blue. In fact, hey, you know where the Gecko Islands are? Luffy suddenly asked. The Gecko Islands. Nami thought about it before her memory kicked in, pulling out the maps she'd taken that Buggy had left behind. Actually, yeah. They aren't far from here. Buggy had the islands marked on several maps. Why would you want to go there? I think I may have found us a new crewmate. Gecko Islands. The Gecko Islands were a small chain of islands consisting of 2 main islands with 4 small islands surrounding the 2 larger ones. Nestled on the largest was a large port city with a navy outpost to protect it. Numerous towns littered the countryside of the 6 islands that made up the island chain. However, on the smallest island was a single sleepy village with very little to make note of, save for the massive mansion that sat atop the largest hill, overlooking the entire island. The only other fact that anyone would need to know about this small unlikely village was the hidden knowledge that the infamous gunslinger pirate Usopp of the Red Hair Pirates had once called it home. Usopp had never once returned to the sleepy village where he'd left his wife and child in the 12 years since he'd set sail with Red Hair Shanks. Nor did he show any sign of returning anytime soon. The Navy had no idea which island he hailed from and had little information of any family he may have left behind. Thus, the Gecko Islands were left to their own devices. After all, they were just a small chain of islands with 1 port city in the East Blue. The odds of another major threat coming from there were minuscule. For 12 years since that infamous pirate had left to make a name for himself, the sleepy village of Syrup he'd left behind woke to peaceful mornings for nearly every single morning. Most of the villagers didn't even know what had truly become of poor Banchina's husband that had left on some adventure with a man with red hair. The sun rose, the birds chirped, and every single morning they were warned about invading pirates. Pirates. A skinny boy with thick curly hair, covered by a greenish-brown bandana, cried out as he ran through the waking village. Pirates are coming. He cupped his hands to his face to make his cries as loud as possible. Sticking out from in between his hands was the distinct feature that marked him as Banchina's son, his elongated nose. Pirates are attacking. Run for your lives. This was Usopp, the proud son of a pirate and the village's only source of menace. As Usopp ran through the town, the townsfolk came out of their homes. In their hands were plows and pitchforks. That's it. Just one morning, just one morning. It's all we ask. Just give us one morning without you screaming your lies, Usopp. We'll run you out of town for sure this time. Don't let him get away again. This is the morning we take back our peace. Usopp only smiled though as he continued to run and spew his lie about pirates attacking. Pirates attacking is just a lie. Hahaha. Catch me if you can. And so went the usual morning for the small village on the smallest island of the Gecko Islands. Despite the chaos stirred by the liar known as Usopp, it was a peaceful village that had never been attacked by pirates or inspected by the navy, hunting for the family of an infamous pirate like Usopp. And just off in the distance was a boat with a black sail, inching ever closer to the sleepy village and its sleepy villagers that had never once been attacked by pirates. Gecko Islands, the Usopp Pirate HQ. Another well-done job of bringing excitement to this boring village. Usopp exclaimed proudly as he leant against several logs with target markers tacked onto them. What would they do without me? I told you he'd be here, a young voice spoke excitedly, causing Usopp to look toward the dirt path that led to the Usopp Pirates HQ. Oh, it's you guys. Before him stood two young boys. One wore a black sweater and a red cap with a skull and crossbones stitched into it, and his face was shaped like a carrot. The other wore a light green shirt that had the same skull and crossbones stitched into it, with his head shaped as that of a bell pepper. Good morning, Captain Usopp. The two youngsters greeted, raising their wooden swords in salute. The Usopp pirates have arrived. Pepper. Carrot. It's just the two of you? Where's Onion? Usopp asked when a cry rang out from back across the dirt road. Terrible news. Terrible news. A small black blur was running toward them, its cries becoming more and more desperate. Is that Onion? Carrot asked, stepping forward to try and see if it was his friend. What's he freaking out about now? Pepper sighed, thinking that his frightened friend had been spooked by a shadow again. Terrible news. Terrible oof. Onion tripped over a rock as he came tumbling into the Usopp Pirates HQ. Onion. The other three ran over to make sure the boy was okay. Onion dazedly stood up, readjusting his glasses. Upon seeing his two friends and their captain, Onion immediately began to cry. It's terrible. Captain, it's like you've always said. Pirates are here. Usopp gave a lame stare at the onion-shaped headed boy before his upper body seized up in laughter. Hahaha. That's a good one, Onion. I see you've been working hard at selling your lies. But you can calm down now, no need to get lost in your imagination. But Captain, it's the truth. There's a boat with a skull mark at the north shore. The boy proclaimed with clear determination. The truth. Usopp stuttered out. For a brief moment he considered declaring it was time for him to go get a snack. But knowing Onion, the boy was more than likely mistaken about what he'd seen, and that meant a perfect opportunity for a prank. It's the truth, Captain. Onion once again proclaimed. In that case it's time for my snack. Usopp began, making all three boys give him a gobsmacked look. However, as per my duty as captain of the Usopp Pirates, I have to defend our turf from any and all attacks from any rival gangs. Usopp raised his fist high in the air at his declaration. Who among you is brave enough to follow me into battle? None. The three boys shouted in unison as they raised their wooden swords, running forth and leaving Usopp behind. Boy. Don't charge ahead without me. Gecko Islands North Shore. And that was back when I first met them all. Usopp is still the reigning champ in my home village to this day. Luffy finished regaling his two companions about the third commander of the Red Hair Pirates. That's impressive and all, but what does this Usopp have to do with a potential crewmate? Nami asked, having mostly drowned out the near-constant ramblings about the man that Luffy had been going on about since mentioning he knew where to find a fourth member for their small crew. Oh, he's Usopp's son. Luffy nonchalantly dropped as he and Zoro moored the boat onto the beach. You want to recruit a biological son of one of the most infamous pirate groups in the world. Nami found herself staring at the Straw Hat Pirate for what felt like the millionth time. Yeah. In a roundabout way that makes him and I brothers. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Besides, it's not like Usopp is going to show up to fight us over him. And how do you know that? Wouldn't it make sense for him to want his son to join his crew? Nami reasoned. Usopp wants Usopp to choose his own path, live his own life. He's been telling me that since I was 7 years old. So don't worry about it. Luffy waved her off, movement on the cliffside catching his eye. You need to learn how to go with the flow, which. You might go bold otherwise, Zoro chimed in having also noticed the movement above them, his right hand grasping one of his swords in anticipation. I don't want to hear it from the peanut gallery. Nami glared at the swordsman, not noticing the change in demeanor of her two companions. Fine, let's just find this guy so we can find more treasure to acquire. Yes, acquire. Nami couldn't help the belly signs that seemed to replace her eyes at the thought of stealing more treasure from pirates. Suddenly the sand exploded with life as metal pellets began to rain down upon them, causing Nami to flee back toward the safety of the boat whilst Zoro and Luffy stood still, neither moving. What's going on? Nami cried as more pellets were shot toward her, slamming into the side of the boat she was using to shield herself. All along the cliffside flags rose from within the bushes and were waved rapidly, the distinct skull and crossbones of a pirate's Jolly Roger stitched into each one. Ahahaha. I am Usopp, leader of the great pirates who reign over this village. People praise me and praise me more as Captain Usopp. Standing proudly as he thumbed toward himself with a smirk was Usopp, staring smugly down at the three pirates. If you're thinking of attacking this village, then forget it. My 80 million subordinates won't sit by quietly. That's the most unbelievable lie I've ever heard, Nami deadpanned as she stared up at the brown overalls wearing boy. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Usopp felt beads of sweat roll down the back of his neck as his bluff was called. Oh, of course it's the truth. Can't you see that you're surrounded by three kids? Nami slyly suggested, noticing the three kids waving the numerous flags in the bushes. Wah. She saw through it. Pepper, onion, and carrot shouted, giving away the scam, simultaneously dropping the flags and running away. Run for it. Usopp stared in shock as his three minions, Rita's disciples, ran away. Oi. Don't run away. Eyes bulging, he shakily turned his attention back to the three unknowns that had arrived in a boat with a black sail and Buggy the clown's Jolly Roger painted on it. Nami bent down picking up one of the metal pellets that had been shot at her. I've never heard of pirates using slingshots before. Pretty kiddish if you ask me. She raised a pellet to her face and blew the sand off that had stuck to it, off to inspect it better. That comment caused a flicker of irritation to rise in Usopp. Hey. Don't you dare insult me. I'm a very proud man. Usopp rifled through his bag, pulling out his slingshot once more and loaded another pellet before pulling back the sling and aimed it at Nami. Because of my great pride, people call me Proud Usopp. You saw it for yourselves just now. My slingshot skills are far greater than your average pistol. Nami was about to take cover behind the boat when she noticed a small spark leap out from Luffy. Luffy? Luffy had been quietly observing Usopp, comparing him to Usopp. Usopp had always been vocal about his pride in his son, despite the fact he'd abandoned his family for a life on the high seas. He was also a prideful man in his gunslinging abilities. He'd seen it up close himself to know that Usopp could back up his outlandish claims on more than one occasion. Even before Shanks' rise as an emperor, Usopp had always been a skilled marksman. He'd lost count of the number of times the gunslinger had saved his life. He owed the man a debt he'd never be able to pay back. Luffy grinned from beneath the brim of his straw hat at the fact that Usopp's skill had definitely been passed down to his son, including his pride. Every sling of Usopp's slingshot had been precise and accurate. Not a single one had gone astray. It was clear Usopp had no intention of causing them harm, having shot around them and taking care to not actually hit any of them. A clear indication of Usopp's naivety and innocent view of the world. They had arrived in a boat marked by the Jolly Roger after all. That was something that would have to be rectified at some point, but he could work with this. After he dealt with his future gunslinger's mistake of aiming his weapon at his navigator. Now that you've drawn your pistol, put your life on the line, Luffy firmly said, giving Usopp a show with his lightning, letting sparks shoot out in any which direction, taking care to not let any of them arc towards Zoro or Nami. Usopp's jaw dropped at the sight of freaking electricity arc out of the straw hat guy. The heck is this guy? It couldn't be those or just a myth. It's gotta be a trick or something like my burning star attack. Usopp quickly adjusted his aim from Nami to the newly revealed threat. The he ck are you? Sweat poured down his face from the intense feeling he was getting from looking at him. I'm saying those aren't for threatening people, was all Luffy said. Zoro smirked as he realized what his captain was doing. He had to admit the boy had some skill with the slingshot to have not hit them with any of his earlier shots. But it was clear he wasn't ready for what his captain wanted him for. But if this was who they were here to collect, he'd do his part. Giving a confident smirk, Zoro flicked one of his black sheathed blades slightly out as he readied himself for battle. What you're looking at now are real pirates. Usopp's grasp on his weapon shook as he stared down at the two confident pirates. It was clear they meant to fight him, kill him even. The one with the swords gave off a particular murderous aura. But the one with the straw hat was downright menacing. At least until he'd aimed at him, that is. It was like everything had changed with that choice of target. While there was still a dangerous air about him, it was nowhere near what it had originally. Was no time to dwell on that fact, as there was still freaking electricity sparking out from him. It was clear to Usopp that there was only one choice. His sling flew forward as the loaded pellet fell harmlessly to the ground. Usopp sunk to his knees in defeat. Our real pirates definitely have way more punch behind their words awesome. Luffy gave the defeated self-declared captain a blank stare before his eyes met with Zoro's. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed as Luffy addressed Usopp. We stole those lines. Eh? Usopp blanched. From Red Hair Shanks, a pirate I respect. Usopp's your dad, isn't he? Luffy asked, already knowing he was speaking to his former crewmate's son. That's Shanks, eh? You know my dad. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Meshi Restaurant. No way. Usopp stared in awe at Luffy, who was happily shoveling as much food into his mouth as he possibly could. The four of them sat at Usopp's favorite restaurant, the one he occasionally worked at to make some money when he needed it, as he listened to Luffy's tale of being a red hair pirate. Zoro and Nami sat across from Luffy, while Usopp sat outside of the booth he'd led them to. Once they'd placed their orders, Luffy told him how Shanks had sailed to his home village and he'd met the entire crew of the Red Hair Pirates, including his father Usopp. He then went on to describe how he'd ventured out on his own 5 years ago and eventually came across the Red Hair Pirates once again on the high seas. It wasn't long after that he'd been inducted into the crew as one of its officers once he obtained his Devil Fruit, showing off his ability to turn into lightning by making his arm glow a brilliant blue. I sometimes don't believe it myself. I often think I'll wake up back in Fuchsia Village, Luffy grinned as he took another bite out of his meat on bone. Zoro happily drank his beer, tuning his captain's tale out as he knew enough as it was. If there was more to know, he'd know eventually. All that mattered was that Luffy didn't get in his way to the top. Sooner or later, he'd meet that man and defeat him. There was no other choice. Nami carefully eyed the grinning idiot. She had hoped she'd be able to glean some more information out of the boy about his past, but had found his explanations to be vague and nondescript. The only real thing she'd learned was that he'd set out on his adventure at the age of 12, clearly inspired by meeting Red Hair Shanks when he was 7. She did take note, however, that he never called himself a pirate unless he was speaking about his current self as the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Even when he started going on about meeting the Red Hair Pirates again and eventually joining their ranks, he never outright declared himself a pirate. Why do I care? Once these morons get enough treasure for me, I'm going to rob them blind. Who cares if this idiot thinks he's some big shot, he's nothing more than an idiot. He gave you a choice, a small voice whispered through her head. He made a bet that he was lucky enough to win. Nothing else, Nami justified. But you didn't have to take him up on it, the voice pointed out. You could have walked away. I can walk away whenever I want. Nami seethed. Then bet your life on it. The steely voice of Luffy echoed inside of her head. She relived the sheer resolve that had exuded from the pirate that had rooted her in that doorway back in Orange Town. How had he captivated her so in that moment? She should have walked away and took off with the map of the Grand Line. Instead, she was now in a tavern recruiting the son of a notorious pirate to take up the family business. Why couldn't she get that penetrating stare out of her mind? The one that had shaken her very soul into agreeing to a bet that would force her to become a pirate, the very thing she detested more than anything else. She needed to know more about this pirate named Monkey D. Luffy. She had to. Because there was no other choice. He gave her. Nami's thoughts were interrupted by Usopp suddenly jumping out of his seat. You want me to join your pirate crew? Of course. Think about it. I apprenticed under Shanks and you're the son of Usopp. That practically makes us brothers. Why wouldn't I want you to join my crew? Luffy grinned into the disbelieving face of Usopp. Usopp quickly came over his shock and donned a confident smirk. I'm honored you want me to join your crew. It's clear to me that you need a competent leader, so I'll gladly become your captain. All three pirates responded in unison, each of them waving him off. So fast. Usopp's eyes bulged in disappointment in their vote of no confidence. But seriously, join me, Usopp. I've spent nearly my whole life hearing about you from your dad. And it's clear you inherited his skill. He's one of the greatest sharpshooters to have ever lived and I know that one day you'll surpass him. All the various times that Usopp would drunkenly ramble on about his son to him flashed through Luffy's head. Despite only knowing him as a child, Usopp was extremely proud of whatever his son was up to on the quiet island that he'd left his family behind on. One particular incident of Usopp's drunken rambling stuck out the most, as Luffy had nearly died of suffocation from a beer mug being shoved on his head. You really think so? Usopp stared intently at Luffy. I do. After all, if I'm going to become king of the pirates I can only afford to have the best with me. Luffy's statement struck a chord in all three teens. You already know I'm going to be the best, Zoro affirmed in his head as he continued to chug down his beer. The great Captain Usopp does have a nice ring to it, Usopp mused as he envisioned himself dashingly standing aboard a gallant ship, only sailing on the most dangerous of seas. Nami simply looked away, an odd sense of shame filling her. The clock chimed on the back wall, signaling the afternoon and snapping Usopp out of his illusions of greatness. Ah. It's that time already. Look, let me think about this, but right now I have somewhere I have to be. I've got a lot of influence in this village, so go ahead and eat as much as you want. Quickly grabbing his bag, Usopp took off, leaving the three pirates behind. Where's he off to in such a rush? Nami pondered, staring at the entrance to the restaurant Usopp had just run out of. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Mansion atop the hill. This Kaya, acting childishly, will get you nowhere. That boy is nothing more than a vagabond and more than likely only trying to get at your money, a man in a black suit chided as he poured his mistress a glass of water to go with her daily prescription that the local doctor had ordered. He's not a vagabond, Clahater. Usopp is my friend, he and I have known each other since we were little. You have Kaya, the mistress of the mansion that overlooks Syrup Village and sole heir to the largest shipping company of the Gecko Islands, began to cough violently from the confines of her bed. This Kaya. Clahater rushed to her side, helping her stay upright and get through the coughing fit. Once she was in control of herself again, Kaya pushed Clahater away from herself. I'm fine. She muttered weakly. You need to rest, Miss Kaya. I don't know what I or the rest of the staff would do if we were to lose you like we did your parents. I know it seems harsh, not letting you be with your friend, but I only want what's best for you. His stories always make you excited, and right now you can barely even rest in your bed, Clahater explained as he sat next to the ill girl. Please, at least until you are well again, don't see that boy. For your health. Clahater sighed as Kaya pulled one of her pillows up to her chest and looked away from him. I'm leaving your medicine on your nightstand. Please make sure to take it. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call for us, Miss Kaya. Standing from the bed, he left the girl to her solitude. Cheapskate, Kaya mumbled as she laid on her side, stinging tears falling from her eyes. Ever since her parents had died, she'd been a prisoner in her own home. The staff was always too caught up in her safety rather than her happiness. She longed for the days that she could roam the countryside with Usopp, imagining grand adventures on the high seas, enhanced by Usopp's grand storytelling and wild imagination. How they formed the Usopp pirates together and set up their base. Usopp would always make a cute face when he was lost in his thoughts over what prank we'd pull next or what adventure we'd go on. A small smile graced her lips as her memories consumed her. That all changed when her parents suddenly fell ill and died. If not for Clahater and Mary, Kaya wasn't sure what would have become of her. Her father's family owned the largest shipping company in all of the Gecko Islands for as long as anyone could remember. Thankfully, Mary was taking care of all the finances in her stead until she came of age and could take over the family business, whilst Clahater watched over the numerous properties her family owned. She was all that was left of her prestigious family. She had no aunts or uncles and certainly no siblings. She was alone. At least as long as she was sick, she was. Usopp had promised her that she would always have a place among the Usopp pirates as first mate. That one day they would set sail and leave this tiny island and all of their worries behind. They would live the adventures they had once imagined so long ago. Usopp never viewed her as the heiress of her family's company. She was simply Kaya to him. His friend and first mate. And perhaps. Tap. What? Kaya bolted upright at the sound. Tap. Turning to her window, she watched intently until it shook, being struck by a pebble from below. Rushing to the windowsill, she opened it and looked down, a smile immediately striking her face. Yo, Kaya. Usopp saluted. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Meshi Restaurant. What's your favorite color? The sudden question from Luffy caused his two crewmates to stare at him in utter confusion. What? Nami asked, raising an eyebrow, noticing the question had been directed at her. Your favorite color? You know, blue, red, green. Mine's red. Luffy smiled, looking down at his red button-up. Green. Zoro smirked, clearly proud of his natural hair color. Nami stared at Luffy, unsure what was going on. I mean blue. I like blue. Awesome. What's your favorite food? I love meat. Fire roasted, fresh off the bone is the best. Sea king meat is the absolute best though. When we go to the Grand Line we're definitely stocking up on some. Luffy salivated as he thought about the monster-sized chunks of meat that he would eat with the Red Hair Pirates. I don't have any dish in particular, but my preferred drink is sake. Zoro swished his beer once before downing the last of it. What are you doing? Nami questioned rather than answered. What do you mean? This. Why are you asking these questions? I want to know my navigator better. Luffy grinned. I'm sorry, do I belong to you? Nami scowled. No. But you are my navigator, aren't you? It's what we agreed to. You're my navigator and I'm your captain. Is it really so wrong that I also want to be your friend? Luffy's genuine smile shattered the rising anger that had been mounting in Nami into a million pieces. Words failed her. Friend? How long had it been since she'd even heard the word? Let alone directed at her? A multitude of emotions raged inside of her at that moment. Anger, hurt, relief, and a feeling she couldn't quite remember. But above all else, there was curiosity. Why? The word left her lips softly as she directed her gaze down at her half-eaten meal. Why not? Luffy asked back. Nami gave him a confused look. What do you mean? The Usopp pirates have arrived. Taking her attention, Nami turned to see the three young boys who had been with Usopp on the beach, marching toward them whilst holding up wooden swords. What are they doing here? The captain is gone. Carrot noted as the three reached the Straw Hats booth, not seeing Usopp seated with them. Why, you don't think? Onion trailed off as his suggestion that the Straw Hats would eat Usopp may have actually come true. Hey, pirates. What did you do with our Captain Usopp? Pepper demanded. Having resumed eating once the boys had stormed in, Luffy gave a satisfied sigh after taking a swig of beer. Ah. That meat was good. Meat. The three boys shrunk into each other as they watched Luffy rub his stomach in horror. Don't tell me the Captain. Onion began to suggest the unspeakable. Nami couldn't help but chuckle at the naivety of the three boys, which made them look at her and subsequently Zoro. What did you do with Captain Usopp? Zoro gave the boys a crazed look, unable to stop himself from messing with the frightened boys. If you're looking for your captain, we ate him. Ah. Old hag. The boys' heads and eyes grew large as they looked at Nami in terror. What are you looking at me for? Nami screamed at them, her teeth becoming shark-like as she unknowingly fed into the boys' fears, making them fall flat on their backs. Zoro and Luffy laughed wholeheartedly at the scene, making Nami direct her ire at them. You just had to say something stupid. She scowled at them, but couldn't bring herself to fully blame them. Had the boys not insulted her, she would have found Zoro's prank funny as well. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Mansion atop the hill. So why would Usopp come here? Nami asked as the three boys led her, Luffy, and Zoro to the massive mansion that overlooked the village, where they believed Usopp more than likely was. The lie, Carrot casually answered, throwing his hands behind his head. That's a bad thing to do. I hope he isn't teaching you three that it's okay to lie to others, Nami scolded as she put a hand on her hip. Not here, it isn't. Right guys, this is where Lady Kaya lives. So it's okay to lie here. Pepper beamed in pride, making Nami give him a confused look. Why would this Kaya person be okay with lies, is she weird or something? Luffy asked, ignoring the side glances he received from his first mate and navigator. If anyone here is weird, it's you. Nami and Zoro both thought at the same time. Lady Kaya is the captain's first mate. She was part of the crew before us. She used to play pirates with us and would even bring some of her fancy snacks before she got sick. Onion explained. So the captain decided he would tell her lies about his adventures when he was a kid to cheer her up. She loved all the adventures we had before she had to stay home. She sent us a letter that she'd no longer be able to be in the crew until she was better. Carrot explained. Kaya's really awesome though. Her family owns a shipping company on the main island, which is why she lives in this big house. She has butlers, horses, and even a ship that we got to sail on once. Pepper exclaimed as he recalled the vessel Kaya had taken them on to let Mary, Kaya's butler, show them how to sail it. A ship, you say? Luffy's ears perked up as he rounded on the green-haired child and stared at him with stars in his eyes. Yeah. It's not a big ship, but it was really cool. It even had a goat head for a figurehead. Pepper's sweat dropped, but then excitedly detailed for Luffy. You think this Kaya would sell it? Luffy asked before his ear was snatched into Nami's tight grip. And just where did you get money, Mr. Broke? Nami questioned as she tightened her grip. I thought you could lend. Ow. Nami twisted his ear before he could finish. And? I thought. It. Was. Clear. I need that money for myself. It's our money, which. We all fought equally for it. Zoro didn't flinch as she turned on him. Besides, if this chick is willing to sell us a ship, it's in your best interest to help pay for it. After all, you really want to sail around with that much money in that small, what was it you called it, oh yeah, dinghy. Zoro smirked, knowing he'd presented a catch-22 before the girl. Nami let go of Luffy's ear, slamming both her hands on her hips. You think I don't know that? She then gave a curt HMPH as she crossed her arms under her chest. Then why are you complaining? Zoro smirked as Nami steamed in silence. Well, we're not going to get a ship standing out here. How do we get in? Luffy asked the boys, rubbing his ear as he shot a pout at Nami. I didn't pinch that hard. Captain has made a hole in the fence in the back corner in the wall that he uses, Onion explained. He sneaks in. What is he, a thief? Nami unironically questioned. No, he's a pirate. The three boys exclaimed at once. That sounds like it'll take too long, Luffy commented. I already found him. We can jump over. Zoro, you bring them, Luffy pointed at the boys before striding over to Nami. And I've got you. Before Nami realized what was happening, she found herself wrapped in Luffy's embrace. Who said you could, Kaya? Nami quickly wrapped her arms around Luffy's neck as he leapt into the air and over the wall. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Outside Kaya's room. That was when I realized I was standing on the massive goldfish's poop. Usopp explained as Kaya rolled with laughter, Usopp joining her having finished his latest rendition of his pirate adventures as a child. They continued laughing for a minute before they were able to calm down, Kaya wiping a tear from her eye. I missed your silly adventures, Usopp. I miss telling them to you. Usopp replied with a content smile on his face. Usopp, when I'm better I would you. Kaya's question was interrupted as a scream came sailing over the mansion wall. Kaya. Landing just next to them was a black-haired teen with a straw hat on his head and an orange-haired girl holding on to him for dear life. Usopp and Kaya stared at the two in bewilderment. We've landed, Nami. You can. Luffy was unable to finish as he was quickly tackled to the ground. Don't just grab me without permission. Nami yelled, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him violently. My bad, my bad. Luffy chuckled, which only irritated the girl even more, causing her to shake him harder. Boy. If you're going to do that, get a room first. Zoro chimed in, having landed moments ago, pepper, onion, and carrot in a pile at his feet. Nami looked down, realized she was straddling Luffy's lap, and immediately jumped up completely red in the face. Shut up. Ahahahaha. The three pirates finally looked over toward Usopp and Kaya, who was laughing at the scene before her. I'm sorry. Kaya continued to laugh as she tried to calm herself down. That was just too funny. What are you guys doing? I mean, these guys heard of our reputation and traveled far to join the Usopp pirate gang. Usopp lied to try to explain Luffy, Nami and Zoro's sudden appearance. No, we didn't, all three pirates answered as they once again waved Usopp off. You didn't even consider it. Ignoring Usopp, Luffy stood up and stepped forward. My name's Monkey D. Luffy and I'm a pirate. I came here to make a request. A request of me? Kaya gave Luffy a genuine look of surprise. Yeah. I heard that you have a ship and I'd like to buy it from you. Luffy ignored Nami's pointed glare being thrown at his back. You want to buy a ship from me? Those boys said you took them sailing on it. I'm in need of a bigger vessel to continue my journey as a pirate. We have plenty of money to buy it from you. The going merry. Kaya couldn't remember the last time she'd seen the small caravel. Not since before her parents. Shaking her head, she determinedly looked at Luffy. You're really a pirate? Sure am. Have a bounty and everything. I just need. We are not in the business of selling ships to pirates, let alone Lady Kaya's personal vessel. Clahitter suddenly stormed into the well-kept yard. Ugh, Clahitter's here. Usopp grimaced at the sight of the butler. Carrot, onion, and pepper ran in front of Usopp as they glared up at the butler that had prevented Kaya from hanging out with them. Kaya paled at the sight of her irate butler. Clahitter. Zoro gave the man a stare, not caring for the butler's presence. Nami stepped closer to Luffy, not liking the glare the man was directing at their group. Luffy raised a brow as he observed the man. He's different. I'm afraid you'll all have to leave. Now. Lady Kaya is unwell and needs her rest, Kuro explained, raising his hand to adjust his slipping glasses with his palm. Clahitter, I want to. You don't have to explain. You can tell me later. Now all of you leave. Or was there something you wanted to say? Clahitter asked. I'm here to buy a ship, Luffy stated. Out of the question. Having eyed the small group, Clahitter had finally taken notice of Usopp. I thought I told you not to return. Your tall tales disturb Lady Kaya and will not be tolerated any longer. Do I have to involve the local marines or were you saying your final goodbyes just now? Clahitter once again adjusted his glasses. I merely heard there was a huge mole inside the mansion and my friends and I decided to check it out. You do have one, don't you? Usopp challenged. Going with the lies again, I see. Is that what you do at night? Lie to yourself about why you're alone? A dead mother and a filthy pirate for a father. I'm surprised at what the common folk have to say about you. Pride in being the son of a pirate. If I were you, I'd at least lie and say he was a marine. Did you say filthy? Usopp scowled as he clenched his teeth. I wouldn't be surprised if he was dead. Some nameless deadbeat with delusions of treasure and… Ahahahaha. Clahitter looked toward the laughing teen that had tried to strike what was no doubt an underhanded deal with Lady Kaya and glared. And what's so funny? Luffy compassed himself before settling a small smirk on his face. I know Usopp's father. Up until recently I sailed on the same crew as him. He's anything but a nameless deadbeat. That's right. My father is a member of Red Hair Shank's crew. And I'm proud to be his son. Usopp boldly exclaimed. I don't ever have to pretend that I'm not. More lies. Is pretending he's on a Yonko's ship how you console? Clahitter, that's enough. Kaya yelled. I'm sorry about. Lady Kaya, it's unbecoming for one of your stature to apologize to vermin such as this. Clahitter reprimanded. Is that really how a butler speaks to his mistress? Nami spoke up, seeing the blonde girl shrink into herself, losing all will to rein in her servant. What, how dare you? Enough of this. All of you leave before I call the guards and let the local detachment know pirates are milling about. Nami went to continue her dressing down of the butler but felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Luffy shaking his head. But. We'll go. Luffy then gave Zoro a nod before collecting his navigator in his arms once again. Bring him too. Luffy nodded at Usopp. What, hey? Usopp found himself thrown over Zoro's shoulder, carrot, onion and pepper squeezed together under his armpit. Not a guy, and Nami cried as Luffy jumped back into the sky and up and over the wall, Zoro right behind him. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. What a complete jerk. How can a guy like that still have a job? Nami ranted to vent her frustrations. Luffy laid out at her feet, several lumps growing atop his head. The Strawwats plus Usopp were walking down one of the various country roads with no real destination in mind. The boys had already departed, mentioning they had to finish chores at home. I don't like him either. But he's been the head butler for 2 years now, there's not much to be done about it, Usopp sighed. Still, it's odd that he'd treat her like a misbehaving child rather than listening to her, Luffy said, walking alongside everyone, no worse for the wear. He's been like that since Kaya's parents died a year and a half ago. As much as I don't like him, he's only had her best interests in mind. I think. You think? Zoro raised an eyebrow at that. It may be nothing, but not too long after he became the head butler her parents died in a boating accident. And ever since he's been completely focused on Kaya. To the point he hardly lets the other servants attend to her. That is suspicious, Nami agreed. Suspicious, but nothing more. Clahater has been her main caretaker even before he became the head butler. I just wish there was more I could do for her. Usopp's shoulders sagged as depression settled in. Well, if there's nothing truly pressing, I'm going to go train. Been too long since I've had a good session. Zoro split off, waving at the others as they continued down the path towards the cliffs of the island. Does a guy like him even need to train? Usopp questioned, jealous of the green-haired man's ripped physique. Of course. His goal is to become the world's best swordsman. He can't afford getting lazy. Especially if he wants to take on that guy. Luffy smiled knowingly. That guy? Nami asked. It doesn't matter for now. Speaking of training, is a slingshot all you use? Luffy turned to Usopp. Yeah. I haven't really needed anything else before. Besides, my skill outmatches even the greatest of marksmen. They call me Usopp the Accurate after all. The long-nosed boy pointed at himself in pride. And if you joined my crew, would you still use a slingshot? Luffy continued to question. I suppose. My sling is my best weapon. I also have a hammer, caltraps, and Usopp suddenly got real close to Luffy to whisper to him, don't tell anyone, but I've got some secret ammo I've been working on as well. Interesting. To be honest, I was thinking of just buying you a pistol, Luffy said casually, as both Nami and Usopp tripped over themselves. A pistol, Usopp stammered. You've got to be joking. You can't just give someone a gun. He's just a kid, Nami chastised. Hey, I'm not a kid. We're practically the same age. It doesn't matter how old he is. He needs a weapon that can stop enemies. Luffy continued, glancing from Nami to Usopp. A slingshot can't do that. Hey. My sling can stop anyone in the East Blue. Usopp protested as the trio came to a stop at the cliffside. I'm not planning on staying in the East Blue. Where I'm going, there are men that can withstand being shot hundreds of times by rifles. Men that have no fear of death. I'm not saying you shouldn't use your slingshot, but you have to be able to stop people like me if you want to live. At this, Luffy allowed sparks to start springing from his body. Do you really think you could stop me if I wanted to plunder your village? Usopp looked at Luffy in fear. Aye. Stop with the scare tactics already. Nami cut in, hands on her hips. Also, I think it's unfair to use yourself as an example of a plundering pirate, Mr. Devil Fruit. It's not very common to run into someone like you, now is it? Luffy turned his gaze back to the orange-haired girl. I'm going to return to the Grand Line, Nami. There are people there that are far stronger than me. People that have the same goal as me. Seeing both of their gazes locked on him, Luffy continued slowly, making sure he got his point across. It's not going to be easy. In fact, it will be the most difficult thing in the world. And I want you to come with me. His black eyes locked onto theirs. And I want you to be able to protect yourselves. A slingshot will not cut it. After a pause, Luffy smiled sheepishly, dispelling the heavy air. But you're right, Nami. I'm not a good example of a pirate, Shishishi. And you should be fine in the East Blue, Usopp. Just keep my words in mind, okay? Unconsciously, Luffy's hand lightly pressed against his right side. Why yeah, Usopp responded, unsure what to make of Luffy's advice. Nami noticed Luffy's hand pressed against his side and a seemingly faraway look that overcame him. That's odd. Before Nami could ask about the odd gesture, a voice echoed its way up at them. "I told you not to show yourself in the village." The irritated voice of Clahitter rang out, drawing the attention of the two pirates and town nuisance. Down below them was Clahitter and a strangely dressed man. "Hey, what's Usopp?" found himself being shoved to the ground with Luffy by Nami. "Don't shove P.O." Luffy felt the agony of new lumps forming on his head, effectively quieting him. "SHH." Nami glared before turning her gaze back down at the beach. "But Captain, there's no other way to get here. And it's not like I stand out." The other man, dressed in a large blue hat, a blue jacket over his white tee, long white socks going up to his dark beige pants and disappearing into his black flats, suddenly pulled out a metallic ring attached to a string and swayed it back and forth. "I don't stand out. 1 2 3. Don't." Clahitter interrupted the hypnotist. "I trust the preparations for the plan are ready. I'd be very disappointed if they weren't." "Of course. The crew is ready and we can start anytime to carry out the rich girl assassination plan," Django announced. Nami couldn't help the gasp that escaped her lips. "Assassination?" Usopp cried out, his eyes glued to his friend's butler that was planning to assassinate her. Luffy scowled at the two men. He was no saint himself, far from it, but there were lines he wouldn't cross. "I told you not to call it that. Assassination is too strong of a word for what must be done. Accident is far more appropriate." Clahitter adjusted his glasses. Of course it will be an accident," Django affirmed. "We can't simply kill her. Lady Kaya has to perish in the most unfortunate of accidents. Don't mess that up. So basically, on your signal, the man and I storm the village and kill the girl. And then you'll get her inheritance." "No. You incompetent fool. How can I, an outsider, inherit her estate?" Clahitter glared at the other man. "You'll work hard too." Django pumped his fist in encouragement. "Working hard won't amount to anything. No. For this plan to work I need you, Django." "Me?" "Listen carefully. Before you kill her, you'll use hypnosis to make Kaya write her will and leave all that she owns to me. It must say, 'I leave my entire fortune to my butler, Clahitter.' It must say that, or the past 3 years will have been for nothing." "I can't believe this guy. Has this been his plan all along?" Usopp questioned. "We won't let him get away with it," Nami offered in assurance, seeing the other team tremble. "So that's what this has been all about the last 3 years. It didn't make sense when you decided to leave the pirate's life back then. The Black Cat pirates were a force to be reckoned with because we had you, Captain Kuro," Django revealed. "In no time at all you set up a subordinate to be arrested as you and executed for the whole world to see, and Kuro of the Thousand Plans disappeared. Do not call me that. I abandoned that name 3 years ago. I now want to obtain a vast fortune without the government on my back. Captain Kuro could never manage such a thing, but Clahitter the butler can. In other words, I'm a pacifist." Django couldn't help but laugh. "Some pacifist you are, killing off an entire rich family for this piece of yours. Hey now. The parents really did die on their own. I hadn't planned on that," the now revealed Captain Kuro admitted as he once again adjusted his glasses. "Well, it doesn't matter. What does is when you'll finally give the signal. We've been sitting in the waters near here for a whole week now. The men are starting to grow impatient." "Who's Captain Kuro?" Luffy asked, swinging his legs back and forth out of boredom. "Eh?" Captain Kuro was said to be the smartest and most brutal pirate of all. Sweat poured down Usopp's face. "Word had it the Navy caught and executed him 3 years ago, but he's been alive this whole time, living as Clahitter." "This is bad, Luffy. Even I've heard of Kuro and they were all horror stories. He usually leaves no survivors unless he wants to make a point." Nami shuddered as she remembered being told about Kuro. Whilst the stories were nothing compared to him, she still didn't sleep well when she found out just how terrible Kuro of the Thousand Plans was. "I see." Luffy stood up, brushing himself off. "You two head back into town and warn everyone. Nami, find Zoro." "What about you?" Nami asked. "I'm going to ask them not to attack Kaya." Luffy smiled before jumping off the cliff. Nami and Usopp just stared numbly at where Luffy was standing just moments ago before turning toward each other. "Did he just?" Usopp began, only to be interrupted by the grinding of Nami's teeth as she hung her head in her hands. "It's official. I hate him. You're that pirate from earlier at the mansion. What do you want?" Kuro narrowed his eyes at the raven-haired teen who was dusting himself off. "I think you're asking the wrong question, Captain. How the hell did you survive that jump?" Django questioned, not comprehending how the teen before them wasn't currently a pancake after jumping from the top of the ridge and crying, "Hey you guys." Down at them. "It's not really that high." Luffy scratched his cheek as beads of sweat formed on the back of his head. "That doesn't matter. What does is why you're bothering us." Kuro adjusted his glasses as he felt them begin to slip once again. "I want you to not attack that girl," Luffy bluntly stated. "So you overheard us?" Kuro's eyes narrowed into slits. "Yeah. Personally I don't care, but Usopp does and he's going to become my marksman. And whatever my crew cares about, I care about. So I guess it actually did become personal. And you really didn't want it to become personal, Luffy reasoned out to himself. So I'm only going to tell you once more. Don't attack that girl. And why should we listen to a kid playing pirate? Were you really eavesdropping or are you just stupid? Captain Kuro is the most vicious and vile pirate in the entire East Blue. And some punk who thinks he can just call himself a pirate and demand anything of him has got another thing coming. Django burst out. That's enough, Django. Kuro calmly adjusted his glasses. Who are you, boy? Why did you come to this island? I'm Luffy, the future king of the pirates. Luffy proudly stated. And I came here to recruit the son of the greatest marksman in the world to join my pirate crew. A dreamer, I see. And tell me, dreamer, have you ever actually faced an actual pirate before? Drawn swords on the high seas and fought to the last man standing? Plundered, pillaged, and raped? What does an ignorant child know of what it means to be a pirate? Kuro mocked. I've done it all, boy. And I'm tired of it. All I want now is to rest and relax in the knowledge that I'll never have to worry about those idiotic Marines or their damnable bounty hunters ever again. Django. Kuro nodded his head at the other man. Let the dreamer dream. Right. Django reached into his coat and pulled at a chakram on a string and let it hang out in front of him. Now. Watch this ring closely. Django began to lightly swing the circular blade back and forth. 1. 2. Django. Luffy tilted his head slightly before darkness overtook him and he fell forward onto the ground asleep. Zzz. Good work, now oh for the love of wake up. Kuro shoved the sleeping Django, who'd fallen back into his chest, off of him and roughly into the rocky ground surrounding them. Ow. I see you still haven't fixed that technique yet, Kuro stated, annoyed that his former first mate and current captain of the Black Cat Pirates was still so weak. Well, we can't all be living the high life in a mansion, Django muttered under his breath as he stood back up. What do we do now? Nothing. We move forward with the plan. Even if he does wake up and tries to tell anyone, no one would believe him. I mean honestly. Me, a pirate. I'm just a humble and polite butler, Clahatter. What a ridiculous and outrageous lie. I'd die for Milady. Kuro began to walk away, laughing as he did so, Django not far behind him. Up above them, Nami finally let Usopp go, having prevented him from calling out to Luffy to look away from Django's hypnotism. Would you do that? They could have killed him. They didn't. I hope. Nami quickly glanced down at the prone form of Luffy before looking back at Usopp. You just have to trust me when I say he's a lot tougher than he looks. Besides, now they don't know about us like they would have had I let you call out to him. Now the element of surprise is in our hands. Surprise, we've got to go warn everyone that pirates are going to attack tomorrow. I can't let everyone I care about die. Beginning to panic, Usopp tried to run off to warn the village when he felt a stinging sensation scream across his face. Would you calm down? Panicking isn't going to help, Nami shook her hand from the slap as she took hold of Usopp's shoulders and stared him directly in the eye. Listen. As much as I don't want to agree with him, Kuro is right. No one is going to believe us. Not me, not Luffy, and especially not you. So instead of running into town and screaming about pirates, we need to calm down and come up with a plan. Not believe me? Of course they'll believe me. I've known everyone my whole life and I've lied about pirates attacking for years. Face it, you're a liar and everyone knows you're a liar. Your little friends told us all about what you do on the way to the mansion, and while trying to liven up a boring setting isn't bad, lying while doing it isn't going to give you the best reputation. Nami poked Usopp's nose pointedly. Meanwhile, Kuro has spent the last 3 years building a respectable relationship with this town and did a ridiculously good job of it. He had you beaten before he ever came to this island. Aye, that's not true. Everyone knows I do that just to liven things up. They'll believe me when the threat is real. Usopp hung his head as the truth settled in. I can't just do nothing. Nami looked away, troubled. He's right. I can't in good conscience let what happened to me happen here. But we can't just run in blind and hope it'll turn out fine. We need a plan, but what? Warning the villagers will do nothing. Thanks to Usopp's reputation they'll just think it's a prank and blow it off. Maybe warning Kaya could work. She seemed friendly enough with Usopp, she might believe us. Then again, Kuro's been her primary butler, she's just as likely to not believe us. What do we do? Didn't I tell you guys to go warn everyone? Luffy asked from beside the two, confused as to why Nami and Usopp were still on the cliffside. Not now, Luffy, I'm trying to think of a plan. Nami yelled at her self-appointed captain. Aren't you dead? Usopp cried out at the sudden reappearance of the straw hat wearing man. I died. Luffy gave a concerned look to Nami. I can't die yet, I'm not the Pirate King. You're not dead, you idiot. And he didn't die, you moron. Nami hit both of them, knocking them back. I'm surrounded by idiots, she sighed, facepalming. I thought that weird guy killed you or something with his hypnotism. Usopp rubbed the lumps growing out of his skull as he stood up with Luffy, who was doing the same. Hypnotism? Is that what he did? I got bored and took a nap. I woke up and they were both gone, so I jumped back up here to start looking for you guys, but you were still here. That's because rushing off and trying to claim that one of the village's model residents is really a conniving pirate that wants to kill them all isn't believable. Thankfully they didn't just kill you when you took a nap in front of one of the most notorious pirates of the East Blue in recent memory. Nami did her best to ignore the abject stupidity that had just come out of Luffy's mouth. They can't kill me. Honestly, they probably would have killed themselves if they had tried. What nonsense are you trying to say now? That you can't be killed or something? No. I can definitely be killed. Just not by them. Watch, Usopp shoot me with one of your pellets. What? But I'll hurt you. Just do it. Usopp hesitantly reached into his bag and pulled out his slingshot. Look, I really don't want to hurt you. You risked your life confronting Kuro and… Shoot me. You won't hurt me. If you're sure. Usopp raised his sling, loaded a pellet and took aim. Nami watched with interest, ready to witness Luffy grasp wherever Usopp shot him and bask in the glory of her captain, getting what he deserved. Last chance. It's really going to hurt, Onion accidentally hit me once and… Just shoot already. Both Luffy and Nami yelled at the same time. Fine. Here goes. And fire. Usopp let go and the pellet flew. It flew and flew and flew, straight at Luffy. Then threw him out the backside of his body and collided with a tree behind him. The sound of metal meeting wood echoing around them. What? Usopp adopted a dumbfounded look as Luffy just stood there as if nothing happened. See? They can't hurt me. Luffy grinned at them. What the hell are you? Nami demanded. I'm done with this non-answer bullshit. You're explaining this now. I keep telling you, I am made of lightning. I ate a Loja devil fruit. Which means I've literally become lightning. All of its properties aren't just mine to wield, but who I am. That's how Loja devil fruits work. Of the 3 different fruits, Paramecia, Zone and Loja, Loja is the strongest and rarest. Pretty lucky for me, huh? Shishy. So cool. Usopp yelled, stars in his eyes. So you can just become intangible whenever you want. For the most part. That's not to say I'm completely intangible, so much as you can't shoot or harm lightning. I still hold mass, but bullets, swords, cannons, etc. will just pass right through me when I want. When you want. So you can choose to be solid or not. Pretty much. Took a bit to get the hang of, Ben got a bit singed in the process, and sometimes I'd be all lightning with bolts sparking out in every direction, or I'd be plain old me. I also got banned from watch duty during storms. Accidentally electrocuted everyone on deck when we were in the same puddle. Which I apologized for. Luffy pouted, stupid Shanks. I am not a lightning rod. It sounds like you kind of are to me. No. I'm a lightning man. Not a lightning rod. Luffy pouted even more. So is there anything you're weak to? Because aren't these devil fruits supposed to be like a deal with the devil? So far I'm seeing no downside to this, Nami asked with genuine curiosity. I can't swim, Luffy said lamely. And that but they don't need to know about that yet. Wait seriously? I can teach you, you know. It really isn't that hard, in fact I once swam the entirety of the calm belt twice over while pulling a galleon behind me. Usopp proudly proclaimed, believing the other 2 were impressed by his made-up achievement. I know how to swim, I just can't anymore. No devil fruit user can. That's the trade. Any 1 power in exchange for your ability to swim. If I jumped into the ocean right now, I'd sink like a rock, completely immobile. That's the curse for eating a devil fruit, Luffy explained. They also taste really bad. Luffy shuddered and winced at the memory of eating his fruit. That's lame. Nami stated, unimpressed by the curse of the devil fruit. Unimaginable power and all you lose is your ability to swim. How is that a curse? For a number of devil fruit users it's not. Sometimes the curse is the power they receive. Imagine if the power you got was just being different levels of stinky or made up of rubber. Like how useful could being made of rubber be? Luffy glared at nobody in particular. Stupid rubber stopping my lightning, he grumbled before continuing, but also think about what my profession is. I'm a pirate. I sail the ocean. One wrong move and it's a watery grave for me. Well this has been educational and all, but we still don't have a plan to deal with Kuro, we don't know where Zoro is, and all I really learned from that is that you're a walking anchor. Ah but Nami, that's where you're wrong. I always have a plan, I know exactly where Zoro is, and thank you for the compliment. Luffy grinned. I swear to Goda if you just say you're going to kick their asses. Of course not. Luffy paused dramatically. You guys are. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Kaya's mansion. Aya, in the few hours since Usopp and his friends had left, had confined herself in her room, not letting anyone in. How could Clahitter say those things to him? Usopp has never blamed his father for following his heart, even when he should. He's always been proud to be the son of a pirate. It's what makes him special. She lightly smiled to herself. I wish I could live like him, instead of being trapped in this mansion. Aya curled into herself as she wallowed in her loneliness. Time seemed to pass unnoticed as her once bright room, lit by the afternoon sun, began to darken as the sun began to set beyond the horizon. Tap. Tap tap. Tap. The small noise caused Kaya to stir. At the edge of her hearing, she thought she heard two people arguing, but it swiftly dropped off before she started to drift into sleep again. Aye. Thunk. The room rattled from the impact of a body smashing into the mansion, causing Kaya to jolt awake and scream as she saw Usopp's head sticking out through the wall. Usopp. Hey Kaya. Are you home? I really don't want him to throw me again. Usopp's nose was bent into itself, completely disfigured, and his eyes were replaced with spirals. She quickly ran over to the seemingly decapitated head mounted on the wall. Usopp, what's going on? Why were you thrown into the wall? Getting a hold of himself, Usopp refocused on the girl of his affections. Kaya, I need you to listen to me. This is going to sound like I'm trying to trick you because of what happened earlier, but I'm not. You're in danger and I need you to come with us right now. If you don't, I don't know what's going to happen, and if anything happened to you I could never forgive myself. What are you talking about? What danger? You're scaring me. Kaya gave him a scared look, which broke Usopp's heart, but he kept his resolve. He would protect her no matter what. Do you remember when we first met and formed the Usopp Pirates? We made a promise to always look out for each other as captain and first mate and trust each other above all others. I know I lie a lot and bend the truth but that's because the truth can be scary. It hurts. So please believe me when I tell you that Clahitter isn't who he says he is. He's been lying to everyone ever since he came here 3 years ago. He's really a notorious pirate named Kuro who's been plotting to steal your family fortune this entire time. He had a subordinate of his fake being him and be executed in his place to get the Marines to stop hunting him. He's going to have his old pirate crew attack the village tomorrow morning and force you to write a will leaving him everything you own and then kill you, Usopp explained, betting everything on their connection as Usopp Pirates. Usopp, how could you? I know what he said earlier was wrong, but to accuse him of such a plot, I can't believe you. Kaya couldn't accept such a lie. Clahitter, whilst a jerk at times, had been nothing but kind to her family and his debt to them. He had been taking care of her ever since they'd gone away. What Usopp was telling her couldn't be true. Kaya, please. I'm not lying. I would never lie about something like this. You know that. And even if I am, all I'm asking is that you come with me until noon tomorrow and you can return here without anyone stopping you. If nothing happens you'll never have to see me again. I swear on my pride as a man. If I'm lying, I'll never bother you again, Kaya. All I ask is that you come with me until then. Usopp looked at her with such intensity that she didn't know what to do. Her heart and mind were at war. Here was the boy she'd fallen for, lodged head deep in her wall, claiming her last pillar of support was really a villain of the high seas and plotting against her. It was utterly ridiculous, but she could see it in his eyes. He believed every word he'd said. Kaya hesitated. She'd known him since they were children. He told hundreds of thousands of lies and tall tales. But not once, not ever was there fear in his eyes like there was now. Usopp, Lady Kaya. Lady Kaya, is everything alright? Please open the door. The entire mansion shook just now. Lady Kaya, Mary and her various other servants, who were supposed to have left by now for vacation for the next few days, were pounding on her bedroom door. That was Clahitter's idea. He said they deserved time off instead of fussing over a party for his 3rd anniversary at the mansion. He got everyone time off and it would just be me and him. Did he really just want me alone? Is he really who he says he is? Kaya's mind raced as her absolute isolation in the mansion would be a convenient time for a pirate attack. Kaya, you have to choose now. I can't prepare to fight knowing that you're here with him alone. He could just throw away his plan and Usopp's brain shut down as he felt Kaya's tender lips fall on his own. Kaya's heart was racing a mile a minute. How long had she waited to do this? Far too long it seemed as Usopp started to respond back. The two were rapidly falling into their own little world when a voice interrupted them. So are we kidnapping her or not? Or should I leave you two alone? Though by the sounds of things, you're going to have company anyway. The two broke apart, blushing furiously, as they did their best to not look at Luffy who was sitting on the windowsill while pointing at Kaya's bedroom door, which was being pounded on by her worried servants. Luffy? This isn't, I told you we're not kidnapping her. Usopp stammered as he tried to regain control of the situation. I was just convincing her that she needed our protection. Right, Kaya? Usopp looked helplessly toward her. Kaya was frozen in place as she realized her first kiss had been interrupted, her face still glowing a heavier red. Right. Well anyway, if you don't mind stepping back, I'll take care of this. Luffy walked up to them, instructing Kaya to step away as he suddenly grabbed Usopp by the head. Please don't, Usopp cried as he realized what was about to happen. No time. And in one swift motion the rest of Usopp's body joined them in the room. Usopp. Kaya rushed up to the boy and engulfed his left arm in her embrace. Are you alright? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Did you have to pull so hard? Usopp complained at the rough treatment, though secretly enjoyed Kaya fussing over him. I don't know whether to kill him or thank him. No. But then we'd be here all night and we need to go. Without giving the couple any warning, Luffy threw Kaya over his shoulder and Usopp under his opposing arm, before quickly making it back over to the window to make his escape. Kaya. Kaya cried as she was easily manhandled by Luffy. Boy. We can get out. Usopp was cut off as Kaya's door suddenly burst open. Lady Kaya. Unhand her, you scum. Kuro was standing within the doorframe, a murderous glare etched across his face at the sight of Luffy, about to run off with his soon-to-be former mistress. Take her back if you can. We'll find you in the morning, candelabra, Luffy taunted before a brilliant light engulfed the room with the three of them vanishing from sight as the light dispersed just as quickly as it came. Lady Kaya. The rest of the servants rushed into the room, despairing over the apparent kidnapping of their mistress. Plahater, we must do something. Lady Kaya's in no condition to handle such a situation. We must contact the Navy base immediately. Mary panicked, I'll go and round up the townspeople. Kidnapped from her own home, what is this world coming to? Whilst the rest of his fellow servants panicked over Kaya's kidnapping, Kuro silently seethed. That brat. The insolence to butt into my affairs. He will pay for this. Kuro did his best to regain his composure and emulate the made-up man of Clahater for the others, but couldn't remove the deepening scowl adorning his face. We will not be contacting the Marines, nor will we round up a posse. But Clahater. Every second we waste, Lady Kaya could be. Mary cut himself off, unable to voice the dark thoughts overcoming his mind. If they wanted to cause her harm they would have done so immediately. They obviously want something if they were willing to go to such lengths. I highly doubt any harm will befall her. I know it will be hard, but return to your quarters and do your best to get a night's rest. Lady Kaya will be counting on all of us. But what do they want with her? One of the maids asked, shaken. We'll find out in the morning. Kuro turned and left the room, adjusting his glasses as rage boiled his blood. At least that fool Usopp has finally given me a reason to dispose of him. As for you, Straw Hat, I'll take my time with you. Silently, Kuro stalked his way back to his room and began the long wait for the sun to rise. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Usopp Pirates HQ. I can't believe you were just sleeping in the middle of nowhere. Nami berated a still sleepy Zoro, who was yawning as he stretched his arms out away from him. You work out for a few hours and see how full of energy you are afterwards, which. Besides, from the sound of things you didn't necessarily need me now, did you? Zoro continued to stretch, wishing he could just go back to sleep, but knew Nami would just nag him if he tried. Might just do so anyway just to annoy her. Nami simply crossed her arms in irritation. She'd spent an hour looking for him just to find him sleeping in the middle of nowhere. This was the scene Luffy, Usopp, and Kaya walked in on. Yo. We successfully kidnapped the rich girl to protect her from the evil butler. Luffy proudly proclaimed, only to be hit on the head by Nami. Rescue. Nami shouted, not comfortable with doing something so pirate-ish. Rescue, kidnap, it's the same thing regardless. Luffy shrugged. Now Usopp doesn't have to worry about his girlfriend tomorrow, Luffy teased, as both Usopp and Kaya shifted uncomfortably. She's not my girlfriend. I'm not his girlfriend. Right. Whatever you say. Well, I guess we should get comfortable. Going to be a long night. Guess we should get a fire going or something. You don't have any food or anything in that shed over there, do you? Luffy pointed to the relatively small shack Usopp had built where he planned his various projects and schemes. Not really. I usually go home or work if I'm hungry. There's maybe a candy bar or two. Not enough to feed everyone. I took care of it already. Zoro stood up and opened the shack where a bear's bloody corpse fell out of it. Bastard wouldn't leave me alone when I was training, so I had to deal with him. Ask before you shove bloody corpses into someone's shed. Usopp complained, seeing the bloody mess falling out of his work shed. That'll do. You don't mind if I break some branches off that tree and start a fire, do you? Luffy was already ripping branches off before Usopp could respond. At least lem answer first. I don't mean to be rude, but could someone explain what's going on here? I know we met before, but who are you people? Kaya finally spoke up, trying to gauge the situation she found herself in. We're the Straw Hat Pirates and we're trying to get dinner started. Luffy happily responded, having almost stripped the tree bare. That's too much. Idiot, she wants us to explain the situation with Kuro. Nami sighed at Luffy's bluntness. I'll explain things, they'll just give you a headache otherwise. Right, after we left your mansion earlier we stumbled across your butler, Clahater is his name I believe, and some weird guy. After listening in we learned that Clahater used to be an infamous pirate named Kuro and that he's been plotting against your family the last 3 years. He got fed up with being hunted by the Marines all the time, so he faked his capture and sought out a rich family that he could get close to. Then, he'd become so ingrained in their lives that if they were to die, it wouldn't seem odd that they left everything to him in their wills. Luckily for you, we're here. Nami winked at the poor girl who was still trying to wrap her head around the plot against her family. And the weird man who met with Clahater, who was he? A hypnotist named Django that Kuro left in charge of his old crew. But that means Clahater could have been manipulated by him. This could really be this Django's plot, and Clahater is really. No. Django was taking his orders from Kuro. Luffy cut her off, now having gathered the branches together he'd ripped off of the tree, snapping his fingers together to shoot sparks of electricity at the branches. That much was clear when I told them not to come after you. Kuro was the one in control. It didn't take long for the branches to catch fire. I know it's a lot to take in. If I hadn't been there myself I would have said it was just another lie by him, Nami thumbed towards Usopp. Hey. The real question is what do we do now? Nami bit her thumb as she tried to come up with a plan. That's obvious. We cook up that bear. Luffy salivated as he eyed the corpse up and down. I meant what do we do for a plan? Kuro's crew must be at least 50 men strong if they were talking about raiding the village. Could be 100 men and it wouldn't mean anything. We should probably skin it first. Luffy split off, talking to Zoro. Aye. Oi, do you have a good knife or axe? Zoro asked Usopp. You have 3 swords. They aren't meant for skinning. Could you all stop being so nonchalant about the situation at hand? There are 3 of you against at minimum 50 men. This isn't a joke. If we don't come up with a plan to keep them from getting past us the entire village is going to pay for it. Nami yelled, primarily at Luffy and Zoro. Luffy sighed before turning to her. I am taking this seriously. But getting worked up over it isn't going to help either. I'm pretty sure Zoro can handle Kuro's entire crew on his own. As for me, I'll be the one making sure they don't make it to the village. So all you have to worry about is how good you and Usopp can fight. Excuse me? You and Usopp are going to fight Kuro's crew. It'll be good experience and let me know just how much I need to show you guys before we go to the Grand Line. Luffy did nothing to avoid the orange-haired missile that tackled him to the ground and grabbed a hold of the collar of his shirt, violently shaking him. I am not fighting Kuro's crew. But you're brave enough to attack a former commander of the Red Hair Pirates. Nami immediately stopped shaking him as the realization set in. If you're brave enough to attack me, knowing who and what I am, Kuro's men will be a walk in the park. You're different. Only because I don't want to hurt you. But there are plenty of pirates out there that do and I can't be there all the time to protect my crew. So we all have to become strong. Besides, the pirates in the East Blue are generally pretty weak. And I won't let anything happen to you. I'll protect you. All of you, Luffy vowed. We're going to have to get the 2 of you a room of your own once we have a ship, aren't we? Zoro teased after a moment of quiet had settled on the 5 teens. Nami's face lit up as she realized she'd once again straddled Luffy and shot off him as quickly as possible. Shut up. Is it always like this? Kaya asked, having taken a seat on a log Usopp had rolled up close to Luffy's fire. Like what? Luffy tilted his head at her. I suppose fun would be the word. I can't remember the last time I partook in a campfire. Before my parents died I'm sure. I wish it was under better circumstances, but the 3 of you are just so lively that fun is the only word I can think of to describe my kidnapping. Luffy couldn't help but grin at her words. We didn't kidnap you. Shanks calls it a saving the princess quirk. Apparently I have a knack for it or something, Luffy cut Usopp off. And by Shanks, you mean the man who recruited Usopp's father? Kaya asked innocently. Yeah. Luffy met my father Kaya, and get this my dad's the greatest sharpshooter in the world for real. Usopp excitedly proclaimed. And he's been proud of me all this time. Usopp never shuts up about him, Luffy affirmed, which only made Usopp beam with more pride. So you're really a pirate then? Sure am. Have been since I was 15. But aren't pirates supposed to be scary, menacing even? The local marines always tell us about the evils of pirates when I have to travel to the main island for my family's business. I just can't seem to imagine you being like that. Being like that just isn't really my style. How am I supposed to enjoy life by scaring people all the time? Nah, I'd rather have a good time exploring unknown islands and finding adventure. Luffy grinned as he thought back on his time with Shanks and the others. Then you're definitely the strangest pirate I've ever heard of, Kaya giggled. You hear that Nami, she's heard of me. Luffy continued to grin, turning to the navigator as she rolled her eyes. We get it, you're a famous pirate, Nami groaned. The infamous Straw Hat Luffy. Oh no. It's not even that terrifying of a moniker. It is too. Luffy shouted back. It really isn't. Men quake in their boots at just the mention of Straw Hat. Doubtful. They seem quite close, Kaya said quietly to Usopp, scooting closer to him and resting her head on his left shoulder. Usopp stiffened at the sudden contact. Yeah. They've been bickering since I met them this morning. Kaya mumbled into his shoulder, the adrenaline from Usopp crashing into her bedroom wall finally waning. Mustering up some courage, Usopp wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. I've got you, Kaya. I won't let anything happen to you. I know. Kaya smiled lightly as her vision darkened and the world went black. Gecko Islands North Shore. The next morning. I still think we should oil the path, Usopp complained, looking for an easy fight that could be fought at a distance. You'll be fine, Luffy reassured as he chomped away at the leftover bear meat from the previous night, crouched over as he surveyed the horizon line. Usopp and Kaya stood next to the pirate, both nervous about the coming battle. After Kaya had fallen asleep, both Nami and Usopp had tried to convince Luffy to come up with any kind of a plan, but he remained adamant about facing the Black Cat pirates head-on. Usopp had also tried to suggest places for Kaya to hide only for Luffy to shoot that idea down as well. She'll be safest with us. Better she be where we can see her than where we can't. After a night's rest and more bear meat for breakfast, Luffy ordered his crew and Kaya to follow him. And you're sure this is the place? Don't you think they'll come from where Kuro met that weirdo? Usopp asked, afraid they were waiting at the wrong place. This'll be the spot. Luffy stood up as he saw Nami and Zoro return from repositioning their boat further down the coast. After a minute the two had made it back up to them. We saw them. They're coming from further north up the coast. Should be here in the next 10 minutes. Zoro reported. Luffy grinned. Good. Gecko Islands woods. Kuro stalked through the backwoods of the island, adjusting his glasses every now and again with his right hand, a duffel bag in his left. Those morons should have made landfall long before now. It must be that Straw Hat again, he muttered to himself, the image of the cocky smile the boy had the night before plaguing his mind. He had waited patiently in his room, sitting on his bed, waiting the night out. Thousands of thoughts had come and gone about what to do next. He'd considered disposing of the staff once or twice. Their simpering over their missing precious mistress had irked him. He could hear them crying all throughout the night. They'd only been spared due to the fact he really didn't want to go through the pains of hiring a new staff. He didn't spend the last few years training them all to his specifications just to have to teach newcomers all over again. He also thought of attacking the village himself and then turning on the crew once they helped him deal with Straw Hat. He didn't truly need the villagers and could walk away from a ferocious pirate attack as the lone survivor. No. Too much time and effort had gone into Clahater for him to simply abandon everything because some brat was butting into his business. He would follow the plan to its end. As always. When morning had finally come, it had taken a great deal of effort to convince the staff to let him deal with Kaya's kidnapping on his own. Mary had once again suggested rounding up the townsfolk and attempting to take the girl back with numbers or contact the Navy. It took mentioning the fact that the cutthroats that had taken her would likely slit her throat open if they saw a large force coming after them to get him to finally shut up. It was 8 o'clock when he left the mansion with the promise to return with Kaya no matter the cost. It was currently 8:17 and he'd yet to come across anyone from the Black Cats. For their sake, they better all be dead or he'd remind them why he was the reason the Navy feared the Black Cat pirates. So Kuro continued on his path at a leisurely stroll, giving Django and his men all the time they could possibly need to deal with a couple of kids playing pirate. It was 8:45. 45 minutes past the agreed upon time of the raid. 45 minutes since he'd left the mansion. 45 minutes late. 45 minutes. To think these brats have held you back. How the Black Cat pirates have fallen right, Django, Kuro snarled, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Before him were the battered forms of the entire Black Cat crew, the majority of whom were clearly out for the count. Only a handful of his men were left, including Django as well as the Nyan brothers, Sham and Bucci. But what truly annoyed him, pissed him off even, was that the one fighting was the orange-haired girl. Not Straw Hat. Not the green-haired one with the 3 swords. Not even that pathetic brat Usopp. In the middle of the path the orange-haired girl was clutching a bleeding shoulder, more than likely a blow from Django, and surrounding her were the Nyan brothers, both to her sides, and Django before her, lower down the path. At her feet was a broken wooden staff. Far off to the side but up above on the cliff was Straw Hat, the swordsman, and Kaya, all of whom seemed fine. And just before him was the brat, Usopp. His clothing was disheveled and he was bleeding from his forehead. The rest of the remaining Black Cats were cowering down on the beach. Captain Kuro. It's good you're finally here. We can finally fight against that monster, Sham cried out upon seeing his former captain. Clahater Kaya had never seen such rage on her butler's face before. The recognition from one of the pirates was all she needed to know that Kuro had truly been lying to her all this time. The man clad her was nothing more than a figment of Kuro's demented mind. You said to do nothing about that strawwet. Because of that we've been caught in this sick death game. You should have let me kill him when we had the chance. Django cried out. Death game? Kuro shot a curious glance over towards Strawwet. Just what are you dribbling on about? You're in no death game, Django. Just kill the girl and proceed on to the next one until only the rich bitch is left and make her write that goddamn will before I kill you myself. Are you pirates or not? You don't understand, Captain. He's not natural. He has powers. We even tried to leave, but he won't let us. He's using us like training dummies. We need to get out of here. Bucci shouted, desperate to run, but smart enough not to. Kuro observed the three men. They were terrified. And for the first time it wasn't of him, Captain Kuro of the Black Cats, the man of 1,000 plans. They were legitimately scared of a teenager in a straw hat. The same teenager that was currently grinning at him like a complete dunce. Had the world gone insane? Nami, you've done enough. You too, Usopp. Zoro and I will take it from here. Straw Hat ordered, moving toward him, the swordsman going with him. It's about time. This is going to scar. Nami complained as she carefully walked toward her captain, mindful that the enemy pirates may attack her as she retreated. Django had broken her tri-sectional staff and she was more or less defenseless now. It was only the reassurance that Luffy was nearby that allowed her to keep her cool. She was going to make that idiot pay for making her fight like this. My bad. I didn't think your staff would break. Otherwise I would have jumped in. Kuro noticed Django flinch at that. Oh thank Goda. I thought we were going to fight each of them on our own. Usopp sighed in relief as he finally reached Kaya, Nami joining him. Zoro and Luffy split apart, Zoro walking down to Django and the Nine brothers, while Luffy went before Kuro. So you want to do this mano a mano? You truly don't know who I am, do you boy? Kuro sneered. I don't care, you're just another person in my way. In the way of what exactly? You never did state the reason you're a pirate, not that it matters, but I'm curious. Why go through all this trouble to help a rich brat you don't even know? I'm the man that's going to become the next king of the pirates, and this little betrayal of yours inconvenienced my sniper. So I'm going to beat you down. Luffy cracked his knuckles, smiling at Kuro. You? Your goal is to become king of the pirates. Don't make me laugh. And how exactly do you expect to accomplish that? I may never have gone there, but the Grand Line is full of monsters that could eat me for breakfast and spit me out. And if that's what they do with me, a beaten kid like you would be nothing more than a squashed ant under their boots. Kuro chuckled to himself, liking the thought of the Straw Hat Boy before him bloody and broken. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in that graveyard. Yeah, you're right. Kuro grinned at Luffy, agreeing with him. The Grand Line is full of monsters. Kuro's grin faltered as electricity began to arc out from the boy, striking the ground a few feet from him. What is this? What are you doing? And unfortunately for you, I'm one of them. Kuro spun around, quickly backing up, eyes wide at the sight of Luffy standing behind him, more and more sparks arcing off of his body. What? What trickery is this? You know I never did introduce myself. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and former commander of the Red Hair Pirates, led by the Yonko Red Hair Shanks. And you insulted not just the third commander of the Red Hairs, but you insulted his son. I'll give you one chance to apologize and leave with your crew. Luffy's smile grew menacingly. That lie again. Kuro's brow was dripping with sweat. He wasn't sure of what he was witnessing here, but he'd be damned if he begged for forgiveness from that Usopp. Clearly he'd underestimated Straw Hat, but this was nothing more than a trick, despite the chill running down his spine. Enough with the fantasies. I don't care what lies you come up with, boy, there's no way that mongrel is worth anything, and I refuse to perpetuate your fantasies. You're nothing more than a passing vagabond with delusions of grandeur. I am going to enjoy shredding that smile right off your face. A vein throbbed in Kuro's forehead as he slipped his hands into his custom-made claw gloves. Oh? You're going to come at me? Luffy couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the sight of the strange gloves. I can't kill you without getting closer. Kuro began to shuffle his feet before disappearing from view. All was quiet in the surrounding area, almost as if the world was holding its breath. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. So instead of running away, you chose to approach me. That wasn't a smart move. Luffy grinned, looking down at the multitude of blades sticking out through his chest from his back. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Kuro could do nothing as his entire body was paralyzed, a current of electricity coursing through his body. Shock had literally taken him by surprise at the sight of not blood, but electricity jolting out of the boy's body as he pierced him with his bladed gloves. What is he? This boy is he a plague? A god. This isn't natural, no man should have a power like this. Fear overtook him as Luffy casually turned around, as if the blades piercing his body weren't even there. It's scary, right? Kuro's brow furrowed in confusion, at least as much as it possibly could whilst being actively electrocuted. Meeting a real monster. I'll always remember the first time I met one myself. It was like I was being suffocated just being in his presence. It was terrifying. Luffy then stepped backwards until he was free of the blades piercing him. Instantly Kuro fell to the ground. But you were also wrong about something. Kuro huffed as he struggled to stand, unable to feel his legs. Wrong about what? They wouldn't eat you and then spit you out. They wouldn't even step on you. They would flick you away like a disgusting booger they just picked out of their nose. You're not worth the effort to even fight. Rage filled Kuro's being. He instantly jumped and charged Luffy, only to stumble forward and fall back down into the dirt. What's wrong with me? I can't feel my legs. I'm surprised you feel anything at all. Kuro looked up at Luffy with fear. I keep a constant current of about 50,000 volts running through my body at all times, as a way to help me control the millions of volts that want to burst out of me every second. Something Shanks made me do to prevent me from shocking everyone I touched to death with just a second of contact. However, you plotted to kill my new friend. You insulted not just a man I admire, but owe my life to, and his son. For that, I doubled my body's constant current. You'll never be able to walk again. Luffy looked down at Kuro with a look of pity. The sad part is that I don't even remember your name, and I don't care what it is. You bastard. Kuro swiped at Luffy's legs with his right arm, only for the 5 blades attached to his glove to harmlessly swing through with a momentary burst of electricity to once again shock the paralyzed former pirate. Gaia. Luffy continued to look down at the man for only a few seconds more before he turned away and returned to everyone else. Don't you walk away from me. No one walks away from me. I am Kuro of the Thousand Plans. I can't be outwitted by some random child. This is not over. Kuro was ignored. Left to thrash about on the ground, unable to move. Luffy glanced over to where Usopp, Kaya, and Nami were. Usopp was staring at him with both fear and admiration. It was understandable, as it's not every day you witness someone be paralyzed. In his arms was Kaya. Kaya had looked away, unable to bear witness to her former butler's downfall, burying her face into Usopp's shoulder. Nami was clutching her shoulder, it was now wrapped in a bandage most likely by Kaya or Usopp, her gaze solely attached to him. Seeing they were fine, Luffy turned his gaze toward his swordsman and the rest of the Black Cat pirates. Zoro was standing at the start of the path toward the beach with a bored expression, at his feet were the Nyan brothers, both unconscious. Further behind was Django, frozen in fear like the rest of his men. Luffy walked past Zoro and regarded Django, take whatever his name is back there and get lost. The Black Cat pirates were on the horizon line within 5 minutes. Gecko Islands 2 days later. Syrup Village. Kaya's mansion. How is your arm feeling today, Miss Nami? Nami smiled at Mary who had just walked into the parlor where the Straw Hat crew was being served lunch. It still hurts, but it is better. Thank you for asking. Think nothing of it, miss. I'm just glad it wasn't a deep cut and that Lady Kaya's physician was able to stitch it up with no issue. I'm still surprised that your injury was the worst one you lot received. Taking on so many pirates by yourselves, it must have been terrifying. Mary nodded at the 2 servants that came in behind him carrying trays of food, who immediately went about placing food in front of their ladies' rescuers. Upon returning to Kaya's mansion 2 days ago, the servants of the house had rushed the 5 teens in worry. Upon questioning what had occurred with Kaya's kidnappers and where Clahatter was, Kaya explained that they had all been tricked by the missing butler and that he'd actually been a heinous pirate that had wanted to inherit her fortune. If not for Usopp and their new friends, Luffy, Nami, and Zoro, she'd have been forced to write a false will and killed by Clahatter's former pirate crew. When asked about her 3 friends, Nami interjected, throwing her hands over Luffy's mouth and claiming they were passing sailors looking to chart various numbers of islands that had yet to be discovered. After Kaya directed Mary to alert the Marines about the fleeing Black Cat pirates and that Captain Kuro had been posing as a butler, Kaya had offered the Straw Hats a place to stay for as long as they wished. It was. I still can't believe you made me fight them. Nami glared at Luffy who was happily filling the black hole he called a stomach. Looking up at his navigator, Luffy grinned. You did fine. Hell, you took more out than Usopp did, I'm actually impressed. You could have taken all those guys out in a literal flash. Nami seethed. Instead you make Usopp and I fight them for 45 minutes. And now I know where to start your training. Luffy moved his head slightly as a knife embedded itself in the headrest of his chair. Hey. It would literally go through you. Nami defended. And like hell are you going to train me to do anything? Fighting shouldn't even land in the same sentence as me. You saw how powerful he is, which? Nami's attention snapped onto Zoro. You need to get stronger. Why would I need to get stronger when our captain is virtually a god? Because strength invites challenge. This time it was Mary who spoke. What do you mean? I do not know where it is you plan to go, and I'm sure that you're more than simple sailors and charters. But with strength like that, Mary nodded at Luffy, men will seek you out. Powerful men. And much like Claw Captain Kuro, they will try to exploit any weakness Mr. Luffy has. That includes you. Nami slowly turned her gaze toward Luffy. I can't always protect you, Nami. I'm strong. But I can't be everywhere. I know there are guys out there that would laugh at my powers and proceed to beat me up. It's why I'll also be training right alongside you. I still have a long way to go myself. We all do. I see. You did good out there, witch. Don't doubt how strong you are. Zoro took a bite out of a sandwich and went back to drinking his sake. The silence fell over the group as the Straw Hats continued to eat. Gecko Islands Syrup Village. Usopp Pirates HQ. You can't be serious. Pepper, Carrot and Onion all exclaimed as they stared at their captain and first mate. I am. As of today, the Usopp Pirates are disbanded, Usopp solemnly told them. It had been a long discussion between himself and Kaya about what to tell the boys about what had occurred 2 days ago. In the end they had decided it would be for the best if they didn't know about Kuro and the Black Cat Pirates. But why? Did we do something wrong? Carrot cried, unable to understand the decision his captain was making. It's because we ran away when that Nami girl pointed us out, isn't it? I promise we won't ever run away again, Captain. Pepper vowed as tears filled his eyes. Onion simply cried. Geez, guys, don't cry. It's nothing you did, I promise. I couldn't have asked for a better crew. Usopp attempted to calm them down. Then why? Onion finally managed to ask. I made a decision. It wasn't easy to come to, but I've decided to strike out on my own. Luffy, the guy with the straw hat, offered me a position in his crew and I took him up on his offer. I've been here too long and it's time I went out to sea, like my old man. But you're our captain. What about us and Kaya? Pepper yelled. Pepper, is that any way to talk to your captain? Kaya chastised, shocking the boys. Sighing, she smiled softly at them. I don't want the Usopp Pirates to disband either. But we can't continue as the Usopp Pirates if there's no Usopp now, can we? Usopp has made his decision and he's going to go with the Straw Hat Pirate crew and experience all the adventures the world has to offer. In the meantime, we decided that a new captain is needed in place of the infamous Scourge of the Sea, Captain Usopp. Pepper, Usopp called out to the green-haired boy. Well, the Usopp Pirates may be disbanding, I can't help but think how boring this place will be without me to liven things up. So I'm passing the torch on to you. Usopp reached behind him and pulled out his most trusted slingshot and offered it to the bewildered boy. Use it wisely. Do you want me to be captain? Pepper stared in awe of the slingshot before him, slowly taking it into his grasp. You've earned it. Form your own crew and make your own tales. Usopp Pirates. Usopp came to attention, as did the others. We are officially disbanded. Now go raise some hell for me, would ya? The 3 boys eluded, tears in their eyes before they cried out with all their hearts. Ah. Pirates are coming. The boys took off towards the village. Usopp couldn't stop the tears from flowing as he recalled the first time the 3 boys had stumbled across him and Kaya playing pirate right here at the Usopp HQ and asked to join them. They'll be alright, Usopp. Kaya took his hand into hers. They're brave warriors of the sea after all. I know. Gecko Islands the next day. I'd like to thank you all for being patient and staying on the island. It took a day longer to get everything prepared. Kaya bowed, Mary behind her. Luffy, Nami, Zoro and Usopp all stared up at the relatively small ship with a goat's head for a figurehead on its bow. It's a caravel. Nami exclaimed in glee. Yes, it belonged to my parents and I can think of no better reward for kidnapping me than this. Captain Luffy, the Going Merry is yours, Kaya offered, a smile on her face. Awesome. This is even better than what I was thinking of. Luffy shouted in joy. This is great, Kaya, I always loved sailing on the Going Merry. Usopp reminisced about all the times Kaya and her family took him sailing. Zoro just smirked. The Going Merry is a slightly older model, but I personally designed her for Lady Kaya's family. Mary happily explained. Mary focused his attention on Luffy. A carvel-make caravel, with lateen sails and a central stern rudder. Let me explain the running rigging. First, about the Kruger net yard adjustment. No. Explain the ship stuff to me. Nami interrupted, realizing Mary had the wrong idea about her captain. Ignoring them as Mary started to tell Nami about how to properly sail the ship, Luffy walked up to the Going Merry with a pleasant grin. What a good ship. Especially this front, it's so cool. We've loaded it with everything you might need on a voyage, and we even had the contents of the boat you arrived and moved aboard as well, Kaya explained. Thanks. Saved us a bit of trouble there. Luffy nodded at her. Luffy, let's get aboard and prep the sails. Nami called out. Humming. Luffy, Zoro, Nami all climbed aboard and began to prepare their first true voyage. "You're really leaving then?" Kaya asked as she stared directly at the boy that owned her heart. "Yeah. It just feels right. Almost like history repeating itself. Only I'm going to do something different." Usopp looked back at Kaya. "What? This?" Usopp pulled Kaya to him and kissed her. Kaya quickly melded into his embrace and kissed him back, hoping they would never part. Eventually the need for breath overtook them and they separated. Panting, Usopp locked eyes with her. "No matter how long it takes, no matter where I go, I promise that I'm going to come back and tell you about every adventure we go on. And every bit of it will be nothing but the truth." Kaya couldn't help but giggle. "Of course. Or you're not Captain Usopp." "Boy, stop kissing your girlfriend and come aboard already." The two froze as they turned to look up at Luffy, Nami, and Zoro looking down at them with smiling grins. "I told you. You better take care of my boyfriend Monkey D. Luffy or I'll come after you and turn you in for your bounty." Kaya yelled up at him. Luffy smirked and gave Kaya a thumbs up. I'd expect nothing less from the former first mate of the Usopp pirates. Usopp stared at Kaya briefly in disbelief before shaking his head. "I have to go." Kaya leaned into him and gave him a brief kiss. "Raise some hell for me." 000, meanwhile 000. Orange Town. Docks Marine Battleship. "Sir. We've apprehended the majority of Buggy the Clown's men and have them locked aboard in the brig." A Marine saluted the imposing form of Monkey D. Garp. "Good, good. Go help Unit 5 and keep an eye on the brat, Lieutenant. Make sure he puts his back into it." Garp laughed as he looked out over the destroyed town. It had been a few days since a report was put out that Buggy the Clown had been uprooted out of his stronghold in Orange Town and that his men had been rounded up by the good townsfolk they had been terrorizing. As soon as word had gotten out, Garp had immediately volunteered to lend a hand. From reading the report, Buggy had been in control of the town for over a month, which was a month too long by his standards. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought about the marine strength in the East Blue. Now though, he could help by having his men aid in rebuilding the once lovely town. This blue is supposed to be the symbol of peace, and we let one of the Pirate King's apprentices take complete control of an island for a month. Granted no one knows that, but it's still unacceptable. If Sengoku would stop worrying about my grandsons, I'd maybe have time to actually improve things here rather than protect those two ungrateful ingrates. The normally joyous man slammed his fist down on the railing of his docked warship, causing the massive vessel to rock and the numerous sailors on board and ashore, as well as the civilians of Orange Town, to look at the man warily. Why can't those two morons just listen to their dear old grandpa? Major Boggart could only sigh at the sight of yet another outburst from his vice admiral. 27 years and Garp still acted like an overgrown man-child. "Sir. I have concluded my investigation into the incident that took place here. It's always pirate this and pirate that. Bah. I should have been stricter. I shall." "I found your grandson, sir." Boggart interrupted the ranting Garp. "Ace? Where? I thought he was still in the New World with Newgate." Garp snapped to attention, picking out his nose with his pinky. "The other one, sir." "Oh. But I thought that one died." Garp finally pulled his pinky out of his nose and flicked away whatever muck he'd managed to pick out. "The one we're here to arrest, sir." Luffy. "I found him a while ago, Major," Garp said nonchalantly. "No, you haven't, sir. We found his boat." "I know that. What I mean is that I know where he's going." "And that would be?" "Where the beginning meets the end." "Survived. This isn't the type of wound you get up and walk away from. How could you possibly survive something like this?" Nami stared up at him, concern in her eyes. "If not for the doctor on Shank's crew, well, I ate my devil fruit a little bit after I got this." Luffy gestured at the scar, a faraway look in his eyes. "If not for that I definitely would not be here now." His crew just stared at him, waiting for him to explain further. "This scar, it's the reason I'm going to push you all further than you think you can go. I should have died back then. I wasn't ready to face a force like that. But I wanted to prove myself so badly to Shanks that I became reckless. I risked not just my own life, but the lives of those around me. This scar reminds me daily that I'm not invincible. I can die. So I'm going to become as strong as possible so that never happens again. And if you're willing, I'll help all of you become as strong as possible as well." A silence fell over the crew. "Anyway, that's going to be your warm-up from now on. Tomorrow we'll go over what you'll do after." All three Straw Hat Pirates fell over at the sudden enthusiasm Luffy was displaying. "You can't just add even more to that monster workout," Usopp cried, still leaning on Zoro for support. "Of course I can, I'm the captain," Luffy bellowed as he laughed to himself. "Ugh, just when you're starting to make me feel sympathetic towards you." Nami rolled her eyes, struggling to stand on her own. "I'm going to go get clean and refreshed. One of you better have something cooked when I'm done. I've made more than enough meals for you lazy bums as it is." Nami then attempted to hobble away only to find herself in her captain's arms once again. Don't push yourself. I'll take you down. Luffy smiled at her, causing her to blush. Before he could head below deck, Zoro called out to him. What was his name? Luffy turned with a raised brow. The one that gave you that scar, what was his name? Luffy stared at his swordsman for a moment. Jack the Drought. And if you ever meet him, run. Luffy turned, Nami in his arms, and headed down below deck. Zoro stood there briefly with Usopp staring into the doorway that his captain disappeared through. We seriously need to find a church for those two to get hitched at. That's your takeaway, we get told by our seemingly godlike captain to run away from a guy and all you can focus on is getting him married. Usopp stared at Zoro in disbelief. Those two have been trying to hump one another since they met. As of right now that's more of a problem than this Jack guy. Besides if we ever do meet him, I'll cut him down. You're nuts. And you're making dinner. Zoro then unceremoniously dropped Usopp and walked away, leaving the sniper to crawl his way up to the kitchen. Yeah. I definitely should have stayed with Kaya. You know you'll catch a cold just laying out here like that, Luffy said as he approached Nami, who was now laying out on the bow of the ship, staring up at the stars. Dinner had been a standard affair of them all gathered for the magnifique Usopp and his 5-star cuisine that no chef for 1,000 nautical miles could compare to. Although it was nothing more than a simple chicken soup that he served, the meal had still been enjoyed by all. The crew of 4 had spent some time talking, trying to decide what their next move would be, but with 2 members dead tired from their earlier training and Zoro falling asleep, it was decided that they should all head to bed and reconvene the next day. Says the guy in shorts and a red vest. Those aren't still the same ones you wore earlier, right? Nami asked, having not seen him wear anything else before. No. Kaya's staff gave me some more clothes before we left. I think I realized Zoro and I didn't have anything on the boat we commandeered from Buggy, Luffy said as he laid down next to his navigator. Man, I haven't looked up at the stars in a long time. Reminds me of when my brothers and I would do this. Nami turned her head to stare at Luffy in surprise. I didn't think you had any brothers. Or are you referring to some pirate brotherhood you formed with the red hairs? No. My actual brothers. Ace and Sabo. Ace and Sabo, Nami said both names, committing them to memory. And where are they? Luffy closed his eyes before replying. Ace is out on the Grand Line somewhere. He's been pirating for 3 years now. He's the one that left me with Shanks' crew. As for Sabo, he's gone. You mean Nami didn't need to finish as Luffy nodded his head. It happened a long time ago. I'm sorry. It's fine. So do you have any siblings? Luffy opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. Nami paused at the question. She'd never told anyone about Negico before. Out of the countless times she'd wormed her way into pirate crews and robbed them blind, she'd never once spoken a word about having family. Her cover was always that she was a street rat trying to make it in a cruel world on her own. There was no one waiting for her. Yet she couldn't stop the words from leaving her lips. Yes. I have a sister, Negico. I haven't seen her in a long while. I think about her quite often. She's always tending to our moth. Nami stopped mid-sentence and began to look anywhere but Luffy. Luffy continued to stare at her before turning to look at the stars. Shanks is the closest thing I have to a parent. When I first met him, I thought he was so cool. I tried to impress him and make him let me join his crew by stabbing myself below the eye. That caused Nami to immediately look back at him. You really are an idiot, aren't you? Well, I was 7 at the time. I thought proving I was brave and really a man would show Shanks I had what it took to be a pirate. But yeah, that was a really stupid thing to do looking back on it. It was a really stupid thing, period. I got a cool scar out of it though. Luffy laughed only to get lightly hit by his navigator. Hurting yourself is not cool. Yeah, it's not. Shanks made it pretty clear that I hadn't proven myself by getting me to drink some juice and claiming that a real man wouldn't drink juice. That got a laugh from his crew. That was when Shanks showed me what a real man is. And what does a Yonko think a real man is? Luffy chuckled before continuing. One day a mountain bandit and his group barged into the bar Shanks liked to hang out at and demanded that the remaining alcohol be sold to him and his bandits. The barmaid, Makino, told him that unfortunately they were all out of alcohol but had water and various juice. When the bandit looked around and saw that Shanks' crew all had drinks, he asked what they were drinking. Shanks stepped in then and apologized, explaining that his crew had bought out the bar but was more than happy to share what booze was left, offering a bottle to him. The bandit sneered at him before grabbing the bottle and took a sip, only to spit it out all over Shanks and threw the bottle at his feet. Luffy paused briefly, noticing he had Nami's full attention. I remember how shocked I was seeing the bandit disrespect Shanks like that. I thought for sure he would beat the bandit up. He didn't. Nami asked, curious about the Yonko's possible inaction. Luffy shook his head, no. Shanks just stood there and spit and booze and let the bandit explain that he was a wanted criminal worth 8 million belly. He said that a few lousy bottles wouldn't even be enough for a bedtime drink and not to insult him again. We all just stood there waiting for Shanks to do something, anything. And when he did, he simply knelt down and complained about the wet floor beneath him. He apologized to Makino and asked for a rag to help clean up. Makino quickly rushed to get some rags as Shanks began to pick up the bigger pieces of glass from the smashed bottle. The bandit, angry he didn't get the reaction from Shanks that he wanted, drew his sword and slashed it across the bar, destroying several dishes and left a gash in the wood. He then told Shanks that if he liked to clean so much, then perhaps he'd find picking up the newly broken plateware more fulfilling. He then sheathed his sword and left with his men, no longer interested in the bar of Shanks. Luffy chuckled to himself as the past event unfolded within his mind. Man, I was so mad. I was practically shaking. I couldn't believe how that bandit completely disrespected Shanks like that. And then Shanks and his whole crew just started laughing. They all started joking about how that bandit got Shanks and how lame he looked. Shanks even agreed, laughing right alongside them. Can you believe that? That's it. They just laughed. Why didn't Shanks fight back or kill him? He's a pirate after all. Nami furrowed her brow, completely thrown for a loop by the Yonko's unpirate-like reaction to being spat on with booze and embarrassed in front of his whole crew. I asked pretty much the same thing. I screamed how uncool Shanks had been and that they should have fought for their honor or something silly like that. I couldn't understand why Shanks wouldn't have fought. I told him that no matter the number of enemies or how strong they seem, you're not a man or pirate if you laugh after something like that. Shanks just looked at me for a moment before he smiled at me and said that he could understand how I felt, but it was just a bit of spilled booze, it wasn't anything worth getting mad over. But I was mad. I was mad at Shanks and I was mad at that stupid bandit. So I ran out of the bar, not ever wanting to see Shanks again. He wasn't the man I had thought he was. You obviously saw him again. So something must have happened that changed your opinion. I didn't see Shanks for a while after that. It was the only time I didn't see the red hairs leave port, in fact when they shipped off to go pirating. Nami scowled at that, but Luffy ignored her. It was about a month later that I realized I hadn't exactly been fair to Shanks and that I had missed seeing him. I would go down to the bar Shanks liked every day hoping that he'd returned and that he'd tell me more stories about his adventures as a pirate. However, it wasn't Shanks and his crew that I found waiting for me, but the mountain bandits from before. The whole bar was packed with them and of course their leader was making fun of Shanks, regaling his entire group about how pathetic pirates were and that they were all cowards. And something just snapped in me. To me, pirates were amazing. They ventured out to sea and braved the harsh landscapes before them. They went on adventures, found treasure, and sang songs to their heart's content. It was freedom in its purest form. At least, that's what I gleaned from Shanks' crew at the time. They weren't going to tell a 7-year-old the full extent of their adventures and just how not so good they really were. Luffy picked up on the slight glare Nami was sporting for just a moment but didn't press about it. So I attacked the bandit leader. What? Just how stupid are you? Nami poked his chest in frustration. I'd say pretty stupid. Shishy. Luffy laughed, ignoring the attack from his navigator. I didn't stand a chance at all. I got one good punch in and bit his arm as hard as I could. The next thing I knew I was being thrown outside and kicked as hard as that damn bandit could. I must have been a bloody and bruised mess. He demanded to know why I attacked him when everyone was having such a good time and drinking and that I apologize. I just glared at him and told him that he was the one that needed to apologize for making fun of Shanks and his crew. That pirates were way better than stupid bandits and spat at him. Luffy grinned as he could almost remember feeling the kick in the face he received for that. He kicked me pretty hard for that. By that time a large crowd had begun to form as the villagers had come out to see what was happening. The bandits ignored them as they kept beating on me until the mayor stepped forward and pleaded with them to stop attacking me. He even tried to make a bargain, but the bandit leader wasn't interested. I'd wounded his pride and I was going to pay for it. What happened to make the bandits stop? Luffy smiled. Shanks returned. Fuchsia village 10 years ago. So this is where everyone is. I was wondering why the bar was empty. Shanks spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention to him. Looks like it's those mountain bandits from before. Standing behind Makino and the mayor were Red Hair Shanks, Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Yassip, and the rest of Red Hair pirates. Standing tall and proud with his black cloak wrapped around his shoulders and his lucky straw hat sitting atop his head, Shanks stepped forward making the bandits surrounding Luffy stiffen in anticipation. Shanks took in the bloody side of the young boy and couldn't help but feel anger pulse through his veins, even as he kept a calm demeanor, smiling even in an almost friendly manner. He eyed the bandit leader and took note of the drawn sword in his hand. So you pirates are still here then? Have you been scrubbing the village clean this whole time? Haguma sneered, only to be dismissed as Shanks called out to the brat beneath his heel. Luffy. I thought your punches were as strong as pistols. Shanks then started walking forward. Shut up. Luffy cried out both in pain as Haguma dug his heel more into his chest and embarrassment over being called out like that. I dunno why you're here, but you best leave before you get hurt. Any closer and he'll shoot your head off, wimp. Haguma nodded to his underling that was closest to Shanks. Shanks came to a stop as a pistol was held up to the side of his head by the grinning bandit. He said, no closer. Don't make me blow your head off. The rest of the bandits all chuckled at the sight, knowing the cowardly pirate would back down. Shanks allowed his kind smile to grow into a confident smirk. Put your life on the line. The bandit holding the pistol to Shanks' head gave him a puzzled look, not understanding the pirate's reaction. Now that you've drawn your pistol, put your life on the line. Shanks rephrased for the man. What the hell are you talking about, bastard? The bandit was thoroughly confused at this point. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why isn't he afraid? Shanks suddenly turned his head to the bandit and pointed at the barrel of the gun. I'm saying those aren't for threatening people. A deafening crack thundered through the village as the bandit toppled over, blood and brain matter flying out of his skull as the bullet that killed him pierced through him. Lucky Roo continued to eat through his meat on bone, now standing next to his captain, his pistol smoking, uncaring for the corpse that lay at his feet. And now you've done it. One of the bandits cried out. These damn bastards fight dirty. Dirty? Usopp was insulted at the accusation, not believing the hypocrisy he'd just heard from a bandit. Cut the crap. What, do you think you're dealing with saints or something? Ben Beckman spoke up, unimpressed with the so-called mountain bandits. You're looking at pirates. Shanks added. Shut up. You had nothing to do with this in the first place. Another bandit yelled, still in shock at the sight of his murdered comrade. Listen, bandits. Whether I'm splattered with alcohol or food or even spit on, most of the time I just laugh and forget about it. However. Shanks' calm demeanor finally melted away as his anger had finally reached its boiling point, his voice became gruffer and his smirk replaced with a scowl. No matter what the reason, anyone who hurts my friends has to pay. Luffy stared at the red-haired pirate in disbelief. Shanks. Hehehe. Has to pay, ha damn pirates. Kill them. Haguma ordered, his own look of rage overtaking him. The bandits drew swords and charged at the pirates. I'll handle this. Should be easy enough. Ben drew the blunderbuss strapped to his waist and calmly approached the charging bandits. It wasn't even a fight as the pirate dispatched the bandits in less than a minute, utilizing the butt of his firearm as a club. Haguma stared on in disbelief as one man had beaten or killed all of his men on his own, completely speechless and frozen in fear as Ben was now pointing his blunderbuss at him. Don't get so cocky, bandit. If you wanna fight us, then go drag a warship here or something. So strong. Luffy couldn't believe the strength of Red Hair Pirate's first mate. Hold on. The kid attacked us first. Haguma finally removed his foot from Luffy's chest and took a step back, trying to create as much distance from him and the pirate staring him down as possible. You're a wanted man, Shanks countered. Damn it. Haguma quickly grabbed a smoke bomb from within his coat and set it off to mask his escape. A smokescreen. Shanks yelled and waited for the smoke to clear. Once it did, Haguma and Luffy were nowhere to be found. Luffy? Shanks cried out, not seeing the boy anywhere. Crap. I let my guard down. Luffy's gone. Shanks grabbed his head with both hands as he began to panic over the missing boy. What do we do, guys? Shanks turned to his crew, still holding his head. Quit freaking the hell out, boss. It won't take us long to find him. Lucky Roo reassured as the red hair pirates began to disperse in search of Luffy. Ben just gave a knowing smirk at his captain. I can't believe this guy. Not far off the shore of the village, but just barely in sight, in a small rowboat was Haguma and a struggling Luffy trapped within the mountain bandit's grasp. Hahaha. I made a clean getaway. They'll never expect a mountain bandit to escape onto the sea. Haguma applauded his own cleverness as he'd outwitted the pirates. Damn it. Let me go, you stupid ape. Luffy insulted, being held by the collar of his shirt. I hope you die. Ha. You wish. You're the one who's gonna die. After all, you're the reason all of my men are dead. So long. Haguma threw the boy into the choppy waves, knowing he would tire out from trying to swim for his life long before he got close enough to the shore to survive. Damn. Damn. Those guys are scum, but I couldn't even beat one of them. Damn. Luffy fell through the surface and was immediately tossed about by the ocean. He barely managed to resurface, struggling to hold his head above water. Help. Somebody help me. Sorry. I got no use for you anymore, boy. Hehehe. Haguma laughed cruelly as he watched the Luffy struggle against the waves, not noticing a massive dark shadow stop just behind his boat. On second thought, I think I'll keep you company until the waves drag you down to your grave. Should be entertaining. Haha. Water exploded upward and a beastly howl deafened the laughing pirate who was now staring up at the massive sea beast that had emerged from the ocean depths. Known as Lord of the Coast, the brown eel-like sea king with blue fins stared down at Haguma with menacing bloodshot eyes. The man was barely able to begin screaming as the monster swallowed him whole, tearing through the small boat the man had stolen. Blood dyed the ocean a deep red. Luffy watched the man be eaten with wide eyes, still struggling to keep himself afloat against the strong current the bandit had thrown him in, forced to splash about for his life. It didn't take long for the Sea King to notice Luffy and rush toward another free meal. Luffy was helpless to do anything beyond splashing about and make feeble attempts to get back to shore. He was going to die. The Sea King's jaw opened to swallow the boy, and Luffy could see deep into the black abyss of the beast's throat that was to be his doom. Pressure. That would be what Luffy would remember for the rest of his life. An intense pressure surrounded him and the monster, swallowing both into an intense feeling of dread. Moments from closing its jaws around the boy, the Sea King dared not move as it looked into the eyes of a red-haired human in the water not far away and knew death would take it if it dared close its mouth. That lost was all Shanks needed to say for the beast to withdraw and swim away. Once the beast was gone, Shanks relaxed and the pressure disappeared. Free from the paralyzing pressure, Luffy once again began his struggle to keep his head above water when he felt powerful arms wrap around him and a calming voice assure him he was finally safe. "Easy, Luffy. Everything's alright now. I've got you. You don't need to worry any longer." Luffy couldn't help himself as he threw his arms around the man's neck and cried into his shoulder. "I was so scared. Hey. It's alright, I won't let anything happen to you. I'd give up one of my arms if it meant you were safe. I'm just glad nothing happened." Luffy could only cry harder into the man's shoulder, truly believing Shanks would give up an arm to protect him and so much more. The going merry present. Nami couldn't help but marvel at the parallel between herself and her captain as she listened to him regale her with his tale of how a destined pirate emperor saved his life as a young child. Just how different would my life be had Shanks come to Kokoyashi even just once? The navigator couldn't help the bitter jealousy that coursed through her at Luffy's fortune to have met such a man and she such a monster instead. I then told him that I would gather a crew just as good as his, that I would be the one to find the greatest treasure in the world and that I would be king of the pirates. Luffy shouted, springing to his feet in excitement, stretching his arms out, small sparks jumping from his body. Luffy laughed heartily before he fell back down on his back, his straw hat falling from his head. Grabbing it, he held it above him and Nami and smiled fondly at it. "This hat used to belong to him, you know. After I declared I'd be king of the pirates, Shanks took it off and placed it on my head. It was his lucky hat that he always wore no matter what. I remember staring at him in awe as he told me, 'You're gonna surpass me, huh? In that case, I'll leave this hat with you. It's dear to me. Take good care of it.' He then left with his crew and I didn't see him again until 7 years later when Ace and I found his crew on the Grand Line." Luffy laid the hat down on his chest, leaving a hand on top of it as he placed the other behind his head. "This hat is my promise to Shanks and my greatest treasure. It means more to me than my own life." The two spent the next few minutes staring up at the stars in silence. Just as Luffy was about to turn and check if Nami had fallen asleep, he heard the girl sigh. "This world sure is a big place," she said melancholically. She sat up, giving Luffy a complicated look. "Thanks for sharing, Luffy. You're a good listener, Nami." Luffy complimented her, a smile on his face. "And you know, anytime you want to talk, I'll listen. That's what a good captain does." Of course, the orange-haired girl smiled wryly before standing up and brushing off her skirt. "Have a good night." Nami began to head below deck, pausing at the doorway. "Nothing is more important than your own life," she softly uttered, thoughts 1,000 miles away, the soft click of the door echoing afterwards. Luffy stared up at the stars, her parting words echoing a phrase he'd heard from Shanks, though the meaning was quite different. "As long as you're alive, nothing's over. Another opportunity will come, you'll have another chance. As long as you're alive. So stop doing such reckless shit." Luffy smiled and closed his eyes, falling asleep to the gentle rocking of the boat. Pain coursed through her body as Nami pushed with all her might against the deck of the Going Merry. Usopp had collapsed next to her long ago as she continued to finish the insane amount of reps Luffy had instructed them to do. She didn't even know what number she was on anymore, just that she would keep doing push-ups until instructed to do otherwise. "I hate you," she panted out, her scathing glare trying to burn a hole in Luffy. "If you have the energy to hate, you have the energy to do more reps. Keep going." Her tormentor cheered her on, eyes squinted in mirth. "If you're going to just sit there and taunt them, you could at least join us." Zoro's voice rose from beneath Luffy, causing the pirate captain to look down at his swordsman whose back he was sitting on. The green-haired man had decided to join Nami and Usopp in Luffy's warm-up from hell and was having a far easier time with it. Granted, this was merely par for the course to the swordsman, which is why Luffy was now sitting on his back as he did his set of reps of push-ups. But then Nami won't hate me as much. She needs that hate to keep going. Luffy joked. Thud. Screw you, Nami seethed, face down on the deck. Oh, looks like she's done as well now. Luffy laughed as he jumped off Zoro's back and approached his two exhausted crewmates. Right, we're done for today. Once you have the energy to move again, do whatever. Hopefully we'll figure out a heading soon enough. Both Nami and Usopp shakily lifted an arm in celebration over the end of their torture. The was all either could muster before letting their arms drop back down in agony. Luffy merely laughed as he began to find something to entertain himself with when Zoro called out to him. Luffy? I've been curious as of late. You say this training you're making them do is what the red hairs had you do to join their ranks, you mind proving it? Zoro smirked, now standing, sheathed Wado in hand. Luffy tilted his head in consideration, what do you have in mind? I've seen your power firsthand, but facing it is something else entirely. I want to know just how far the gap is between rookie pirates and an emperor's commander. You say this training is worthwhile, prove it. Prove it, huh? Why not? Luffy shrugged, a smile lighting his face. What are you thinking? 2 minutes for you to get a strike in. I'm thinking of no limits, all or nothing. You want us to get stronger, then we have to face the strongest, and as of right now, the strongest is you. You sure? Luffy asked, cracking his neck, the smile never leaving his face. Dead sure. Zoro cracked the knuckles in his free hand, slowly falling into a stance with Wado. Don't blink, Luffy warned, his body flickering out of sight. Zoro's eyes immediately darted about, trying to keep track of his captain, but failing. Instinctively, he threw a slash behind him, only to hear Luffy's laugh fade out. Almost got me there. The next 15 seconds were the longest of Zoro's life, his every nerve taut and senses pushed to the limit as he tried to track Luffy. Front, left, back, front. His captain never stopped moving long enough for Zoro to try and attack. Finally, Luffy's form reappeared. I'm coming from the front this time. Hit me with your strongest attack. Zoro immediately raised his arms, the sword hilt near his head, while the blade ran parallel to his back, his biceps bulging slightly. Luffy responded by raising his left hand, palm facing forward, thumb extending at a 90-degree angle, while his right arm began to glow as he chambered it for a punch. We're gonna die. Usopp bawled out, clutching onto Nami as the two watched the spar from the sidelines. Shut it. She shouted, slamming a fist into his head. Itoryu. Tora. Bolt. Ari. Zoro's sword cleaved downward with all his might as he leapt forward, the wind whistling as it was split. Rifle. There was a flash, followed by a deafening rumble as Zoro's attack was immediately blown away. The swordsman was sent flying back, barely able to hang onto his sword as he crashed into the ship's railing. The ship itself rocked madly for a moment before slowly calming. A secondary explosion in the distance followed a second later, causing the ship to rock once more. You missed me on purpose, didn't you? Zoro asked rhetorically, sheathing Wado and sitting down, his back covered in a cold sweat. Shishishi, Luffy laughed, before looking over to his other two crewmates. So, what do you think? I'm awesome, right? Usopp, don't die. Nami yelled, shaking the insensate form of the long-nosed boy, who was foaming at the mouth. Pain coursed through her body as Nami pushed with all her might against the deck of the Going Merry. Usopp had collapsed next to her long ago, as she continued to finish the insane amount of reps Luffy had instructed them to do. She didn't even know what number she was on anymore, just that she would keep doing push-ups until instructed to do otherwise. I hate you, she panted out, her scathing glare trying to burn a hole in Luffy. If you have the energy to hate, you have the energy to do more reps. Keep going. Her tormentor cheered her on, eyes squinted in mirth. If you're going to just sit there and taunt them, you could at least join us. Zoro's voice rose from beneath Luffy, causing the pirate captain to look down at his swordsman whose back he was sitting on. The green-haired man had decided to join Nami and Usopp in Luffy's warm-up from hell and was having a far easier time with it. Granted, this was merely par for the course to the swordsman, which is why Luffy was now sitting on his back as he did his set of reps of push-ups. But then Nami won't hate me as much. She needs that hate to keep going. Luffy joked. Thud. Screw you, Nami seethed, face down on the deck. Oh, looks like she's done as well now. Luffy laughed as he jumped off Zoro's back and approached his two exhausted crewmates. Right, we're done for today. Once you have the energy to move again, do whatever. Hopefully we'll figure out a heading soon enough. Both Nami and Usopp shakily lifted an arm in celebration over the end of their torture. The was all either could muster before letting their arms drop back down in agony. Luffy merely laughed as he began to find something to entertain himself with when Zoro called out to him. Luffy? I've been curious as of late. You say this training you're making them do is what the red hairs had you do to join their ranks, you mind proving it? Zoro smirked, now standing, sheathed Wado in hand. Luffy tilted his head in consideration, what do you have in mind? I've seen your power firsthand, but facing it is something else entirely. I want to know just how far the gap is between rookie pirates and an emperor's commander. You say this training is worthwhile, prove it. Prove it, huh? Why not? Luffy shrugged, a smile lighting his face. What are you thinking? 2 minutes for you to get a strike in. I'm thinking of no limits, all or nothing. You want us to get stronger, then we have to face the strongest, and as of right now, the strongest is you. You sure? Luffy asked, cracking his neck, the smile never leaving his face. Dead sure. Zoro cracked the knuckles in his free hand, slowly falling into a stance with Wado. Don't blink, Luffy warned, his body flickering out of sight. Zoro's eyes immediately darted about, trying to keep track of his captain, but failing. Instinctively, he threw a slash behind him, only to hear Luffy's laugh fade out. Almost got me there. The next 15 seconds were the longest of Zoro's life, his every nerve taut and senses pushed to the limit as he tried to track Luffy. Front, left, back, front. His captain never stopped moving long enough for Zoro to try and attack. Finally, Luffy's form reappeared. I'm coming from the front this time. Hit me with your strongest attack. Zoro immediately raised his arms, the sword hilt near his head, while the blade ran parallel to his back, his biceps bulging slightly. Luffy responded by raising his left hand, palm facing forward, thumb extending at a 90-degree angle, while his right arm began to glow as he chambered it for a punch. We're gonna die. Usopp bawled out, clutching onto Nami as the two watched the spar from the sidelines. Shut it. She shouted, slamming a fist into his head. Itoryu. Tora. Bolt. Ari. Zoro's sword cleaved downward with all his might as he leapt forward, the wind whistling as it was split. Rifle. There was a flash, followed by a deafening rumble as Zoro's attack was immediately blown away. The swordsman was sent flying back, barely able to hang onto his sword as he crashed into the ship's railing. The ship itself rocked madly for a moment before slowly calming. A secondary explosion in the distance followed a second later, causing the ship to rock once more. You missed me on purpose, didn't you? Zoro asked rhetorically, sheathing Wado and sitting down, his back covered in a cold sweat. Shishishi, Luffy laughed, before looking over to his other two crewmates. So, what do you think? I'm awesome, right? Usopp, don't die. Nami yelled, shaking the insensate form of the long-nosed boy, who was foaming at the mouth. East blue middle of the ocean. The Going Merry. Don't you ever do that on the ship again. Kaya would never forgive me if I let something happen to the Going Merry, and oh my god, that was so cool. You did a beam. Usopp's eyes were star-filled as he subsequently berated and praised his captain for his reckless behavior on the ship. While I don't know what a beam is, I have to agree that shooting lightning off on a wooden ship isn't the smartest of moves. You could have set the ship on fire, Nami chastised. I'm sorry, Luffy mumbled through his swollen face from the lesson Nami had given to him for going overboard on such a small ship. The crew had relocated into the ship's main cabin and were all seated at the dining table with Zoro sitting against the fridge instead. I know we've been all about this training business the last few days, but you need to pick a heading. We can't just float around wasting supplies like this. Nami pulled out a map of the East Blue and laid it out flat before Luffy. I can't navigate us anywhere if you don't give me a heading. Luffy sat up, his head now unswollen, and stared down at the map. I have no idea where to go besides the Grand Line. His entire crew fell over at his statement. But I don't want to go there yet. There's still one important position I've yet to fill that is essential to any pirate crew, Luffy said seriously. Recovering her composure, Nami agreed. We do have a nice kitchen, so I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to get someone to fill that position. An important necessity for long trips, right? Zoro chimed in. Yeah, an important position all pirate crews need, a musician. Luffy jumped up in excitement at the very thought of his very own pirate musician. Just how much of an idiot are you? What do you see voyages as? I thought you were supposed to be an experienced pirate. A pirate sing, you know. There was hardly a night with the red hairs that we didn't sing and party. Luffy defended. Bang. A loud crash from out on the deck caught everyone's attention before a very angry voice began yelling. Come out, you damn pirates. Luffy immediately rushed out on deck, slamming the main cabin door open. Oi, what are you doing? Who are you? Down on the deck was a short-haired man in a blue jacket, dark skin, blue sunglasses, and the kanji for sea tattooed on his face, sword in hand. Shut up. Who I am doesn't mean shit. The man leapt up and slashed at Luffy, who leapt out of the way, safely landing on the deck below at the expense of the Going Merry's railing. Back inside the main cabin, Nami and Usopp were staring out the porthole to see what was going on. How many are there? Zoro asked, still leaning against the fridge. One I think, Nami answered, while Usopp couldn't remove his eyes from the destroyed railing. Aya's going to kill me. Just leave it to him, Zoro responded, not worried about Luffy, whilst ensuring the other two didn't do something reckless. Back outside, the unknown assailant angrily panted as he glared at Luffy. We've taken the heads of many a pirate. Are you nameless wannabes trying to kill my partner? The man angrily slashed his sword at Luffy, who once again leapt out of the way without much effort. Boy, I'm not nameless or wannabe. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I wasn't trying to kill your partner, I was trying to figure out where to go to recruit a musician. Luffy landed and scowled at the man. I also would appreciate it if you stopped breaking my ship. Luffy pointed at the destroyed railing and slash marks in the deck from the man's wild swings. Don't mess with me. We were resting at the reef with a rock outcropping when a cannonball was fired from this ship aimed at us. My partner is on his deathbed and you bastards tried to kill him. I don't care if you're Monkey D. Luffy, I'm going to make you pay. The man suddenly fell back and scrambled backwards until he hit the mast of the ship. Reaching into his jacket, he swiftly pulled out a stack of wanted posters and began rummaging through them until he found the one he was looking for. Staring back at him was a raven-haired youth with a straw hat and a crescent scar under his left eye. $250 million bellies boldly stood out just as much as the youth's bright smile. The man's head kept snapping from wanted poster to flesh and blood in disbelief. You're no way you're actually Straw Hat Luffy. Seriously? Stop joking around. Nami burst out of the main cabin, marching up to the trembling man and snatching the bounty poster from his hand. There's no way that as her voice trailed off, her eyes widened and an expression of disbelief covered her face. She robotically turned toward the still smiling Luffy. You were telling the truth. Shishishi, he laughed, flashing the peace symbol at her. We told you we weren't lying plenty of times, which, Zoro and Usopp strolled out leisurely, now that the fighting had died down. Now just to the hell. Big bro Zoro, don't tell me you've been captured by Straw Hat Luffy. I can back you up if need be. The man jumped back to his feet, sword in hand and ready to fight once again. Johnny, is that you? Wait, where's Yusaku, isn't he always with you? Zoro wondered, looking around for the man's partner. Big bro Zoro. Johnny began blubbering as he dove forward and grasped onto Zoro's leg. I'm so glad. Yusaku is dying. 1 hour later. He's resting easy now. So long as he keeps drinking the lime juice, he should be better in a few days, Nami announced as she rejoined the others in the main cabin. After hauling the sickly man from Johnny's boat, Nami quickly recognized the symptoms of scurvy and ordered Usopp to get their barrel of limes from below deck as Luffy and Zoro carried Yusaku aboard. It wasn't long until they got him into a bed after making him drink plenty of the citric juice that would aid him in fighting off the disease. You're the best, big sis. Johnny emotionally grabbed the orange-haired woman, hugging her tightly. It's nothing. Nami wheezed out. Also, stop calling me that. I've never seen scurvy that bad before. The chefs and doctors of the Red Hair Pirates kept us fed and well taken care of. At worst, 1 or 2 members would start to develop symptoms before they were tied down and treated. Shishi. Luffy laughed as he remembered how stubborn the red hairs could be. Tied down? Usopp asked cautiously. Let's just say pride can be a dangerous thing, Luffy chuckled. This scurvy is that bad, huh? Zoro curiously asked. In the past, it was a hopeless disease that accompanied sea journeys. But the cause was simply a deficiency of plant-derived nutrients. Ships in the past didn't carry fresh fruits and vegetables since they couldn't be stored. Your friend was lucky we stumbled across each other. A day or 2 more and he'd have died, Nami said grimly. Luffy hummed to himself. I've made up my mind. He suddenly shouted, garnering the attention of the others. About? Nami cautiously asked. We're putting off finding a musician and instead we're going to track down the best seafaring cook the East Blue has to offer and have him join the crew. You were still prioritizing a musician, Nami, Usopp and Zoro yelled together. Of course. It's important. But I suppose eating well is just as important to a party as singing and music. Luffy didn't even bat an eye as food was thrown at him by his crew, letting it all pass through his body. If you're looking for a cook like that, there's a perfect place for that, Johnny spoke up from the side. There's a floating restaurant near the Grand Line that's famous for its fighting cooks. It floats back and forth along the Red Line, which can usually be seen off in the distance. Johnny then looked at Zoro. There's also rumors that the hawk-eyed man you've been looking for has been seen eating there. Zoro couldn't help but tense at that as he gripped Wado Ichimonji tightly. Make a heading for north-northeast and you'll find the best seafaring cooks in the East Blue at the Barati. Johnny dramatically pointed toward the cardinal direction he'd given. Nami and Usopp turned to their captain, awaiting his order, only to see him lost in thought. Where have I heard that name before? He pondered as he felt their gazes on him. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. If it was important, he'd remember it in due time. Onward to the Baradi. Northern East Blue Baradi. 0002 days later 000. Is there anything else I could get for you, mademoiselle? A blond man asked, setting down a plate full of food before a ravishing brunette in an elegant dress. This looks wonderful. I can't wait to try it. The woman smiled up at the handsome sous chef of the Baradi. Well then, bon appetit. With a bow, he backed away and headed to the kitchen. That brunette was even more beautiful than the blonde that was here with that snob of a marine. Shaking his head, he banished thoughts of the couple. Now wasn't the time to be worrying about women. He still had more orders to prepare thanks to his fellow chef skipping out. Speaking of skipping out, he wondered how Jin was doing. He'd barely eaten enough to fill his stomach before leaving. Lost in thought, he put the finishing touches on another dish before heading out to serve the waiting customers. Well, if nothing else, at least today hasn't been too busy, he consoled himself before hearing the main doors open. Welcome to the Baradi. Sanji froze, his attention captured by the orange-haired goddess who had stepped through the entryway. Moving so quickly he seemed to teleport, he immediately put on his most winning smile as he appeared before Nami. My, mademoiselle, we are honored to have you grace our fine establishment. Please, come in and I'll get you seated immediately. Finally, someone who knows how to treat a lady right, she muttered under her breath. Why thank you. We'll need a table for 4. At her words, Sanji's tunnel vision faded, allowing him to see the 3 others who were just entering the main hall. His fleeting hopes were dashed as they were all men, although one of them looked vaguely familiar. Aha! I told you it sounded familiar. I'm pretty sure this is the place Shanks brought us to celebrate Lucky Roo's birthday, Luffy was telling Usopp and Zoro as they followed Nami inside. At that moment, he turned his head taking in the familiar sights of the hall as his gaze landed on the blonde in a suit in front of Nami. It's you. Both Luffy and Sanji yelled out, one in glee and one in dread. Usopp's head swiveled back and forth before fixating on his captain. Luffy, you know this waiter. I'm no waiter, you uncultured hick, Sanji irritably snapped back, straightening his tie in annoyance. I'm the sous chef here, second only to the old man. So the potato peeler has become a full-fledged chef, eh? Luffy smiled at him. I'm impressed. Shut it, chore boy, Sanji sniped back, not wanting to deal with the pirate. Making an about face, he focused back on Nami. This way, oh beautiful maiden. As they scrambled to follow after Nami and Sanji, Zoro saw the look on his captain's face. You're going to ask him to join the crew, aren't you? He sighed out. Technically, I asked him to join way before I met you, Luffy answered him as they took their seats around the table. What? Zoro, Nami, and Usopp exclaimed in shock. Sigh. I already told you, I'm not leaving the old man to join some shitty pirate crew, Sanji drawled out, placing menus on the table. 2.5 years ago. I won't join you. What? Why not? I'm not gonna just up and leave to follow some kid that I barely know. Sanji, age 17, harumphed as he crossed his arms. I'm not a kid. And I'm not saying now, but when I become the captain of my own crew, you should join. You said you want to find the all blue, and I want to become king of the pirates. It makes sense that you join me and set sail for the Grand Line. Luffy, age 14, reasoned out. Not gonna happen. First off, I can tell with just one look of you that you barely even know how to be a chore boy, let alone be a captain. Secondly, I ain't leaving. And that's final. Sanji turned and marched off, only for Luffy to follow him. Well, I said you are leaving. Luffy's voice faded out as the 2 teens left the dining hall. They'd been bickering and making the onlooking members of the Red Hair Pirates laugh at the young waiter's fate. Despite Luffy only being with them a handful of months, they already knew how stubborn the boy could be. Feel free to take the little eggplant with you. I won't report the ingrate missing, Zeph spoke firmly to the now infamous pirate that was Red Hair Shanks. Like I need another brat driving away all the ladies. Especially when the brat is trying to get the ladies for himself. Shanks laughed as he took another swig of beer. HMPH. That boy needs to realize I can take care of myself already and live his own damn life, Zeph muttered. No need to waste his youth on an old man like me. Aw, don't be down in the dumps. We're here to party. Here, Shanks shoved a mug of beer into the old chef's hands. Let's party like it's the last day of our lives. Because that's the only way to party. Present. Say, where's the old man anyways? Luffy asked Sanji as he placed several dishes full of food on the table. It's his day off. Besides, I'm good enough to run this place on my own, the blonde proudly stated. You know, I was wondering about that, Zoro chimed in between mugs of alcohol. If you're the sous chef or whatever, where the hell are the rest of the staff? Day off, Sanji flippantly replied. And when are you going to order some real food, you drunkard? Would you shut up? I'm trying to enjoy this amazing food, Nami growled out, all kinds of fruity drinks and desserts laid out in front of her. Yeah, this is shamashing, Usopp mumbled out, his cheeks bulging from all the food he was shoveling into his mouth. Anything for you, Nami Swan, Sanji swooned before casting a scathing glance at Usopp. Mind your manners. Eat or talk, don't do both. That's an insult to the cooks who made the food. Seeing Nami happily eating Sanji's food, a vein briefly throbbed in Luffy's temple. This bastard cook, I should totally play a prank on him. He rubbed two of his fingers together, generating a decent electrical charge, and was about to let it arc out to the cook and cause his hair to poof out when the doors were thrown open by a weeping Johnny. Big bro Zoro. He blubbered out as he tripped and slid on his face right up to the table the Straw Hat crew was seated around. Johnny, what's wrong? The green-haired swordsman asked, raising an eyebrow but otherwise unconcerned. Me. Hey, stop blubbering all over the floor. This is a restaurant, not a pigsty, Sanji reprimanded the bounty hunter. You're gonna ruin people's appetites. I'm afraid I might have already done that, a smooth baritone voice came from the entryway, causing all of the patrons to look over. It's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mihik. A well-dressed man shouted after a moment, his eyes wide as saucers. Upon uttering that name, panic ensued as the majority of the restaurant goers immediately made a break for the ferry that had brought them to the Baradi. Mihik. Zoro couldn't believe it. The #1 swordmaster of the seas was here, right in front of him. The Usopp had fainted and sprawled on the floor beside the table at the mention of one of the 7 warlords. Sanji merely glanced at the new patron before going back to making hard eyes at Nami. Nami froze at first before slowly edging behind Luffy, who was staring at Mihik with a strange look in his eyes. As the commotion began to settle, Luffy abruptly stood up before walking towards the swordsman. He stopped a pace away from the older man before a giant smile lit up his face. Mihik, what are you doing here? I thought that ship outside might have been yours, boy, Mihik replied with a faint smile. I see you've finally started out on your own. Of course. Set out 2 months ago, and I've already got the makings of the best crew to ever sail. Luffy turned slightly to point at Usopp, Nami, and Zoro. Zoro stared intently at Mihik. The Usopp remained motionless on the ground. Hi, Nami waved nervously. You're so similar to Shank sometimes it's scary, Mihik muttered as he glanced over the 3 official members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They're great, aren't they? I've got a swordsman, a navigator, a sniper and a cook, Luffy listed off as he moved his head slightly to avoid a dish thrown at him. I'm not your cook. The irate blonde snapped. So we should be good to head to the Grand Line soon, Luffy continued, ignoring Sanji's outburst. At least you're not slacking off like him, the warlord muttered. By the way, I ran into 2 heavily injured people on the way here. I'm not sure if they're still alive at this point, so if you could get them off my boat. I'll do it. Nami immediately volunteered, eager to get away from his imposing presence. She snatched Usopp's leg and the back of Johnny's coat, dragging the 2 with her out the door, leaving a disappointed Sanji behind with Zoro. I never saw you as the hero type, Luffy commented, giving the stoic warlord a smirk. Don't mistake me. The older man frowned. I merely decided there was no need for them to die when the Baradi wasn't far from their location. It was pure chance I came upon them. I've been hunting some prey that got away from me. Oh? And who's that? They must be pretty good to have given you the slip, Luffy asked, intrigued. Hardly, Mihik scoffed. Just a rookie from the East Blue that the Navy wanted taken care of. He brought a fleet of 5,000 pirates into the Grand Line and foolishly thought he'd go unnoticed and be allowed to run rampant. If not for a storm that saved him and the last few remnants of his armada, he'd be a welcomed addition to Davy Jones' locker. Then he's either pretty lucky or very unlucky depending on how you look at it. I sure wouldn't want you hunting me down, that's for sure, shishy, Luffy chuckled. Back at the table, Sanji gave a whistle in surprise. Chore boy really does know some big shots, eh? He quipped at the sitting swordsman before looking over when he got no response. Zoro's eyes were locked on Luffy and Mihik. Hawkeye, just how big of a name are you? The fact that Dracula Mihik was casually talking to his 17-year-old captain spoke more volumes than any amount printed on a wanted poster ever could. Slowly Zoro stood up before walking around the table, tightening his swords to his belt and removing his dark green bandana from his left bicep. Boy, Moss Head, what are you doing? Sanji asked, eyes darting between Zoro and the object of his focus. Hawkeye, Mihik. The young swordsman barked out, interrupting the two. Both Luffy and Mihik looked over to see Zoro tying his bandana to his forehead, covering his brow and hair. Zoro. Luffy tilted his head at the serious aura his first mate was letting out. I've been traveling a long time to meet you, he said, ignoring Luffy's questioning look. Oh? And why is that? The warlord cocked an eyebrow, an amused look on his face. I thought I knew the answer to that. However, Zoro flicked his eyes at Luffy briefly before settling them back on Mihik. I've realized the gap between us is much farther than I believed. Regardless, I can't stand by and not take this opportunity to take your head. Zoro drew Wado Ichimonji and aimed it at his target. Surely you have some time to kill. Luffy, stop that idiot. Sanji slapped the tabletop, causing the dishes to rattle. A duel? HMPH. It seems you've picked up quite the brazen one, boy. It certainly brings back memories of when we first met. Mihawk closed his eyes and thought for a moment before directing a glare at him. Tell me, weak one, is it bravery or ignorance that has caused you to turn your blade on me? Surely if you're a competent swordsman you can tell the difference between us before we even cross blades. It's my ambition. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword. And a promise I made long ago, to become the world's strongest swordsman. I see. Boy, what position does this swordsman hold on your crew? Mihawk demanded of Luffy. He's my first mate and the man that will one day become the world's strongest swordsman. You should be careful, that day could be today. Luffy smirked, airing his belief in his choice of first mate. Mihawk didn't have to look at the young pirate captain to sense the hidden worry buried beneath the bravado. The boy knew what he was capable of and that the young swordsman would very likely die by his sword this day. The green-haired swordsman's determination to fight him was practically palpable, there would be no dissuading him. Fine then. It seems I must be the first tribulation for this young crew to endure. How unfortunate. I'll entertain your promise then, weak one. However, a dining hall hardly seems fitting for a duel. You're bloody well right it isn't, an aged voice angrily rang out as the head chef Zeph appeared from the kitchen doors. Damn it, old man, you haven't moved that fast in years. Sanji panted out as he pushed through the doors next. As for you louts, stop hiding around and clean up this mess. Zeph barked, causing the hidden chefs to tumble from their hidey holes as they scrambled to clean up the mess left by the escaping patrons. Ah, Zeph, I was wondering where you were, Mihawk greeted the old man, completely ignoring Zoro, now that the mood was killed. Seeing Zoro frozen in shock, Luffy sidled up to him and threw an arm around his shoulders. You'll still get that duel, don't worry about it. Once Mihawk accepts a duel, he'll always complete it. His arm briefly tightened around the swordsman's shoulders as he lowered his voice. I believe in you. A hidden knot seemed to unwind in Zoro's chest. Thanks. Don't care about your swordsman's pride or whatever, no dueling in my restaurant, Zeph was laying into the warlord, eyes ablaze. If you've got to do it, then I'll deploy the fins, but you low me. The loud shout suddenly cut through the clatter and caused a panicked Luffy to quickly run outside. Luffy? Help. Something's wrong with Nami. To be continued. Hey guys. The revolutionary Ronin here at long last. This last year has been crazy busy for me and Lord of the Morning, but I didn't want to end it without posting chapter 7 for all of you to enjoy. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for it to be in your hands to read. Unfortunately, I didn't make my goal of getting East Blue done before 2023, but it's close. Currently working through Logtown, and lem tell you I'm hyped to get it done and start working on Alabasta. Let's just say Logtown is going to be crazy. I'd also like to announce my Patreon, which is live now and can be accessed through my profile page. Not only that, but chapter 8 is currently live right now on the Patreon. So if you can't wait for next month for it to go live, make sure to head over there and sign up now. Of course that's completely optional, and if you're fine waiting for chapter 8 to be posted here on fanfiction, that's more than fine. Each chapter will be uploaded on the last Friday of each month moving forward for both French Francs and Patreon, with Patreon typically being ahead by one chapter. This is subject to changes just in case, but for now that's the plan. We would like to thank all of you for your patience with us and your continued support, whether you simply read the story or are kind enough to sign up for the Patreon. I wish I could say East Blue was completely done, but it's not much to my dismay. Though it is close to being wrapped up, and that alone has me very excited because we're ending on a bang and I can't wait for all of you to read everything. Lots has happened in the manga and anime that has kept my passion for One Piece alive, and I'm excited to share with you everything I have planned for freedom. Until next time everyone. Need sleep or coffee, Lord of the Morning? I promise I only overwork him to the absolute maximum. The revolutionary Ronin. They're great, aren't they? I've got a swordsman, a navigator, a sniper and a cook, Luffy listed off as he moved his head slightly to avoid a dish thrown at him. Nami's head was stuck on a swivel, bouncing from her cap Luffy to the warlord and back again. I'm not your cook. The irate blonde snapped. So we should be good to head to the Grand Line soon, Luffy continued, ignoring Sanji's outburst. He's not serious, is he? Nami tried to brush off the casual remark. Oh Goda, he's serious. At least you're not slacking off like him, the warlord muttered. By the way, I ran into 2 heavily injured people on the way here. I'm not sure if they're still alive at this point, so if you could get them off my boat. I'll do it. Nami immediately volunteered, eager to get away from the madman who was conversing with one of the most dangerous men alive. She snatched Usopp's leg and the back of Johnny's coat, dragging the two with her out the door, leaving a disappointed Sanji behind with Zoro. Phew. Nami sighed in relief as she finally felt the ability to breathe upon exiting the main dining hall. She'd also let go of Johnny and Usopp, who were both disheveled from being dragged behind the girl. I knew the rumors said he came here every now and again, but I didn't think he'd actually show up. Big bro Zoro, are you really ready to face that man? Johnny sat up looking towards the entrance of the Barati. What do you mean? Nami questioned. I know Zoro's an idiot, but he's not stupid enough to try to fight a guy like that, right? I could hardly breathe in there. And Luffy, it was like he didn't even care he was talking to a warlord of the sea. You've only known Zoro for a short time, right? Johnny looked up at Nami in time to see her nod her head. If there's one thing I'm sure of, Zoro will challenge Hawkeye to a duel. Yusaku and I traveled with big bro Zoro for quite some time, and all he thought about was becoming the strongest swordsman in the world. And I believe in big bro. Just Johnny trailed off, a worried look on his face, before he slapped his cheeks with his hands. No. I can't have doubts. Big bro can definitely take down Hawkeye. Nami rolled her eyes. Men. I swear it's all bravado with them. If Zoro is dumb enough to fight that monster in there, that's his problem, not mine. Though a terrifying thought crossed her mind. They're great, aren't they? I've got a swordsman, a navigator, a sniper, and a cook. Luffy, you idiot. Nami felt an overwhelming need to slam her head against the wall as she realized the biggest idiot she was traveling with had just connected her to the other biggest idiot that wanted to fight a warlord. Depending on how pissed off Mihik gets at Zoro, he could come after us, me, as well. Great. And speaking of idiots, Nami looked down at the still inert Usopp. Would you get up already? I have no desire to die today. As far as anyone knows, I had a heart attack and have been dead since before the warlord showed up, Usopp said, not moving an inch. Or I can throw you overboard and you can actually die. This is not the time for joking around. Besides, if we do this favor for the nice, definitely not mean at all, warlord, perhaps he won't kill us along with that green-haired sword-obsessed moron. Not to mention whatever Luffy does to piss him off as well, though they do seem to be pretty chummy. Nami shook her head, not wanting to go down the many rabbit holes forming in her head as to how Luffy knew a warlord and was friends with him. Yes ma'am. Usopp shot up into a rigid salute, sweating buckets. This she-devil would do it too. Let's just find his ship and help those people Hawkeye said he rescued. They must have been pretty spooked from getting rescued by a guy like that. Johnny stood up and started scanning for any signs of Mihik's ship. As he looked around, all he could see was the Going Merry. The relatively big ferry that had brought most of the Barati's customers for the day had already set sail with the frightened passengers. As he continued to scan, he kept needing to rub his eyes, hoping that the floating coffin bobbing up and down from the waves would disappear. Say, you guys don't think Hawkeye is a vampire, do you? Huh? What nonsense are you? Nami was cut off by Usopp. This ship is the floating coffin, isn't it? Usopp deadpanned, immediately feeling his I've got to go itis flaring up. Oh, for the love of everyone's got a thing, don't they? Nami was really starting to hate this day. Well, what are you two waiting for? Go check it out. Us? We weren't the ones that volunteered. You dragged us out here, Johnny argued. And you're going to make a defenseless girl like me step onto a creepy warlord's coffin boat all by herself? I thought you were a tough bounty hunter. You last longer in training and I am actively scared of you, Usopp muttered under his breath. I heard that. Usopp threw his hands up, not even bothering to fight for his right to not step foot on the coffin boat. We're going. Usopp started pushing Johnny towards the small boat. Hey. Don't be a wuss and give in to her like. Just shut up and trust me, I'd rather face whatever is on that boat than face her wrath. There are times I honestly think she could actually take both Luffy and Zoro on and win, Usopp told the sunglasses-wearing bounty hunter. Johnny relented after that and resigned himself to his fate. Maybe big bro Zoro is right about her being a witch if Usopp is this scared of her. It wasn't long before the two stood before the creepy-looking boat. It had a single mast that appeared to resemble the handle and guard of the warlord's sword attached to his back with a black sail. On either side of the boat was a single candle with a flickering green flame. In the center was a single seat just before the mast and a raised section indicating a hull that could be accessed. You think whoever Mihik rescued is in the hull? Johnny asked, gulping at the creepy aesthetic. He probably. Let's just get this over with. Usopp carefully stepped aboard and looked around. Not seeing anyone, he sighed as his shaky legs carried him to latch that would give him access to the hull. Looking back at Johnny, Usopp pointed at the latch before whispering, I think this is it. Be careful, Usopp bro. Easy for you to say. Usopp glared at the man who'd yet to step aboard. Sighing, Usopp undid the latch and opened it. Lying unconscious was a man and a woman. The man was covered in bandages, blood soaking through with his black hair completely disheveled. The woman seemed to be okay besides her cracked lips, indicating a lengthy amount of time spent in the sun. Her light blue hair was partly held back by a red band that wrapped around her head, and she had an intricate tribal tattoo going across her shoulder. "Hey, they're right here. Come help me, they really don't look good." Usopp immediately bent down to get the two out of the cramped compartment as Johnny rushed over to help. Nami, noticing that the two finally seemed to be picking someone up, made her way closer. She was curious about the two people that needed rescuing by a warlord. "Let's get him out first, he seems to be the most injured," she heard Johnny say as Usopp nodded. After a moment of finagling, the two men pulled a limp body out of the compartment. It was difficult to make out any defining features at first, as the man was wrapped almost completely up in bandages from head to toe. The only article of clothing he was wearing were brown shorts. Nami furrowed her brow at the sight, her heart suddenly beating faster. There's no way it's him. He's safe at home. I bought everyone's protection." Nami shook her head, dismissing the thought. This was nothing but a bad dream. Usopp and Johnny quickly reached her and laid the man down next to her. "Come on, let's get the other one." Usopp and Johnny ran back onto Mihik's coffin-shaped boat, not noticing Nami's locked gaze on the man's face. The man's head was completely bandaged save for an all-too-familiar mustache, left visible to allow breathing through the nose. "Shahahaha. No." Nami whispered quietly, slowly kneeling, tears welling in her eyes. "No." She gradually reached towards the man's bandages to undo them, but froze just before she touched them. "It's not you. It's not you. It can't be you. You're safe at home. I bought your safety. He wouldn't betray me like this. He never breaks his promises with money." "Shahaha. Shahaha." "Set her down gently, it looks like dehydration, possibly starvation too." Johnny's voice pulled Nami out of her locked gaze and toward Usopp and Johnny, setting down the light blue-haired woman. She could feel her vision blur at the sight. This was a sick joke. A dream. A nightmare. She had to be having a nightmare. That was the only way it could make sense. Seriously. How else could Luffy know such a terrifying man as a warlord like Hawkeye Mihik, who just happened to find her wounded surrogate father and sister? Right. "Nami. Nami. Come on, snap out of it. We gotta get help for them." "Oi, are you alright? Nami." Usopp snapped his fingers in front of her. Reality settled in and promptly cracked all at once as Nami looked up at Usopp, tears streaming down her face. Not Nichiko too. Her world then went black. "Shahahaha. Shahahaha. Luffy? Help. Something's wrong with Nami." Northern East Blue Beret 3rd floor. The door quietly clicked shut behind Zeph, leaving him face to face with an impatient Luffy. "Well? How is she?" Straw Hat quickly asked, looking over his shoulder at the room they'd taken Nami to. "Personal space, kiddo," the grizzled chef said and tried to push Luffy back, only to realize that it was impossible. It was like trying to push the Bereti around. Damn kids. Sighing, Zeph gave up. "Physically, she's fine. It looks like something shocked her so much it caused her to freeze up and pass out." Stumping away from Luffy, he cracked his back. "Now, I'm not a doctor, but I've seen something similar before. Sometimes you see or experience something, and rather than deal with it, you shove it down and lock it away." Seeing the boy's attention on him, he continued. "And then something triggers it. A sound, a sight, a smell. All those repressed things bubble up at once and the mind can't take it. So they pass out until they can shove it all down again. Or not. Or not." Luffy's gaze hardened. "Hey, don't look at me like that. You'll have to talk to her and figure it out. Anyway, I've done way too much. Order something, will ya?" the head chef said as he walked down back to the lower floors. Luffy watched him leave before he slowly leaned against the door to Nami's room. "Well, looks like we have something in common, Nami," he bleakly muttered, tilting his hat down to cover his eyes. Beneath his red shirt he could feel the edge of his scar sting but nothing else. He'd been unable to feel the scarred flesh that constituted his massive wound ever since he'd received it. It was like an empty void in his very being. Only it was very literal. A constant reminder of his failure. The door cracked open suddenly 2 doors down, and Usopp, Johnny and Sanji walked out. "I need to check on Yusaku, so I'll be heading back to the ship. Hopefully he's doing alright. Perhaps he'll have enough strength to come aboard and try some food." Sanji took out a packet of cigarettes and pulled one out after closing the door to the room where they'd put the mysterious man and woman. "You said he's been suffering from scurvy." He lit the cigarette and took a long puff as he watched Johnny nod his head. "I'll make something citrusy for him if you bring him aboard." "Thanks big bro Sanji. I'll be back soon with Yusaku." Johnny quickly rushed off to check on his partner and friend. Usopp watched Johnny run off as he addressed Sanji. "Are you sure they're going to be okay?" "Okay? No, I'm not. But so long as they're aboard the Barady, I'll personally make sure they're well fed and nourished. Looking over to the room where he knew Zeph had Luffy bring the orange-haired goddess to, Sanji saw Luffy leaning against the closed door, lost in thought. Walking over, Sanji briefly clapped a hand onto Luffy's shoulder. "Cheer up, chore boy. My Nami swan doesn't need to see such a look on your face when she wakes up." Right as the silence was getting awkward, Usopp cut in. "Hey Luffy, have you seen Zoro? That moss head is probably lazing around trying to drink us dry," the blonde replied, grateful for the interruption. He took a puff of his cigarette as he heard Luffy mutter something about Mihawk still being there and a delayed duel. "We're gonna die. That damn moss head. My first mate. Northern East Blue Barady Fin Deck. I can't believe we're about to witness a duel between the legendary Mihawk and the pirate hunter Zoro," Karn whispered to Patty as the two finished locking the Barady's famous fin deck into place. Usually used for outdoor events or hosting large parties, it was now about to play host to one of the most momentous events to take place in the East Blue in the last decade. "If you ask me, these bastards should be ordering food, not killing each other." Patty wiped his brow as he looked over at the stoic Mihawk and the meditative Zoro. "This is a restaurant, not a pit arena." "Oh, come off it. You're just as excited as I am. I mean, who else is going to be able to say they personally witnessed a duel involving arguably the world's strongest swordsman and East Blue's most premier bounty hunter? No one, that's who." "Karn, Patty, you two done over there?" Zeph yelled at his two chefs as he hobbled out of his restaurant and stood next to Mihawk. "Yes, chef. The fin deck is locked in. It's safe to walk on her," Patty confirmed. Mihawk looked across the deck and took note of the amount of space he'd have to teach the weakling the pecking order of the world. He half-heartedly listened to Zeph prattle on about rules, no doubt for the weakling's benefit, and instead took note of his kneeling opponent and the white scabbard sword before him. "Wait, Ichimonji, what is a sword of your caliber doing on the hip of one so brash?" "I suppose I'm about to find out." "That said, you two can take your positions when you're ready," the old man huffed out, glaring at the swordsman. Mihawk swiftly stepped out onto the deck while Zoro collected Wado and stood up when his name was called. "Zoro." Barreling out of the restaurant, Luffy, Usopp and Sanji ran up to the green-haired swordsman. "The witch?" was all Zoro asked, not having looked at his captain or crewmate. His focus remained on Mihawk. "She'll be fine," Luffy replied quickly, before Usopp or Sanji had time to respond. "This is absolutely reckless. I don't even have to ask to know that you stand no chance. There's no shame in walking away while you still can," Sanji spoke up, not believing the two swordsmen were still going through with this farce of a duel. "This stupid mosshead is throwing his life away for nothing." "See Zoro?" Usopp blubbered out from behind Luffy and Sanji. "There's no walking away. That's never been an option." Zoro then stepped out onto the deck and stood opposite of Mihawk. "Aren't you going to stop him? He's your first mate, how can you just stand there and let him do something this stupid?" Sanji grabbed Luffy by the front of his shirt. "Because I have no right to interfere," Luffy said somberly. "No right? Are you kidding me?" the blonde chef spat out. "I'm not going to just stand by and wah." "That's enough, Sanji," Zeph bellowed. "That's exactly what you're going to do." The moment the challenge was issued, there was no going back for either of them. Neither one of them can afford to lose this duel. So shut up and watch. "Maybe you learned something about conviction finally," Zeph scolded as Sanji seemingly lost all steam in his attempt to prevent the duel. "It seems our little exhibition has brought about quite the amount of tension," Mihawk noted. "It doesn't matter. Only these do." Zoro drew his swords, placing Wado in his mouth and letting his scabbards clatter on the deck next to him. "I was wondering about the three blades. How unusual." Mihawk grasped a cross necklace around his neck before pulling on it, snapping the string, and pulled off a tiny scabbard to reveal a hidden blade. Zoro's brow raised at the sight of the minuscule blade. "What the hell is the meaning of that? I'm no brute that hunts a rabbit with a cannon. Unfortunately, this is the smallest blade I have with me. I'd ask the chefs for something smaller, but in combat anything they'd offer would be insufficient," Mihawk mocked, offering a look of regret. "This is the East Blue after all." Zoro grit his teeth around Wado as he scowled, falling for the taunt. "That's enough making fun of me." Zoro blitzed forward, making the first move of the duel. "Better not regret it when I kill you." Moving the knife in front of him in a light defensive stance. Frog in the well, learn how big the world is. Within seconds Zoro was upon his adversary, prepping his attack. "I landed as it begins. Onigiri." Clang. "You're kidding," Usopp mumbled at the unreal flex of power. "Is he for real? Is that the power of the world's strongest swordsman?" Patty looked on with bugged eyes. "Just how much of a difference is there between them?" Sanji asked as he nervously lit up a new cigarette. "Zoro overcome it," was all Luffy said as he stared at his struggling first mate, all three of the swordsman's blades locked at their cross-section by the tiny blade in Mihawk's grip. "What, I can't move. What did he do?" No one has ever seen through this technique and he stopped it using a toy like that. Zoro grit his teeth around Wado as he moved his eyes from the small blade to the calm and compassed Mihik, who didn't even appear to be struggling to hold his 3 blades in place. Is this really the distance between us? Is this how far Luffy is? Just how far behind am I? They can't be this far apart. Zoro raged as he pulled his blades out of the lock, stepping to his side and began to swing wildly at his opponent. Mihik casually stepped back as he blocked each of Zoro's mad swings with a tiny blade, never blinking. As he easily blocked the 3 blades, Mihik had already seen 8 opportunities for him to strike and end the duel. The weakling had skill, but it was tossed to the side in a fit of rage. If not for his curiosity about why the boy had chosen this swordsman as his first mate, he'd have ended it immediately. The boy chose you for a reason. Show me what that reason was. Having enough of the unruly swordsmanship, Mihik struck, bypassing all of Zoro's defenses, and slashed his chest. Wah! Falling onto his back, Zoro immediately rolled and created distance between himself and Mihik. He didn't have to look down to know that a deep red was staining his white shirt, the sting from the shallow cut was indication enough. Is this really how you're going to fight the world's greatest swordsman? I thought you'd grown up from that brat who didn't even know the limit on how many swords to wield, a girl's voice quietly mocked him. Shut up. Zoro muttered as he stared at Mihik, his breath ragged. How am I supposed to do this? I haven't landed a single blow and all he's using is that damn toy. This isn't some game, damn it. Of course this is a game. To him you're nothing but a weakling, not even worth using a real blade to cut down, the voice countered. How are you going to become the world's greatest swordsman if you can't even make your opponent respect you enough to view you as a threat? Stop flailing your arms around like a child and be the swordsman you swore to me you'd become. Slowly Zoro's breath evened out and he closed his eyes. TCH. Even dead you can't help but taunt me. You're right. I'm not that punk that didn't know how to wield a sword anymore. If the gap is this far, then I'll cross it here and now. The world's greatest or death. Opening his eyes, he took a breath and calmly took a stance. So there is more to your swordsmanship than simple ferocity. Show me. Mihik challenged. Without hesitation Zoro charged forward, this time with a calmer demeanor. Upon reaching Mihik he swung his right-handed sword, countered, followed by an upcut slash from his left, countered, a sideways swing in from the right, countered. On it continued. Zoro would swing, Mihik would counter. The two danced about the fin deck in their deadly dance of blades. Less openings. He's calmed and is actually fencing. He's trying to create an opening with the blades in his hands so he can swing in with Wado Ichimonji. This style I wonder. Mihik stepped back as the opening Zoro had been trying to make presented itself and swung in with Wado, only for it to be countered, the two locking blades briefly before returning to their dance. It's like watching a matador lead a bull around. Mihik is in complete control with such a small knife. Paddy exclaimed in wonder from the safety of the Barati proper. Right, who knew that someone could master swordsmanship to such a level? Karn added. Boy. Are you doubting my big bro? Johnny, who'd returned from the other side of the Barati where the Going Merry was moored, yelled at the two. There's no way big bro Zoro is going to lose. You can do this, big bro. Johnny yelled, ignoring the fact he was gripping the banister of the Barati with a white-knuckle grip. Luffy ignored all the comments being made around him about the duel. He knew none of them could see what was really transpiring before them. They'd never been in a situation like this. To face down someone that outclassed you to such a degree that it was like a child fighting their father with random pieces of sticks. A laughable effort. It made the scar on his abdomen tingle with memory. Survive Zoro. Survive and surpass him. After all, you're the man that's going to become the world's greatest swordsman. The duel had picked up in pace and the two swordsmen were practically a blur. Only now, each strike, each block, was calculated and with strategy. Every blow had a purpose, to cut down the man on the other side. I didn't pursue swordsmanship all this time to be taken down by a toy like this. I will make you acknowledge my swordsmanship. Zoro thrust forward, the tiniest hint of opening on Mihik's left side. It was a ruse. Mihik sidestepped, letting the weakling lunge forward and expose the nape of his neck and struck with the handle of the tiny blade. Ah! Zoro's world went white. Strike now. The girl's voice rang out and, instinct driving his actions, Zoro's right arm swung back, fabric meeting blade, before he continued to tumble forward. That's not what I foresaw. Mihik couldn't help but marvel at the sight, the right side of his collar had been shortened by a few inches. He looked over at the dazed weakling and couldn't help the slight tweak in his lips, a smile forming for the briefest of moments. There's more to him it seems. To be able to change a vision of observation. It seems you've chosen well, boy. Struggling to his feet, Zoro turned to face Mihik and stumbled back to the warlord, haphazardly swinging his swords, who stepped out of the way and allowed Zoro to tumble about and fall onto his back. I'm going to get stronger for her, too. I'll be the world's greatest swordsman so that my name will reach even the heavens. I promised her. His past words echoed throughout his head. This was possibly his only chance. Straining to tilt his head to look at Mihik, Zoro once more grit his teeth around Wado and struggled to his feet. What do you bear on your shoulders? What do you desire once you've obtained power, weakling? Mihik asked with genuine curiosity. Boy, don't you call Big Bro a weakling. He's the greatest bounty hunter in all of East Blue. I'll kill you for insulting him, you cross bastard. Johnny yelled, preparing to leap over the banister, only to be held back by Luffy. Don't you dare interfere, Johnny. Luffy was effortlessly holding Johnny down with one hand despite the strain on his own face. Luffy Usopp stared, concerned for his captain and first mate. Zoro huffed out more ragged breaths, ignoring Mihik's questions. I won't lose. Swinging the two blades into position behind his outstretched left arm and Wado, he continued his assault. Tora. The world's greatest swordsman, huh? The king of the pirates would need no less than that on his crew. Bari. Rushing forward, Zoro brought his blades down with all his might upon Mihik, only to feel cold steel pierce his chest. Losing all momentum, his arms came to a rest at his sides. Blood fell onto the deck beneath his feet. Are you going to let me pierce your heart? Mihik questioned, having stopped the blade millimeters from the weakling's heart. Why aren't you withdrawing? I don't know. Zoro just stood there, blood now trickling out of his nose and mouth from the earlier blow to his head. I don't know why, but if I withdrew even a single step, I know I'd never be able to stand here again. I feel as if all those various important things like pledges and vows will be broken. Yes, that's what defeat is. Piercing golden stared into blazing black. Then all the more reason I won't retreat. A girl's determined face flashed through his thoughts. Even if you die? The warlord pressed. I'd rather die. What a strong heart. So he chooses death over defeat. I now see why the boy has chosen you. Mihik withdrew the blade and stepped back, sheathing it and tying it back around his neck. Boy. State your name. Zoro once more took a stance. Verano Zoro. I'll remember it. Reaching behind him, Mihik drew Yoru from his back. I haven't seen anyone like you in a while, strong one. Thus, as a swordsman's courtesy, I'll cut you down using the world's strongest black sword. I appreciate it. Zoro stood perfectly still as he and Mihik prepared for the final bout. This is it. The world's strongest or death. The two moved as one. Santoryu Ogi. Sanzen Sekai. Fall. Shattered pieces of metal clattered about the deck and a splatter of blood flew out from Zoro's chest. In his outstretched hands, the two swords were nothing more than bladeless hilts. I lost. I never imagined I'd lose. Zoro dropped the useless hilts and removed Wado from his mouth, pulling its scabbard from his side as he sheathed it. So this is the power of the world's strongest. Standing up, he quickly turned around and stretched his arms out and left himself open to be cut down. Mihik was taken aback by the action. What are you? Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame. Zoro painfully smirked at his opponent. An almost gleeful smile broke across Mihik's face. Admirable. The strike was over in a second, the ringing of a blade and the splash of blood the only sounds on the open sea. Big bro Zoro. Johnny watched in horror as blood once again came flying out of Zoro, Wado Ichimonji, almost slipping from the defeated swordsman's grasp. Zoro. Usopp cried out, not believing his eyes. DCH, what was even the point? Sanji scoffed, a crushed cigarette falling from his hands. He couldn't comprehend this farce of a duel. Of course this was the outcome. He should have given up his ambition rather than die. You shouldn't live so hastily, young one. Mihik watched as his opponent fell onto his back for the final time. Looking at the prone form of Zoro, who was struggling to remain conscious, Mihik addressed him. It's still too early for you to die. My name is Dracula Mihik. Learn about yourself. Learn about the world. And become strong. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this seat of the strongest and wait for you. Surpass this sword. Try to surpass me. Verano Zoro. As if in response to Mihik's words, Zoro shakily lifted Wado Ichimonji into the air with one hand. Luffy. Did I disappoint you? He strained to shout out. You need no less than the world's greatest swordsman, right? His eyes closed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. I swear I will not be defeated ever again. He briefly paused as a cough racked his injured body. Until the day I defeat him and become a master swordsman, I'll never be defeated. Got any problems with that king of the pirates? Zoro. Luffy's shout was almost drowned out by the rumbling boom of his devil fruit-powered movement as he seemed to teleport right next to the now unconscious Zoro. Did you have to go that far? Straw Hat complained to Mihik as he began to administer basic first aid. I showed him the respect a proper swordsman is due, nothing more, nothing less, the warlord explained, a small grin gracing his handsome visage. As everyone began to run over, Mihik turned and slowly walked toward his boat before briefly pausing. Let him know, if he wants to become stronger, he needs to go back to the beginning. With that, Dracul Mihik boarded his coffin boat and gracefully left the Baradi. Northern East Blue Baradi 2 hours later. I've called for a doctor, but the earliest one can make it to the Baradi will be tomorrow. Until then he'll just have to tough it out, Zeph gruffed out as he hobbled into the infirmary that was quickly filling up. Damn Mihik. This is a restaurant, not a hospital. I don't have the means to take care of this level of injuries. Minor cuts and heatstroke, sure, but not open wounds and multiple fractures. Zeph eyed the now bloodied bedding the green-haired brat had been dropped on that seemed to be getting even bloodier as Zoro bled through the bandages wrapped around his chest and torso. Surrounding the wounded swordsman was Luffy, Usopp, Johnny, and the now awake Yusaku, shakily drinking a glass of lemon juice as he lamented about not being able to support Zoro. Across from them were the two unknowns that Mihik had left behind and the girl that had come with the Straw Hat pirates, each in their own bed, currently being tended to by Sanji. There's no way to head for land. Zoro bro is in bad shape. Surely the Going Merry can make it by tonight. Yusaku exclaimed, visibly upset. Even if you had immediately set sail, we're too close to the red line. The closest island is Logtown, and from our position this far north, it'll take a caravel like that 2 to 3 days to reach. If not for the Baradi's reputation and the contract with the ferry service to use ships built for speed I made it'd be impossible for any doctor to reach us for a week. All you brats can do is wait and hope that they hold on long enough for help to arrive. Zeph crossed his arms as he glared at the overzealous bounty hunter. You should be grateful I've done this much as it is. I'm a chef not a doctor. But. That's enough, Yusaku. There's nothing we can do. Let it go, Luffy cut him off, his eyes focused on his first mate. I know. I just feel so useless. I've been stuck in bed this whole time because of that damn scurvy and all this happened. I wasn't there when Zoro bro needed me most. Damn it. Yusaku sat down on the stool he'd been provided and slammed a fist against his right thigh. You were right where you needed to be. You'd just have distracted him with worry. TCH. I had to watch the whole thing and could do nothing to help. How the hell is anyone supposed to fight a monster like that? Johnny palmed his forehead in shame as he lamented. Luffy, is that what's waiting for us on the Grand Line? Monsters like Mihik? Usopp asked as he took in the carnage before him. He'd never seen so much blood before. Not even when they'd fought the Black Cat pirates just a week ago. Luffy remained quiet for a moment before answering. The Grand Line is full of monsters like Mihik. I traveled with and fought against some of the strongest it has to offer. It was like being amongst titans. And you want to go back there? You want to take these guys, her, to a place like that? Sanji pointed to the unconscious Nami and then to Zoro. He didn't even stand a chance against one of those monsters and. It's not about standing a chance. Luffy cut him off, eyes burning with ambition. It's about having the guts to stand in the first place. That duel was never about Zoro defeating Mihik. It was about him following through on his ambition and never backing down. He knew he wasn't going to win, yet he fought anyway. Because sometimes we have no other choice but to fight. And now he knows, like I do, just how far it all is. King of the pirates, the world's greatest swordsman, thousands of others are all striving for dreams like those. If we falter for even a second, we'll die. Luffy huffed as he placed a hand on his side. And besides those titans, those monsters that are all biding their time in the Grand Line, Luffy clenched his fists. They're not invincible. Luffy smiled as he looked back down at Zoro before reaching into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of fabric. He proved his sword could reach him. Well said. Now all of you get out of here. They need their rest, not you louts yelling at each other about what you can and can't do. Zeph pointed at the door as all 5 teens scrambled out of the room. Zeph stared out into the hall for a moment. That kid, just how much have you let him see red hair? Zeph then hobbled out of the room after them, making note of the scrap of cloth lying next to the green-haired brat's head. Northern East Blue Baradi main dining hall. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a long puff as he sat alone at one of the dining tables. Blowing out the smoke, he couldn't help but think about Luffy's earlier words. It's about having the guts to stand in the first place, and besides those titans, those monsters that are all biding their time in the Grand Line, they're not invincible. It's been 3 years since we met. Is that really enough time to change so much? What happened to you in those seas, chore boy? You used to laugh non-stop and wouldn't leave me alone for a second. Now though, that smile you put on to make everyone think you're okay, you can't fool me. Sanji took another drag. Is it really that surprising that he's grown up these last few years? Sanji was startled out of his chair as Zeph took a seat next to him. Don't do that, geezer. Sanji complained. You shouldn't be so easily surprised, Bean Sprout. Zeph taunted. DCH, I thought I told you not to call me that anymore. Sanji sat back down, pulling out another cigarette and lighting it. You're still 50 years too young to tell me what to do. Zeph crossed his arms. You've been saying that for 9 years, either decrease the number or don't say it at all. Sanji exhaled, the smoke drifting and curling in front of his face. Maybe I will when you finally get off my restaurant. It's our restaurant and I will when you kick the bucket in 30 years. Oh, when did I make you co-owner? And I'll live for another 100 easily. The day you saved my life. And I'll be here for every one of those 100 years. Ah. You need to live your own damn life already. Accept the brat's offer and leave with him when he heads back for the Grand Line. Sanji bit through his cigarette and slammed his open hands against the table. Not this tripe again. I ain't leaving until I've repaid my debt. That's final. Sanji turned to storm off, but Zeph cut him off. I didn't save you to make you waste your life helping a cripple, you damn brat. Zeph scowled. I saved you so you could live for the both of us. So you could prove those fools from back then wrong and find the all blue, or do you no longer believe in such things? Sanji couldn't move. He couldn't think. All blue, a blonde woman's smiling face flashed in his mind, along with a crying Pinkett. Do I still want to find it? Or did that desire starve to death with Sanji? I couldn't find it, Sanji. I wasn't able to make it because I was too afraid to face those monsters in the Grand Line. But I knew, when you stared me down all those years ago, when you claimed you'd find all blue one day, that you'd surpass me. So I bet it all on you. Zeph tapped his peg leg against the tiled floor of the main hall. Perhaps you're still afraid of the monsters you've been running from all this time. Maybe I taught you to be a little too much like me. Listen. Don't ever come back here. The sea is broad. You'll definitely meet kind people someday. Run. Don't look back. Don't ever come back here. Run. Sanji. A crying voice that he'd nearly forgotten echoed in his head. Boy, who do you think you are? Lecturing me about what I should do with my life. You think I want to stay here my whole life? I don't. But you saved me. So how can I just leave after all I took from you? I didn't ask you to save my life and for you to give up your ability to be a pirate. But it's my fault regardless. So until I've repaid my debt to you, Sanji spun on his heel and grabbed Zeph by his collar. You're stuck with me. You got that, you damn geezer. The two stared each other down, neither saying a word. Slam. Owner's F. Owner's F. Pirates. It's the Krieg pirates. It's massive. Usopp stared up in horror at the massive galleon that seemed to eclipse the Barati. It can't be. Has he really come back? Johnny exclaimed as he looked at the Jolly Roger that adorned the tattered sails. A skull with 2 hourglasses between the crossed bones told the bounty hunter just whose galleon he was staring at. If even he can't last in the Grand Line, who can? Yusaku questioned in disbelief. Was this your prey, Mihik? Luffy asked as he looked at the damaged ship, which seemed to be just barely afloat, making note of the perfectly slashed cuts that littered the hull. A shadowed movement caught Luffy's eye. Johnny, Yusaku, arm yourselves and guard the infirmary. Don't let anyone near it until I give the all clear. I don't think they're here for a bite to eat. Right, let's go, Yusaku. Johnny rushed back to the Going Merry where his and Yusaku's swords were stowed. Right. Yusaku took off after his partner. You really think we need to fight? Usopp asked, unsure of the situation. This day just keeps getting worse. Of all the pirates to show up now, they say Don Krieg is the undisputed ruler of East Blue. Can Luffy really fight a guy like that? I know he has his devil fruit, but is it enough? Usopp. Luffy's call snapped the marksman out of his stupor. You're the son of the greatest sniper in all the world. You're going to be the head gunner to the future king of the pirates. There's no need to fear the head of a snake that already had its body cut off. 2 of our crew are depending on you to protect them. Most importantly, I believe in you. Usopp gasped as Luffy's words sunk in. Does he really have that much faith in me already? I know he forced the Black Cat pirates to go easy on me, can I really fight real pirates on my own? Remember your promise to Kaya, it's too early to die now. Luffy then turned and left, heading for the main entrance of the Barati. My promise. No matter how long it takes, no matter where I go, I promise that I'm going to come back and tell you about every adventure we go on. And every bit of it will be nothing but the truth. The creaking of the massive ship coming to a halt snapped Usopp out of his thoughts and back to the situation at hand. Why the hell did I agree to this journey? Wait for me, Luffy. Usopp turned and ran after his captain. Rushing his way through the Barati, back to the main dining hall, Usopp ran right into the brick wall otherwise known as Luffy's back, crushing his nose in the process. Paying no heed to the gunner rolling on the ground in agony behind him, Luffy took in the sight of the Barati's chefs standing off against 2 weary-looking men, one in grey clothing with a grey and blue bandana that covered his forehead, the other in a dark overcoat with a multitude of bandages covering his body. The thick gold-infused armor that lay underneath his shirt didn't escape Luffy's notice as it reflected the lights of the dining hall. They both look ready to keel over and die. Though I think anyone would if a warlord was pursuing you. Water, food, anything. We have money, tons of money, I can't even recall the last time I ate. Please give me some water and food, the man in armor pleaded, being held up by the other man whose face grimaced in shame. The chefs all began to murmur amongst themselves, not expecting to see the mighty Don Krieg so demure and defeated. Is that really him? The guy that conquered the East Blue? What the hell happened to them on the Grand Line? He shows neither dignity nor force. Is he really that Don Krieg, Commodore of the Grand Pirate Fleet? Paddy pondered as he took in Krieg's appearance. Luffy's eye caught a slight movement from the side of the room and saw Sanji casually making his way into the kitchen. His attention was brought back to Don Krieg, who suddenly fell to the floor in exhaustion. Don Krieg, the man who'd been helping him, cried out. Swallowing his pride, he addressed the chefs. Please. We're not here to fight. Can't you see he's starving? We're all starving. We barely have the energy to sit up, let alone stand. All of us will die if we don't eat soon. Please, at the very least, feed the captain. Together we can make for an island and find food for the others. Just please don't let him die like this. The man stared into the uncaring and untrusting eyes of the chefs and despair began to settle in. Wahahaha. This is good. It's a riot to see the infamous rogue Don Krieg like this. Paddy boasted, unmoved by the man's plea. We have money. We're customers. Bring us food and you'll all be rich enough to be kings. The man argued. Wasn't that the reason you refused to serve me last time? Money, you say? Don't be ridiculous. Do you not realize the terror that guy at your feet has brought upon the entire East Blue? Oi, one of you contact the Navy right away. They'll never get a better opportunity than this. What? The man couldn't believe what he was hearing. There's no need to feed him a single scrap of day-old bread. He's at his absolute weakest right now, we should be able to keep him under arrest until the Navy comes. He's right. We don't know what that guy will do once he's got his energy back, one of the chefs agreed. I bet he'll attack this restaurant straight away. That guy destroyed whole towns from what I've heard, no way am I feeding him. This is what he gets for everything he's done. I won't do anything, Krieg spoke up as he pushed himself to his hands and knees. I won't do anything. Once I eat, I promise I'll leave quietly. He then promptly bowed to the chefs. So please, help me. Don Krieg, please stop. A man like you shouldn't beg. Please don't do something so disgraceful. Krieg's underling begged, shame filling him as he witnessed his captain's lowest moment. Anything please, I'll take leftovers, even your spoiled goods, anything. Luffy heard the kitchen door open but kept his eyes on the pleading pirate. Ha! Are you trying to gain our sim? Paddy's face became indented with a black shoe as he flew back and hit the brick spiral staircase that led to the second floor. Don't stand in the way when I'm serving food, Sanji grumbled as he made his way to the two pirates. Wah, Sanji. Karn stared in disbelief at the South chef's actions. What is he doing? Somebody stop him. As Sanji, Krieg's crewmate, couldn't help the overwhelming feeling of gratitude. Here, Jin. Let him eat it. Sanji placed a bowl of fried rice and a jug of water before the two pirates. Sanji Jin just continued to stare at the cook, unable to understand the other man, as Don Krieg began to shovel the hot meal into his mouth. Thank you was all Krieg managed in between mouthfuls. Karn ran forward, shoving his fellow chefs out of the way, pointing accusingly at Sanji. Sanji. Take that food away right now. Do you realize what kind of man he is? He's the man who's called the East Blue ruler, the foul player Krieg. It started in a prison. He pretended to be a marine soldier and took over a navy ship by killing a senior officer on the ship. That's how he declared himself a pirate. He sometimes raised the navy flag and entered into harbors in order to attack the town and passenger ships. He also raised a white flag and then attacked enemy ships. He did anything to continue winning. That's how he got to where he is now. So he plays dirty, Luffy noted as he continued to watch the other pirate eat, unimpressed. His real strength is overwhelming as well. Leaving after eating. That's not an option with him. We can't let that man live. For society's sake, just let him starve to death. Krieg had moved on to the jug of water and began gulping it down in a frenzy. Finishing it off, he slammed it down before jumping to his feet. Gua. Sanji barely had time to react as he was clotheslined by the pirate and slammed onto his back. Jin's eyes widened as he watched his Don attack the one man willing to help them. Krieg snarled at the blonde chef, uncaring for the empathy given to him. Damn it. Karn cried out, helpless to help his South chef. Snapping out of his stupor, Jin addressed Krieg. This isn't what we agreed on, Don Krieg. I brought you here under the condition that you wouldn't touch this restaurant. That man helped us when no one else would, Jin cried out in agony as Krieg roughly grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him to his feet. Yeah, that was delicious. Krieg then squeezed Jin's shoulder until a cracking noise resounded throughout the restaurant. I feel alive again. He then threw his underling down on the ground. The chefs all stared in fear as what they feared the most unfolded before their very eyes. Krieg looked around the dining hall with an almost crazed expression before grinning to himself. This is a good restaurant. I'll be taking this ship. Sanji struggled to lean up, blood dripping off his chin. So that's what you want. My ship has been reduced to a wreck, I'm in need of a new one. You'll get off this ship after you take care of what I tell you to do. Jin clutched his shoulder in agony. Don, this isn't what you promised. Krieg ignored him before he thumbed back at the entrance to the restaurant. I have about 100 of my underlings still alive on my ship. They're weak with hunger and severe injuries. You'll first prepare 100 meals and water for them. I'm sure as we speak a number have died of starvation. Bring them here immediately. Are you telling us to revive your pirates for you? Karn couldn't help the angry outburst. Just for you to turn on us we refuse. Refuse? Krieg's grin turned into a frown. You seem to have the wrong impression. I'm not placing an order. I'm giving you orders. It doesn't matter who you are, no one defies me. All of the chefs shifted uncomfortably under the angry gaze of Krieg. Sanji, the blonde cook, barely heard his name before looking over at Jin. Sanji, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. What happened? Oh my head, no. Sanji, what the hell did you do? Patty woozily stood up, his eyes widening at the sight of a revitalized Krieg. Sanji said nothing as he struggled to his feet before he turned on his heels and made for the kitchens. Sanji. Where do you think you're going? Patty pressed, getting the blonde to stop. Sanji looked at the chef, wiping the blood from his mouth. To the kitchen. I have 100 meals to prepare. What? All of the chefs shouted in unison, not believing what they were hearing. Luffy continued to watch the scene play out, his hat shadowing his eyes. Krieg couldn't help but smile. That's the way it should be. He almost felt mirthful at the sight of the chefs pulling out hidden pistols and pointing them at the blonde chef. Are you Krieg's spy? Sanji, one of the chefs demanded. We're not letting you into the kitchen. We're done with your crazy behavior. Sanji looked at all of them before he spread his arms out. Do it. The action took them by surprise. If you want to stop me, then do it. You think I don't know that he's a piece of shit? I know that much, but that doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter at all. What happens after we feed them, that's too much of a bother to think about. I'm a cook. No more. No less. If someone's hungry, I'll feed them. That's all. It's fine for a cook to be that way, don't you think? The cooks all hesitated, their pistols feeling immensely heavy in their hands. Sanji suddenly lurched forward onto the ground as he was struck from behind. The hell with that. Somebody restrain him. Patty ordered, before addressing the downed cook. Sanji, you sometimes feed customers. I drive away at the back door. I'm not going to say who's right or who's wrong, but this time, it's your mistake. I'm not going to stand by and let you do as you please this time. Patty then strutted over to a cupboard located under the spiral staircase where he proceeded to pull out a cannon that looked like a shellfish. I'll protect this restaurant. Fortunately, we only have one enemy to fight. Even if it's Don Krieg, what can he do against all of us? This is a sea restaurant where pirates come and go every day. We're fully prepared to serve any kind of customer. That Sanji watched Patty aim the cannon at Krieg. Are you full now, Don Krieg? How about for dessert you have iron? Patty fired the cannon without warning. Krieg had no time to dodge as the cannonball landed squarely in the middle of his chest and exploded. The hall filled with smoke as the ship was rocked from the preceding explosion. On. Jin called out, blown away from where he was laying. As the smoke cleared and the dust began to settle, Patty raised the cannon in triumph. I might have broken the doors. Owner's gonna yell at me again. You did it to protect the restaurant. It's a small price to pay, Karn assured. And what are you gonna do about those on the ship? Shoot them as well? Sanji asked, annoyed at Patty's reckless action. Who knows? Maybe we'll spread butter on the ship and stir-fry it. Patty almost chuckled, knowing the starving pirates on Krieg's ship wouldn't be able to protect themselves. That's not enough, Luffy mumbled to himself. Huh? What's not enough? Usopp asked, having stayed hidden behind Luffy thus far, not wanting to garner the attention of Don Krieg. That'll taste better than this, right? You damn cook. Krieg's voice resounded throughout the restaurant, becoming visible again, an angry expression on his face. No way. Patty couldn't believe what he was seeing. His shirt blown away, Krieg stood completely unharmed, his golden armor having protected him from the explosion. Now visible were dual shoulder pads and golden arm bracers. You should have let that blondie do as I ordered. Now you all have to pay. The shoulder pads opened up to reveal hidden guns on Krieg's shoulders, the armor plates on his waist also pulled back to reveal more guns, and he drew 2 pistols from his coat. The cook stood no chance as Krieg opened fire. Bullets and blood filled the air as the cooks were all shot mercilessly. Krieg closed his plates, hiding his hidden guns once again, as he announced himself. I'm Don Krieg. Anyone that defies me, dies. I'm the strongest. Steel arms that are stronger than anyone's. A woot's tailor-made body that is harder than anyone's. I have all sorts of built-in weapons throughout my body. A 50-ship fleet of 5,000 men. I've won all battles in the past. I am a man fit to be called on. When I tell you to prepare food, all you have to do is obediently follow orders. Don't defy me. Slam. The restaurant fell silent as a massive bag was placed in front of Krieg. That should be roughly 100 meals. Take it to your ship and feed your men. Zeph stood before Krieg, his brow furrowed in irritation. Owner's F. The cooks that were able to called out, shocked that Zeph would do such a ridiculous thing. So that's your decision. Luffy continued to watch as he dropped the few stray bullets that flew at him and Usopp. Z's F. Krieg couldn't help the shiver of fear that ran down his spine, for however brief it was. Not saying a word, Zeph turned and hobbled away. Owner, how could you? What are you thinking, Owner? If we revive his men, they'll be able to completely take over this ship. Zeph stopped abruptly, if they have the will to fight, that is. Right, defeated warrior of the Grand Line. Zeph turned and looked at Krieg accusingly. Krieg merely had a dumbfounded look on his face. He's a defeated warrior of the Grand Line. The cooks all looked at Krieg with a confused look. Then even the ruler of the East Blue couldn't tame that wild sea? Karn questioned, genuinely shocked at the revelation. Even with a fleet of 50 ships. You must be Red Leg Zeph. Krieg shouted, confident the man before him was the once legendary Red Leg Zeph. So you're alive after all, the infamous pirate cook that was second to none. So what if I'm alive? It's got nothing to do with you. All I am now is a cook. Zeph waved off his former moniker, not caring to hear it. Ha 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 ha. Put that way, it almost sounds nice. All you are is a cook now, more like all you can be is a cook. Krieg pointed out Zeph's peg leg. Red Leg Zeph was a master of kicks who never used his hands in battle. I heard that his strong legs could crush bedrock and leave footprints in steel. And Red Leg referred to your boots, which would be covered in the blood from your victims. However, you no longer have that precious leg anymore. The rumors were vicious over that accident at sea. I wouldn't be surprised if you're now unable to fight after losing one of your legs. So what if I can't fight? I can cook just fine so long as I have these hands. What are you trying to say? Just come right out and say it. Heh. Red Leg Zeph. You're the man that once entered the Grand Line and came back unhurt. There should be a logbook with the full year of your journey chronicled in it. You're going to give me that log. Krieg demanded, pounding his chest with his right arm to emphasize his point as his armor reverberated throughout the hall. The owner's been to the Grand Line. Usopp said in awe from behind Luffy, who was still silently letting Zeph handle the situation. My logbook, huh? Indeed, I have it with me. But I'm not going to give it to you. That logbook is the pride of all the crewmen that I traveled with. It's too precious to give to you, it'd be nothing but a waste in your hands, Zeph said defiantly. Then I'll take it by force. Krieg clasped his fist in the air, pissed at Zeph's defiance. It's true that I disgracefully ran from the Grand Line. Regardless, I'm still Don Krieg, the strongest man to ever sail. I had the power, the forces, as well as ambition to cross that sea. The only regrettable thing I lacked was information. I just simply didn't know things about that sea, and that's it. I'll take that logbook and learn what I didn't know, and from that information, I'll rebuild my fleet and become the man that seizes the One Piece. And then at last I'll stand on top in this great Purgwa. Krieg's eyes bulged out of his eye sockets as pain emanated from his abdomen. He didn't even get the chance to comprehend what just hit him before he was sent flying out of the dining hall, skidding across the still deployed fin deck and then finally crashing into the ocean of the East Blue. I didn't think I'd send him that far. Luffy, now standing where Krieg had been, smiled as he righted himself out of the fighting stance he'd flashed into existence with. You'd think he'd be prepared for such a slow attack like that if he's going to seize One Piece, not that it matters. I'm the man that's going to find One Piece. Silence fell over the main hall as all of the chefs looked at Luffy in awe. He sent Don Krieg flying with a single punch. I didn't even see him move. Just who is that kid anyway? Petty pondered aloud, just now realizing how much Zeph had gone out of his way for the boy wearing the straw hat. You don't know Patty? Oh yeah, that was just before you and Karn were hired on. Man, that was one hell of a party. Oi, chore boy, tell those red hair pirates to come by again. I haven't partied like that since. Red hair pirates. Both Karn and Patty looked at each other in confusion. HMMPH, it would behoove you two to pay more attention to the news. 3 years ago, a big pirate group from the Grand Line took a holiday here in the East Blue. The Barady was one of their stops to celebrate one of their crew's birthdays. The kid that just sent the supposed ruler of East Blue flying out of my restaurant was a pirate apprentice to that group. What's even more shocking is that 6 months later, that same pirate group got caught up in a big incident involving the world government and one of the pirate emperors, Kaido, Zeph explained to the ignorant chefs. Out of that incident the balance of power in the world shifted as the leader of that pirate crew was declared the fourth pirate emperor for his intervention, and the Yonkou were born. Out of the numerous things to happen following that incident, what no one expected to happen was a bounty of $250 million Bellis was given to a 15-year-old boy, the pirate apprentice turned commander of the Red Hair Pirates. The eyes of all the chefs bulged at the revelation of how much the smirking teen in front them was worth. Sanji had stopped trying to light a fresh cigarette as he looked at Luffy. Chore boy's worth how much? You need to update your info, big hat owner, I don't sail for Shanks anymore. After all, I can't become king of the pirates if I'm tied to an emperor. Shishy. Luffy laughed, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Don't screw with me. Jin suddenly yelled out as he shakily stood up. How? How can a kid like you blow away Don Krieg like that? Worth $250 million Bellis. For a teenager not even the Don is worth that much and he's pillaged, plundered and killed his way across the East Blue for over 10 years. And you expect me to believe a kid like you has sailed in that graveyard? We were there for 7 days before the mighty Krieg fleet was completely destroyed. That's 7 days. Karn resigned himself to just being overwhelmed with shocking information as he let his brain accept that a fleet of 50 ships could be destroyed in such a short amount of time. It had to be a fleet of the same size or even bigger to have taken on so many ships at once. Perhaps the Marines couldn't ignore such a big show of force from pirates or something. Petty tried to reason as he too tried to comprehend how fast the Krieg fleet had been destroyed. It was a single man, right? Jin's eyes became haunted at the question as he looked up at Luffy and couldn't help but feel like he was looking in a mirror. The boy was smiling, but there was an air about him, Jin couldn't quite describe it, but it was familiar. A sense of dread and fear, the look of a man that had been defeated. It was the same feeling he got from his remaining crew and even the Dawn. He's really been to the Grand Line and yet he still has a silly dream like the One Piece and being king of the pirates. Jin gulped as he confirmed the question. Yeah. It was a single swordsman. It took us a while to figure it out, but all of our ships, one by one, were being sunk by one man. It didn't matter how many cannons were fired or pistols shot at him, nothing we did slowed him down for even a moment. If not for the storm that had suddenly hit, it doesn't matter. We were no match for that man. But that happened on the 7th day. From the moment we entered the Grand Line all our navigating equipment stopped working, we kept getting turned around even when we were going in a straight line, and the weather would change at the drop of hat. That sea is cursed. If you've really been to that graveyard, kid, I would think you'd know better than to ever return there. The hall once again fell silent over Jin's revelation of how treacherous the Grand Line is. That is until Luffy's laughter shattered the silence. Ha. Boy. What's so funny? Our misfortunes are not something to laugh about. If not for my state I'd kill you right now. We weren't supposed to be swallowed up by that sea. We had everything needed to conquer it. If only we'd known we'd have never set foot in that cursed place. Jin clutched his head as the traumas he'd suffered through replayed in his mind. Luffy struggled to contain his laughter, taking a moment to recompose himself. Sorry. It's just I find it funny that out of 50 ships and what was it? 3,000 men or something. Not a single one of you bothered to learn anything about the Grand Line before going. What are you guys, stupid or something? It isn't cursed, you just can't sail it like you do in the blues. Geez, and to think the Navy would send Mihik after a fleet that was doomed from the start. What did you just say? Jin felt the world shrink around him. I said, the Navy sent one man to destroy your entire fleet. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihik, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who all work for the Navy. If you hadn't brought so many pirates with you, the Navy probably would have let you be, and you probably would have found an island that could have told you about log passes and how to correctly sail the Grand Line without getting lost the entire time. But I am curious, what's your next excuse, Don Krieg? Luffy turned his attention back to the main entrance to see a huffing and dripping wet Don Krieg, rage in his eyes. Boy, if you want to live past the next 10 seconds you'll start telling me everything you know about the Grand Line right now, Krieg ground out as he pulled out his pistols and opened up his armor to reveal his hidden guns and aimed them all at Luffy. And I'll give you 10 seconds to put those away before I kick your ass from here to the new world. As of now, you're still theirs to deal with, Luffy thumbed its F in the cook's, not mine. But piss me off and I won't apologize for taking over. Insolent brat. You think this is some game? It's true that 5,000 men were wiped out in a single week in that devilish sea. But I'll return there and finish what I started. Once I have the necessary information and this restaurant ship, nothing will stop me. I'm a real pirate, not a kid spreading false rumors so he can play pirate. Now die. Krieg began to unload his arsenal of lead into Luffy, who made no attempt to dodge any of the bullets being fired at him. Jor boy. The chefs watched in horror as Luffy was shot to death. Luffy? Usopp cried out from his hiding place. What are you doing, chore boy? What's the point of dying here? Sanji threw his cigarette to the side as he yelled at the top of his lungs, damn it. At least try to dodge. Krieg continued to fire until his guns had no ammo. That didn't mean he wasn't still trying to fire his guns. Because still standing, as if the numerous shots fired into his body had no effect, before him was the smirking teen. That it? What the hell are you? Krieg asked, still pulling the triggers of his pistols to no effect. Luffy couldn't help the chuckle that escaped from him, shishi, I'm a real pirate, not some coward that has to hide behind armor and an armada too weak to take on one man. Bastard. If guns won't work then Krieg was cut off as the large sack of food was sent flying at him. Forced to catch it, Krieg looked over to see Zeph lowering his peg leg. You've wasted enough time already. Take the food and feed your men. Zeph gruffed out, you can finish your spitting match after that. Owner. The chefs cried out incredulously. Don't think I won't. This is your one chance to jump ship now, anyone that's still on this ship when my men come will be given no quarter. Except you boy. We'll settle our dispute about who the real pirate is over your corpse. Krieg threw the bag of food over his shoulder and stormed out of the main hall and back to his barely floating galleon. I'll be waiting, Luffy promised as he watched the pirate leave. That was a pretty shitty thing to make us worry like that your boy, Sanji said as he kicked a fallen over table upright and sat on top of it. He then pulled out a new cigarette and lit it. You owe me a cigarette by the way. Sorry, I just wanted to illustrate a point is all. Luffy rubbed the back of his head. Cowards like him just piss me off. I'm sorry Sanji. I didn't want any of this to happen. The Don promised we would just come for the food and leave. I didn't mean to spit on your kindness, Jin began to apologize. I just wanted to save the Don's life. HMPH, you've got nothing to apologize for underling. Each cook here acted as he felt was right. That's all. Zeph dismissed the apology, knowing Sanji didn't care for the groveling. Owner? Are you saying you agree with what Sanji did? If not for him we wouldn't be waiting for a pirate raid to begin any moment. Petty decried, pointing at the smoking South chef. I agree. He's responsible for everything that happens from here on out. He's the reason all of this is happening. Your restaurant is going to be destroyed and turned into a pirate vessel, and it's all because of him. Shut up, you idiots. Zeph shouted, causing all of the chefs to back down. Do any of you have any idea what it's like to starve? To waste away until there's only skin and bone left? Losing food and water on the open ocean, do you know how terrifying it is, how hard it is? What are you talking about, owner? Petty asked cautiously. The difference between Sanji and all of you is whether you know those truths or not. TCH. If you have time to blame who's responsible, leave this restaurant from the back already. The chefs became quiet as resolve began to fill each of them. I'll stay and fight. No way could I bear it if I simply ran away. I ain't got nowhere to go anyway. Petty grimaced. I'll stay, too. This place is all I've got. Like hell I'm going to let some damn pirates take it without a fight. I feel the same. Most of us are just strays with nowhere else to go. This restaurant gave us a chance no one else would. Don Krieg and his pirates can go to hell. Jin watched as one by one the chefs all armed themselves with various weapons from pistols to absurdly large cutlery. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. What do you all think you're doing? Are you really going to risk your lives for one ship? You saw the Don take that cannon shot head on and it did nothing to him. Boy, Jin. Jin's attention was brought to Sanji. Let me tell you something. Feeding someone who's hungry is my morality. But those pirates who'll be rushing us will be plunderers with full bellies. I don't want to hear you complaining even when I beat up your fellow pirates. If someone's trying to take over this restaurant, even if it's you, I'll kill them without hesitation. Got that? Ha. What a flip-flop way to live. Letting him live and now killing him. You're hopeless, Sanji, Patty jabbed. Shut up, you damn cook. Sanji rolled his eyes. Shishishi, that's the spirit, Sanji. Luffy slung an arm around the blonde cook's shoulders. If you want to make it in the Grand Line, then you have to be true to yourself. Sanji shook off the pirate. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not joining your crew. Not to interrupt, Usopp cut in, but Krieg and his men are boarding the Barady now. And they look pretty mean. Well then, let's not be ungracious hosts and keep them waiting. It seems we have customers, go serve them our best course, Zeph menacingly chuckled out. Yes owner. The chefs then all began to march outside. Damn it. None of you have to die over this. Jin cried out as he watched them all leave to face off against his crew. This isn't what I wanted. That's the difference between you and them. Jin looked up to see Luffy standing next to him. They won't let death be an excuse for running away. This ship means more to them than their own lives. Your group is the one that should run. Luffy then filed out whilst also calling for Usopp. Let's make sure none of them die, Usopp. Alright. Usopp followed, the last to leave Jin alone. Barady fin deck. Listen up men. As long as we get a hold of this restaurant the Grand Line is nothing to be scared of. Krieg declared to his men. We'll be able to get closer and make even more surprise attacks on enemy ships far more effectively than pretending to be marine ships or raising the white flag of surrender. All of Krieg's men couldn't help the sweat drops forming on the back of their heads as they looked at the weird design of the Bereti. It certainly wasn't menacing with a massive fish head at the bow of the ship. It's true that no one would think we were pirates with a vessel like that. But Don, even if we enter the Grand Line again using that ship, if we come across someone like that swordsman we want. Bang. Krieg immediately shot the pirate trying to reason with him. The man fell over dead. Are you all still afraid of someone like that? Huh? No. His men all responded as Krieg waved his pistol around. You really think an ordinary man could cut up a ship like that? That's probably the power of a devil fruit. Well, most of society thinks them to be myth, the Grand Line is crawling with them. That man must have used a power like that to cut up all of our ships. A mere parlor trick to most pirates on the Grand Line. Krieg watched as the chefs began to pile out of the restaurant and outside to face them. Among them he saw Zeph. That man, Red Leg Zeph, is a man who traversed the Grand Line for more than a year. He must have developed a way to deal with men like that swordsman who have eaten devil fruits. And those methods must be written in his logbook. And if we're really lucky, so is information on the One Piece. I see. That's our dawn. So if we get our hands on that logbook and utilize that ship, we'll be able to conquer the Grand Line in no time. We'll be the ones to find that legendary One Piece. Let's go. We're taking over this restaurant. Krieg declared as his men roared, ready for battle. Yeah. Krieg's men charged forward. On the other side of the deck the chefs braced themselves. Let's show these bastards why we're known as the fighting chefs of the sea. Paddy yelled out. For the Bereti. The chefs charged forward and the two sides met in the middle. It wasn't long for blood to start spilling across the deck and over the side into the ocean. On either side pirates and chefs alike were shot or stabbed as the battle for the floating restaurant commenced. Sanji was kicking his way through the enemy, doing his best to reduce the overwhelming number of pirates compared to chefs. Krieg's men were clearly still recovering from their ordeal, but that didn't stop numbers from counting. It didn't take long for them to become wary of facing off against him though, even running from him to try to outnumber the other chefs. Bastards, don't you run from me. Elsewhere, Paddy and Karn were back to back, swinging their weapons at the pirates encircling them. They were effectively cut off from the other chefs. Of course they're just like their cowardly Don. Too afraid to face us like men. Paddy taunted trying to goad the pirates to attack one at a time. Just keep swinging away you damn cook. You'll tire out soon enough. Ha 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 ga. The taunting pirate's face suddenly exploded and a voice rang out over the battlefield. Gunpowder Star. Up on the upper decks of the Bereti was Usopp, shooting down his arsenal on the unsuspecting pirates. He also felt safe knowing any pirate trying to get to him would have to go through Johnny and Yasaku first. Watch out, there's a sniper. One of the pirates yelled, having spotted Usopp, who quickly ducked away to hide from a barrage of bullets being fired at him. Don't forget about us. Karn and Paddy yelled as they clobbered the pirates shooting at the Straw Hat sniper. Long nose, keep covering us. We won't let them shoot at you again. Paddy called out. Alright. Usopp could feel his heart beating a mile a minute as that was the closest he'd come to death so far. It's too early to die. It's too early to die. I won't die here. Usopp chanted in his head as he fired off another shot of his sling. Gunpowder Star. Down below at the entrance of the Bereti stood Luffy and Zeph surveying the battle. Every now and again Luffy would flicker in and out of existence as he would speed his way through the battlefield and prevent a chef from taking a fatal blow by taking down the offending pirate who had no idea how he'd been knocked into the ocean or why it was so hard to breathe with a caved-in chest. If you're going to continue doing that, you might as well take them all on yourself brat and save us the trouble, Zeph stated as Luffy flickered back to his side for the 15th time. Ma, I'm just giving a helping hand where needed. Besides I've got no interest in the small fry. Luffy looked out across the deck to where Krieg was standing. HMPH, you almost have to feel bad for him. To have garnered the attention of a warlord and a Yonku's commander, he must have some pretty shit luck, Zeph chuckled as Luffy pouted. Boy. I'm my own captain now. Luffy then flickered away once more. Not what your wanted poster says, Zeph countered as he watched Luffy punch another of Krieg's men off the fin deck. Not for much longer it won't. Luffy exclaimed as he returned once more to Zeph's side. It won't be much longer before the Navy will have to declare me my own pirate. Oh, and why is that, brat? Because I'm going to pick a fight with everyone standing in my way for the One Piece. Luffy couldn't help the shit-eating grin on his face. Heh, that's why I like guys like you. Not afraid to say how it is. Zeph spotted Sanji heaping two chefs out, kicking away their opponents. I once told Red Hair that I wouldn't report him missing if he took that dumbus with him when his lot was here last. Don't think I'll notice an annoying blonde that always hits on my female customers missing after a big battle like this. Sorry, kidnapping isn't my thing. Luffy completely ignored the annoyed look Usopp shot down at him. Besides, so be it. But I have a feeling my little eggplant will finally desire to venture out on his own by the time this battle is over. That was when two cries drew the entire battle's attention to a newcomer. Both Paddy and Karn were sent flying into the railing of the Baraty's first deck. Just what are you guys doing? A man wearing a massive circular ornate steel plate on both his front and back with a massive pearl in the middle asked. On the top his head was yet another massive pearl, and all over his joints were smaller steel plates, all with their own pearl fixed to their center. Should you really be struggling against mere chefs? Ha. Unassailable. Hence invincible. When someone says, Pearl the invincible shield of the Krieg pirates, they mean me. It's Pearl. The pirates started cheering as one of the strongest members of the Krieg pirates had managed to survive their ordeal from the Grand Line. Paddy? Karn? Are you two alright? Zeph called out to his two downed men. Of course they're not. Why? Because they took my killer punch, Pearl surprise, Pearl gloated with a gleeful smile at the two hurt chefs. That's the invincible Pearl for ya. The pirates jeered. Now that Pearl's here we'll kill those damn chefs in no time. Smash them go ga. The pirate was interrupted as his face was kicked into the deck by a black leg. Standing over the downed pirate was Sanji, an annoyed look on his face as he swiftly bent over and began to spin on his hands, kicking the other two pirates that had spoken out, taking them out as well. Krieg took notice of the blonde chef utilizing his legs to fight. So Red Leg has a student. Good to know. We're chefs are we? I'm gonna cut you in three, bastards. Sanji declared, having spun his way back onto his feet, his right leg outstretched. Ha! How impudent of you to beat them only using kicks. Is that your policy? Pearl asked. The cook's hands are the most important. I can't have them hurt in battle. Sanji brought down his leg as he shifted his weight to it and quickly raised his left. I'll take you down with this leg as well. Take me down? That's impossible. I've won all 61 of my battles completely unharmed. I'm invincible. I've never shed blood in battle, not even a drop. Winning unharmed is the very proof of my power. Pearl was cut off by a black shoe being shoved into his face, blood flying from his face as he was flung onto his back. I am sorry, was I supposed to wait for you to finish? This is a battle, not a speech contest. Sanji pulled back his leg before pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Invincible my ass. Pearl. The pirates called out, disbelief in their eyes as they watched the invincible Pearl struggling to his feet, fear in his eyes, and beyond that, was blood pouring out his eyes, nose, and mouth. Oh crap. Not blood. The pirate started to sweat the more Pearl got to his feet. Pearl. Keep control of yourself. I'll kill you if you burn that ship down. Krieg called out, knowing exactly what was coming. Dangerous. These guys are dangerous. Pearl grasped his face as absolute pain finally pushed past the adrenaline and he felt every inch of Sanji's soul across his face. They're acting strange. Luffy noted as all of the Krieg pirates started inching toward the edge of the fin deck, some even jumping into the ocean itself. Pearl started banging the two steel plates in his hands together. Danger. 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 Stop Pearl. We're going to kill them all for you, just don't set that ship on fire. Faster and faster did Pearl bang the plates together until every plate surrounding his body suddenly burst into flames. Danger. Crap. It started. When Pearl gets upset, he bursts into flames. One of the pirates shouted as he jumped into the water. Fire Pearls. Special treat. Pear raised his arms out as flames spread across the deck, lighting everything on fire, including both chefs and pirates. Pearl, please stop. You're attacking us as well. The unfortunate pirates that hadn't yet jumped off the deck cried as fire consumed them. Damn it. Water. Jump into the water. The chefs that had gotten caught up in the inferno dove for the water, their tolerance for high heat as chefs, allowing them to keep their calm unlike the pirates that were burning to death in panic. Burn. With this flame and the flame shield, you'll learn just how invincible I am. Pearl gave a crazed roar as he watched everything around him burn away. Damnable idiot. Does he plan to burn down the ship? Krieg was forced to leave the deck because of the flames and had taken refuge back on his useless galleon. Like hell am I going to let this ship burn? Sanji, who had been dragging chefs away from the flames along with Luffy, glared at the wall of flames and the psychopath standing in the middle of them. You son of a bitch. Sanji leapt through the flames, a kick aimed at Pearl's head, which was blocked by one of Pearl's steel plates that were still on fire. Sanji. Karn called out as he watched the chef leap into the fire. Why is he always so reckless? Paddy couldn't help but feel useless, knowing the flames were reaching the point that even a chef couldn't tolerate. When even fierce animals would stay away from fire pearls, Pearl was shocked that anyone would dare breach his wall of flames and attempt to attack him. "I'd be a pretty shit cook if I was afraid of a few flames," Sanji retorted. "TCH, what a refined guy," Pearl mocked. "Here's a warning this time. Here I come." Sanji elegantly somersaulted into the air as he launched a blindingly fast flurry of kicks at Pearl's face. Mouton shot. "Ah!" Pearl cried out as he was knocked back despite raising his pearl shields to guard in time. "TCH, you're tougher than you look. Looks like I need to tenderize you some more," the blonde mocked. "You'll pay." Fire Pearl surprise. The pirate began to lash out with flaming shield punches, which Sanji easily began to dodge. Every time the cook did, though, the misses would either throw more fire onto the fin deck or the shields would punch a hole in it. "Damn this shitty Pearl bastard," Sanji grimaced before moving to intercept the wild attacks with his own. Fire Pearl surprise. Poitrine. The blonde cook's legs shot out in succession, each stabbing kick clashing with Pearl's manic swings. Unfortunately, Sanji's shoes couldn't take the repeated burns and impacts, which made itself known as he planted his leg for another kick. The shoe gave out, causing the cook to flub his attack and lose his balance for a moment. "Shit." Pearl immediately jumped on the opening. "Pearl's symbols." He triumphantly yelled out as he slammed his hand shields onto either side of Sanji's head. The cook barely had time to get his hands up before the attack hit, the impact causing his consciousness to waver for a second and his arms to crack ominously. Blood dripping from his nose, Sanji glared at the gloating shield man. "No more Mr. Nice Cook," he spat out after a moment before rushing forward. His leg whipped up into the air, slamming into the unprepared Pearl's neck. Collier. The attack drove the large man to the ground, where Sanji continued his onslaught. Epaule shoot. Jumping into the air, he brought an axe kick down on Pearl's chest shield, the force of the blow cracking it and causing the beratie to rock slightly. "No way." He broke through invincible Pearl's wall. The pirates just behind Pearl in the water still had a clear view of the action and couldn't believe the blonde cook was able to break through Pearl's defenses. Breathing heavily as blood leaked from his mouth, Pearl fearfully stared at the chef in black as he stood above him. "What's with this cook? He's really crazy. How could he not be scared of my fire? More. I need more fire. I need to spread more fire pearls." Pearl began ranting as he thrust his arms into the air, flinging a multitude of flaming pearls toward the beratie. "Watch out. The restaurant will catch fire." The chefs panicked as the flaming projectiles began to rain down on them. Zeph watched the pearls approach him and took a calm breath, crossed his arms, and lifted his peg leg. "Owner, watch out." In swift fashion, Zeph swiped his leg as a gust of wind burst forward and extinguished the flames, long before the pellets fell harmlessly across the beratie's deck. The chefs looked at Zeph in awe as the owner of the restaurant gently set his peg leg back on the deck as if nothing had happened. My fire pearls." Pearl began to tear up as he watched his precious pearls get extinguished before his very eyes. "Something like that is child's play," Zeph called out, unimpressed with the pitiful attack. "To think red leg Zeph is still that strong even handicapped like that's almost like a divine technique." The pirates gawked as Pearl's attack was dealt with so easily. "I didn't know you could do that. I'm impressed." Luffy idolized, not having seen an air cutter attack since he'd left the New World. "Since it's come to this, I'll sink you all with the fins before the fire spreads to the ship." Krieg had gone and retrieved one of his favorite weapons, a massive spiked ball attached to a chain, and began to spin it above his head before throwing it down at the fin deck. "Sanji, watch out." The chefs called out knowing Sanji wouldn't be able to see the attack coming. Looking up he saw the spiked ball speeding at him, but looking around, he noticed the flames had completely encircled him, leaving him nowhere to escape to. "Shit. Damn. He can't get out of the fire." Bolt, bazooka. Sanji watched as Luffy materialized next to him, his arms stretched out behind him and glowing. Before he could ask what was happening, Luffy's arms shot forward with a thunderous boom, creating a powerful gust blowing out the flames and everything else, including Sanji who was sent flying into the ocean. Lightning split the air and smashed into the spiked ball, sending it back to where it came from, crashing into the galleon and smashing its way through the weakened decks, finally destroying it. A massive wave formed from the sudden sinking of the massive ship, rocking the beratie and threatening to sink it if its anchor wasn't raised quickly. "You. Raise the anchor now." Zeph pointed at one of the chefs still barely standing amidst the rocking back and forth and gave the owner a questioning look. "Don't question it, just do it." The man quickly ran to the bow of the ship and began raising the anchor, which allowed the beratie to drift with the wave rather than sink with it. It eventually rolled out from under them and harmlessly passed. Krieg, who had watched in horror as his attack was repelled with lightning of all things, had dived overboard and was now coughing up water on the remains of his galleon, the front half in pieces as the back remained intact, but slowly sinking. "Anchor raised, owner." The chef returned and dutifully reported. Good, now go lower it before we drift too far. What, but I just do it. Yes owner. The chef scrambled back to the bow and lowered the anchor, preventing the Barati from drifting any further. Sanji burst from the sea, gasping for air, still trying to figure out what had just happened. What the hell was that? What are you? Monster. Devil. Only a devil could do something like that. Pearl cried out in terror, drawing all eyes to him. Towering on the deck with his steel plates completely extinguished was Pearl, who was looking up at the Straw Hat teen who was allowing arcs of electricity to reach out around him, striking the deck randomly with a terrifying pop as each arc completed its circuit. Pretty close actually. I ate the Bolt Devil Fruit and became a lightning man. Luffy shot a confident smirk over at Krieg, who was giving him a frenzied look. And I can assure you, this isn't some simple parlor trick. Pearl's vision darkened as his head smashed against the deck, his face caught within Luffy's grasp. Luffy's entire arm began to glow a blinding yellow, save for his hand gripping Pearl's head. Despite the lack of a glow, Luffy's hand began to heat up as nearly 100,000 volts of electricity started to course through his arm, and Pearl's face began to blister from the intense heat radiating into his body. Bolt. Danger. Danger. Dang, Pearl helplessly cried out as he tried to smash his steel plates against Luffy's ribsage. It was to no avail though, as his injuries from Sanji's attacks left him unable to put any force into his blows. Hammer. In a flash of light, Pearl's body smashed through the deck and disappeared into the abyss below. A stunned silence fell over the battlefield as every man that bore witness tried to understand what had just happened to the invincible Pearl. Luffy stared down at the hole he'd created within the fin deck as water began to fill it and splash up onto the deck. Invincible my ass. Looking up and around him, Luffy called out to the remaining pirates. If any of you still want to fight, your next opponent will be me. None of the pirates moved an inch or said anything, too afraid to garner the attention of the lightning teen. What are you all gawking at? So the boy has a fucking taser. Get out of the water and kill him. Krieg roared, refusing to believe what his own eyes had seen. But on. He's not holding a taser. Krieg fired his pistol without even thinking, randomly in the direction he'd heard the comment. Bang. Flash. The blinding light blitzed through the air and came to rest on one of the larger pieces of deck that once made up Krieg's flagship vessel. Standing atop it was Luffy, throwing the freshly fired bullet up and down in his right hand. I thought I said if you want to keep fighting, that I'd be your opponent from now on. You keep those guns pointed at me. Krieg just silently glared as he threw his pistol away in anger, recognizing its uselessness. So the myths are proved real. Then the warlord mythic that crushed my fleet was also just using a devil fruit like you are now. If guns are this ineffective against such power, perhaps finding one of my own should be a top priority when I return to the Grand Line. As if mythic would even waste time using a devil fruit's power on you weaklings. What he did to your fleet wasn't even a testament to his strength as a swordsman. The Navy probably could have sent someone like Hina the Black Cage after your group and she'd probably only lose a few men if that. I'm betting it was the numbers that forced them to send a warlord after you, nothing else, Luffy taunted. Then what's your excuse for using your power against me, so-called lightning man? Krieg questioned. I'm not using it to stop you. I'm using it to stop him. Luffy pointed at the dripping wet Sanji, who just managed to crawl back onto the fin deck and up out of the ocean. What? Sanji yelled, confused as everyone else, as to why Luffy was pointing at him. What the hell do you mean you're stopping me? Stopping me from doing what? I'm stopping you from throwing away your life, you idiot. Luffy angrily yelled at the South chef. Throwing away? I wasn't throwing away anything, I was protecting the Barati, you damn chore boy. At what cost? Luffy accused. At what cost were you willing to go to protect that ship? The cost of my life. That ship is all I left Zeph after I stole his ability to be a pirate. It's my fault he lost his leg after he stupidly saved my pathetic life from drowning. If not for me, we wouldn't have been stuck on that damn rock for weeks, wasting away. He gave up all of the food to me to make sure I lasted longer than he did. In order to not starve and last as long as possible he alone tears began to trail down Sanji's enraged face. He cannibalized his own leg. The shocking revelation caused everyone to look over at the stoic Zeph, who said nothing as Sanji continued. 85 days, we wasted away on that fucking rock. I didn't even know what he'd done for me. He just pushed a bag of food into my arms and told me to go on the other side and keep an eye out for a ship and to not talk to him until I saw one passing. 85 fucking days of starving. I did my best to make the food last as long as possible, but I couldn't even make it go for 15. 85 goddamn days. When he forced me to the other side I saw he had a massive bag of rations and complained about getting so little. He just told me to suck it up and accept that he was older and needed more to keep his strength up. That fact drove me insane. For 85 fucking days I thought he'd had a massive supply of food and drink, and there I was starving. I had nothing left. After 85 days I was nothing more than skin on bone, I could barely even open my eyes. All I had left was my chef's knife from the ship I was working on as an apprentice. It didn't even occur to me to end it all with it. I just didn't want to die on that godforsaken rock. I refused to die on that fucking rock. No. Instead I planned on killing that bastard pirate that got me stuck there in the first place. And if he finally killed me for trying, then so be it. He should have just let me drown instead of forcing me through that hell. 9 years ago, somewhere in the middle of the East Blue Ocean. Sanji huffed as he finally clawed his way over the crest of the massive rock formation jutting out of the ocean. It had taken him nearly an hour, but he'd succeeded and he could at last see Zeph, still sitting in the same spot he had been when Sanji had last seen the damn pirate. After 85 days of wasting away in the hot sun, most of Sanji's muscle had withered away and much of his skeleton could be made out from beneath his now leathery skin. His chef's uniform was now nothing more than tatters, barely holding together by the stitching. In his right hand was his chef's knife, now rusted and corroded from the open ocean air. Even if stabbing the bastard pirate didn't work, at least he'd take the old man with him from tetanus. That was when Sanji saw it. The very thing that haunted his nightmares and plagued his starving stomach. The massive bag of rations, selfishly kept by a dying old man. It looked as if it hadn't even been touched the entire time they'd been here. Just how much food did that old bastard keep for himself? It doesn't matter. Once he's dead, it'll all be mine. With renewed purpose, Sanji forced his exhausted body up and did his best to slide down the small ridge and confront his enemy once and for all. Hearing the pitter-patter of small feet, Zeph tiredly called out to the boy. "What did you come here for, little brat?" Sanji came to a stop as Zeph addressed him. "Did you see a ship or something?" Having nothing left to lose, Sanji shakily lifted his rusty blade up in front of him and declared his purpose. "I came to steal your food. If you think you can kill me, go ahead. I'll die if I don't eat anyway." Deciding the old man probably couldn't stand anyway, Sanji beelined for the bag of rations, submitting to the whims of his starving stomach over the carefully laid plans of his mind. Being this close to food was too consuming for his hungry being. Thrusting the knife into the bag, Sanji was blinded by the glitter of gold and jewelry that came spilling out all over the surface of the rock formation. Sanji felt all hope leave his body as he stared at the inedible trinkets that most men would give everything for to even glance at once in their lives. His knife, now broken, fell uselessly from his hands. "Didn't I tell you that we wouldn't be in contact until we saw a ship?" Zeph cold-heartedly asked. Sanji just stared at the glittering coin. "It's nothing but treasure." "It's perplexing that we can't eat despite having so much money," Zeph added, showing for the first time emotion beyond cold indifference, as subtle anger carried his tired words. Sanji just stood there huffing in exhaustion as he tried to understand what this meant. "This bag, it has nothing but treasure in it." Zeph continued to sit in silent indifference. The last dregs of adrenaline surged Sanji forward, grabbing the pirate's worn coat and began doing his best to shake the man violently. "What's the meaning of this? Where's your food? You can't tell me you haven't eaten anything all this time. You were supposed to have food. Damn it, say something. Anith." Sanji angrily moved his way to Zeph's front to force the man to finally look at him and froze. Lying just before the withering old man were the skeletal remains of a foot and part of a leg, virtually picked clean of any meat or flesh that once surrounded it. The light flapping of cloth drew Sanji's attention to the man's right leg. Torn and caked in dried blood was the remains of Zeph's pants, tied off just below the kneecap. "It became lame in my attempt to rescue you. I didn't have much use for it anymore anyway. It's almost funny. After all the men I've killed with it, and that's all that remains." Sanji fell back in shock at what Zeph was telling him. "But why? What about the food? Did you give me all the food you had?" "That's right. But without that leg, you can't be a pirate anymore. Why would you give that up for me?" Sanji could feel the sting of tears in his eyes, but none fell from his dried up body. "I suppose I did. But why? I didn't ask for your help. You had no reason to be kind to me. Tell me why. Why?" the frail boy demanded. Zeph said nothing for a moment before he gave a tired sigh as he gazed out at the open ocean. "Because you have the same dream as me." Sanji's eyes widened as he recalled declaring he'd find the all blue when the pirate sitting before him had beaten him to pulp whilst raiding the cruise ship he was apprenticing on. "The all blue, but even your men said it doesn't exist." "Of course it does," Zeph defiantly declared. Off in the distance, just peeking over the horizon line were the very topmasts of a ship. The very thing he'd been holding on to see. "When the time comes, head to the Grand Line. If the all blue exists, it surely exists there." More and more of the ship climbed its way over the horizon as brilliant white sails slowly came into view. As you said, I can't be a pirate any longer. Zeph was no longer able to hold his body upright and fell onto his back. This was fine. The brat would survive. This hell, this purgatory, had been worth it. Boy. Don't die on me, old man. Sanji panicked as he scrambled to the dying man's side. Don't just do as you please and die now. I wonder Zeph decided there was a little more to say. He couldn't leave the brat despising the very thing that had fascinated them both. I wonder how many people died cursing the sea, cursing the grandness of it all. I've experienced crises like this where I couldn't eat. And every time I wished that there was a restaurant in the middle of the sea. Restaurant? Sanji took to absorbing every word the old man was saying. After all, any one of them could be his last. Yeah. I was thinking that if I made it off this rock alive, I'd open up a restaurant as my final purpose in life. Then it's decided. I'll help you do that. So don't die. Ha. What an impossible thing for a weak little brat like you. Zeph couldn't help the taunt that escaped his lips. Looking at the little eggplant in his blurring vision, all he could see was the virtual skeleton of the young boy. Then I'll become strong too. So don't die. Once more Sanji felt the agonizing pain of tears that couldn't flow as the old man closed his eyes and became silent. Bring. 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 The tolling bells of a shipping vessel disturbed the crashing waves as the shouts of men resounded across the rock formation and the two dying survivors. Tears finally fell across the boy's face as after 85 days of hell, at long last, he'd managed to survive. Present day. That fucking geezer gave up everything so that I could live. I can't repay his kindness unless I risk my life for him, too. I vowed that I'd make his dream a reality and ensure that there would always be a restaurant in the middle of the sea for any unfortunate soul that found themselves lost in it. So that no one would ever experience that hell like he and I did ever again. Sanji, the chefs all stared at their South chef with new eyes. Not a single one of them had ever been told the harrowing tale of how the owner and the blonde had met, just that Sanji was the owner's adopted son. Damn fools, F muttered under his breath. Luffy ground his teeth in anger at what he'd just heard. Sparks arced off his body as he flew across the waves and decks, Sanji his sole focus. You stupid idiot. Luffy left Sanji with no capability to dodge the heavy-handed fist that sent him flying into the side of the Baratie. Sanji. The chefs cried out, Paddy and Karn rushing to his side as they tried to help him up, only to be pushed aside by the now angry Sanji as he stood up and began stomping toward Luffy. What the hell is your problem? Is this because I won't join your stupid crew? Huh, it's absolutely none of your business what I choose to do. And if you have a problem with how I protect what I care most about. That's not it at all. I have no issue with someone protecting what matters most to them. But what you're doing isn't that. And what is it that I'm doing, huh? You fucking chore boy. You're wasting everything he's given you. Luffy yelled, pointing just behind Sanji and at Zeph. The fight in Sanji instantly disappeared as Luffy continued to berate him. He gave up his leg, the food, his ability to be a pirate, all so that you could live. So you could fulfill both of your dreams. Dying to repay a kindness like that is just spitting on all of the sacrifices he's made for you. Luffy held nothing back in his criticism of the South chef. So stop doing reckless shit already and fight to live. Sanji said nothing as Luffy's words sunk in. What moving words, in fact, I believe I'm properly motivated now. Krieg interjected, once more drawing attention to himself. The eyes of the pirates widened as they saw Krieg's left arm outstretched, his left pauldron now held in his hand, and the mouth of the Jolly Roger adorning it opened. On. Not that. MH5. Quickly, get your masks on. If you don't still have a mask, dive when it fires. I should have just done this from the start. But I was feeling merciful because of the meal, giving all of you ample time to scurry off of my new ship. I wonder, Lightning Man, if even a Devil Fruit user can survive a gas bomb. Everyone on that ship not wearing a mask will die as they choke on the corrosive fumes. Luffy's eyes filled with rage as his thoughts turned to the injured Zoro and unconscious Nami within the ship. Bastard. Ha 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 ha. That's a good look for you. I'd almost believe you're an actual pirate. Krieg laughed as the chips finally appeared to be in his corner. On Krieg. Up on the second deck overlooking the battlefield was Jin. I was beginning to wonder where you were. What's taken you so long to join us? It doesn't matter, put your mask on and kill as many of them as you can once I fire the MH5. Krieg ordered. Don, you need to stop this. Why are we attacking the only group of people that have ever helped us? If not for them each and every last one of us would still be starving. Tell me, Don Krieg, why do I have to kill the only man that has ever truly shown me kindness my entire life, Don? I have followed every order without question. I have no regrets over the things we've done all these years. And I swear to follow every order from here on out, but just this once can't we let it go? Tears welled in Jin's eyes as he waited for Krieg's answer. Yin Sanji stared up at the man he'd saved from hunger days ago and couldn't help but pity him. Let it go? Krieg felt an insurmountable rage boil within him. I could never let it go. Jin. How dare you lecture me? You are to follow orders only. That's all you're good for. The only reason I made you my chief battle commander was because you were the best at following orders. Not once have you ever shown that I'd need to dispose of you. Not once. Until now. Krieg's right pauldron flew open as a shot was fired, aimed directly at Jin. The bullet sailed through the air as Jin closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He'd given orders to his captain and had disobeyed his standing orders to overtake this ship. But he didn't regret begging the Dawn to spare these men's lives. After all, he owed them his life. At least the debt would be settled. The bullet sailed through the air until it lodged itself within the walls of the Baradi. Idiot. Jin's eyes flew open as he suddenly found himself on the chef's side of the fin deck standing next to Sanji. Walking away from him, toward Don Krieg, was Luffy, arcs of electricity flowing off of him as he cracked his knuckles. Well, what just happened? Jin tried to understand how he was standing before the chefs instead of dying from his Don's shot. It seems he's taken a liking to you, Zeph gruffed out. You louts should sit down from here on out and watch. But owner, what about the MH5? That madman Krieg will fire at any moment. We need to get as far away from here as possible. We can't beat a gas attack like that. Paddy exclaimed, running up to the owner of the Baradi and trying to pick him up to move him to safety. If he fires it, we're all dead anyway. All we can do is rely on him. Zeph batted Paddy away as he nodded toward Luffy. But owner, the chefs tried to. Would all of you shut up, the old man is right. The only safe place is the ocean, and if we jump into it, that'll give those bastards the advantage. All we can do is rely on your boy, Sanji interrupted as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. That was a ballsy thing to do, turning on your boss like that, Sanji addressed Jin. I owe you my life. That's all. Right. Krieg felt his veins pulse with rage as Luffy came to a stop at the edge of the fin deck, just a small distance of water between the two pirates. You're starting to become quite the thorn in my side, boy. I plan on being much more than that, Luffy said with a frown on his face. I don't know why you bothered saving that ingrate's life. Now he's going to suffer with the rest of them. It would have been more. Either fire your stupid bomb or don't. Stop wasting both our time with small talk. Just get on with it already. Grrr. Fine. You hear that, you shit cooks, the suffering you're about to endure is all. Smack. Water exploded in Luffy's wake as he shot across it and ripped the pauldron from Krieg's hand and tossed it into the water. How? Gwa. Krieg's eyes bulged as Luffy uppercut his jaw, lifting the larger man into the air before a kick sent him sailing across the water and crashing into the still sinking back half of his galleon. On. The pirates all pulled their masks off as they watched the remains of their former flagship explode in dust and water. The chefs watched with dumbfounded looks as Luffy had easily disarmed the ruler of East Blue and sent him flying. It's just one of those days where crazy shit happens and you can do nothing but accept it. Karn was unable to close his jaw. Why, yeah, Paddy was feeling the same. Is that all you have, Don Krieg? Luffy yelled out, watching the wreck with a critical eye. Not even close. Krieg burst his way out, blood spitting out of his mouth, a sandal-shaped imprint embedded deep into his armor. Good. Krieg whipped around, swinging his arm to punch the insolent brat, only to feel a sideways force as he once more found himself flying above his wrecked ship. This time he came to a sudden stop via Luffy's leg as he was kicked into a larger piece of destroyed deck. Ah! Krieg coughed up blood as cracks began to splinter across his armor, originating from the sandal imprint. What's the matter, ruler of East Blue? Can't you keep up with such slow speeds? Luffy's cold voice resounded from above the downed Dawn. Shut up. Angrily twisting, Krieg thrust his arm before Luffy as he engaged his hidden flamethrower, the flames roaring forth and engulfing everything in its path. That's right, you bastard, burn. Luffy's form was engulfed in flames, disappearing from view. Luffy? Usopp cried out from his hiding spot as he watched his captain be incinerated. Your boy. The chefs couldn't believe that the jubilant pirate apprentice turned captain was gone, just like that. Oh Dawn. Burn that bastard. Ahahaha. That's what he gets for messing with the Krieg pirates. Your boy Sanji looked on, unsure how to feel. Numb. Scared. Angry. All three perhaps. Either way, after everything that had happened on this insane day, for this to be how it turned out, I thought you were supposed to become king of the pirates. Sanji Jin had turned from the roaring flames, his heart warring with itself as he knew he should be on his Don's side, but couldn't stop the overwhelming guilt building within himself. The boy's death in of itself wasn't the issue. He simply just wanted to repay the kindness shown to him for once in his life and knew that dream died with Straw Hat as there would be no one left to defy his Don. HMPH, I don't know what you louts are all simpering about. You can't burn lightning, you idiots. Zeph crossed his arms with a huff, rolling his eyes at the lack of understanding of what they were all witnessing. But owner, no one could survive that. Paddy pointed at the flames still spewing from Krieg's arm. That fire isn't even hot enough to make a hot cocoa. Besides to a Loja this is nothing. Zeph said cryptically. Loja? Paddy and Karn both looked at each other, neither knowing what the word meant. Just shut up and watch, was all Zeph said. Krieg could only laugh as the wanted brat burned alive in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Is that enough for you huh? Ha 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 ha. Remember this. I am Don Krieg, the strongest man. I am the man that will conquer the Grand Line and… A hand burst from the flames, reaching out and grabbing hold of Krieg's wrist, crushing the flamethrower and subsequently his arm. Wah! Krieg cried out as pain tore its way through his body, his eyes widening as the flames died out revealing a completely unharmed Luffy, staring down at him with a neutral expression. How aren't you burned at all? That flamethrower reaches 3000 degrees, there should be nothing left grr, nothing left of you. Krieg winced in pain as the pressure on his wrist and forearm continued to increase. Is that all? Luffy continued to squeeze on the man's arm, the cracking of bone resounding in the air. Ah. It's not. Eat this. Krieg pulled out yet another hidden pistol with his left hand and fired it, aiming for Luffy's head, the bullet piercing through his left eye and out the back. Krieg attempted to smile only to immediately stop as it wasn't blood and brain matter that came flying out but electricity. He gasped in horror as he looked through the hole in the boy's head and saw it begin to rapidly close, arcs of lightning spewing out from the wound and all throughout. Wah, what the hell are you? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a lightning man, and I'm going to be king of the pirates. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed. Northern East blew Barady, a few minutes ago. The Barady rocked as a violent wave rolled under it, creaking as it was pulled against its anchor, forcing the ship to begin to tip. The violent rocking is what shocked Nami upright. Najiko. The navigator shouted as she frantically looked around, not familiar with her surroundings and shouting as the ship continued to rock and shake. What's happening? Suddenly the rocking came to a stop as the ship seemed to smoothly ride the wave beneath as it rolled out from beneath it and then came to a stop. Muffled shouting pierced through the walls as Nami tentatively got out of the bed she'd been left on, her gaze fixated on a sight that she never thought she'd ever see. Lying in a disheveled bed was Zoro, blood-soaked wrappings tightly bound to his chest, unmoving. Next to his head was a small piece of black fabric. Hesitantly she approached him. What's going on? What happened? Nami's eyes widened as her memory started to kick in. You didn't, you moron. Of course this is what would happen if you fight someone like that. Nami shouted as tears fell onto the bloody sheets. What is it with men and their damn pride? Thunder boomed as the Barady shook. Nami looked around, still unsure of what was happening. What the hell is her vision blurred as she finally saw them. Lying on two separate beds was a woman with blue hair, tribal tattoos blazoned across her shoulders and down her right arm, and a man in tattered brown clothing, bandages wrapping his entire body. Nami numbly shuffled to them before dropping to her knees and wrapped her arms around herself in grief. Why? Why are both of you here? I paid that bastard. I paid him and he never breaks his deals with money. So why are you here? I'm so close to paying the rest off. Why? She screamed, hot tears running down her face, but her questions were met only with silence. Her right hand tightened around her upper left arm, digging her nails into her flesh as the hidden tattoo felt like it was burning the skin it was imprinted in. Elamir, it hurt so much, this damn brand. Why can't this nightmare end already? I'm so scared. Mama. Nami looked up at her sister and surrogate father figure. If they're here, what about you? Dying to repay a kindness like that is just spitting on all of the sacrifices he's made for you. So stop doing reckless shit already and fight to live. Nami's eyes widened as Luffy's voice boomed throughout the room. His voice reverberated around her, almost like a comforting blanket as she slowly loosened her grip on her left arm. She slowly turned her head toward the slightly ajar port window as more voices shouted and poured into the room, however she paid them no heed, only caring for his voice. Luffy's grin faded away as his features took a serious tone. You shouldn't underestimate pirates with a half-assed resolve like that. And just like that his grin returned. And what kind of resolve should I have then? The same kind as a pirate. To murder defenseless women and children and leave nothing but destruction and misery in my wake. I've been fine the past 8 years robbing every pirate in the East Blue. I think I'll be fine robbing pirates in the Grand Line. Nami once again turned to leave. Then bet your life on it. Once again she stopped in her tracks. If I take down Buggy the Clown, you become my navigator and you can have all of his treasure. If I don't, you're free to do as you wish. Luffy's voice became all she could hear in her head as she recalled the bet she'd made with him. That's right, I'm his navigator. I lost that bet, so why does it hurt so much? Her left shoulder once again flared in agony, reminding her who she truly belonged to. The truth hung over her like a looming mountain. It hurt so much because she could never honor that bet. She could never be his navigator. Because she was already someone else's. She could hear the horrible laughter that had haunted her for nearly half her life. Shahaha. Nami, from now on this is where you'll draw me all sorts of maps. If you do a good enough job I may just let you see her sooner than promised. If not, well I'm sure that little blue-haired brat would love to have a permanent visit with your precious Bellamere. Now get to work. Shahahahaha. Why can't I be free? Why do I have to hate what I love so much? Why can't I protect the people I care about? Nami sobbed as she felt like that little girl that had had her entire life stolen from her all over again. Then bet your life on it. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed. Looking back at the unconscious forms on the beds, Nami stood up and gave them a weak smile. Najiko, Jen Bellamere, is it okay if I'm selfish and bet it all away? Northern East Blue wreck of the Krieg pirates flagship. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, a lightning man, and I'm going to be king of the pirates. Luffy declared, his arm raised, glowing a light blue as he stared down at the terrified ruler of East Blue. Bolt bolt. Krieg roared in anger as he tried in vain to wrench his broken wrist free from Luffy's ironclad grip. Let go. I'm ordering you to let go. I'm Don Krieg. The strongest man. I can't be defeated. Pistol. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed. Krieg felt the wooden remains of his flagship slam against his side as the force of the impact splintered and destroyed the platform he was on long before he was able to comprehend the punch that tore through his body. His woot steel armor shattered and fell away as electricity coursed through him, desperately seeking out an opposite charge to connect with. On and on it went, seeming to be a lifetime as his body was electrocuted by the high-voltage attack. It continued long after he lost consciousness. Don Krieg laid a defeated man upon the remains of his own flagship. The Krieg pirate stared in disbelief at the sight of their Don lying unconscious before the unassuming lightning pirate. None of them were able to give voice to their shock. The chefs on the other hand stared dumbfounded at Luffy before realization shot across them. He did it, Chore Boy actually did it, he did it. Chore Boy took down Don Krieg. The chefs rejoiced, crying out as they took in the sight of the so-called East Blue's ruler's broken form. Meanwhile, Usopp laid spread eagle on the roof, bawling his eyes out. It was Shoshikari, wah. Told you lightning can't be burnt. Zeph gave a cocky smile, knowing his restaurant was now safe with Krieg's defeat. The cowardly pirates were only following orders out of fear for their own lives, they had no reason to fight, lest they too wished to learn what lightning tasted like. Don Jin pulled the band from around his head as tears fell from his eyes. Why couldn't you have listened to me, Don? Because he didn't trust you, Zeph answered. He trusted no one, not even himself, hiding behind fancy armor and cheap tricks to win his battles. But when faced with a guy like that, Zeph nodded at Luffy, who had flashed his way back onto the fin deck. Faith in the men you've surrounded yourself with is all you have. You guys were doomed the moment you entered the Grand Line, because Chore Boy and Mihawk are just two of the thousands of monsters lurking in that sea. You had no cause beyond the pitiful greed of one man. If you want to traverse it, then you need something more than simple thoughts of gold and treasure. Faith Jin remained silent before turning to Sanji. Sanji, I'm not sorry for bringing the Don here. I did what I had to, in order to save his life. I followed him because I thought that I'd found someone that truly believed in me and trusted me to lead his men in battle. Jin's body sagged slightly before he let out a long breath. For so long, I've felt this great debt hanging over my head for what he'd done for me. I realize now it was just him manipulating me. You've shown me what a real-life debt is, giving me food when I was on the brink of starving to death without asking for anything in return. That is a debt I truly can never repay. So I won't. Sanji simply stared at the man, taking a drag on his freshly lit cigarette. Instead, I'm going to live, but this time I'm going to live for myself. Jin looked up, eyes clear and strong. It's crazy, but I want to return to the Grand Line and prove once and for all that I am a pirate to be feared, and men like the warlord should think twice before attacking me or my men. Do as you please, you shitty bastard. Just remember this. Sanji adjusted his tie as he proudly declared, this is the seafaring restaurant Barati, where the cooks fight. Return here if you dare. What a frightening restaurant. Jin couldn't help the smile that graced his lips. He closed his eyes briefly before they snapped open and he gave a side eye to the blonde chef. I hate to ask, but is there a ship or boat I can have? If you haven't noticed, ours seems to have sunk. Sanji took another drag on his cigarette as he considered it. Ah, there's one you can have. Oi. Paddy, Karn. Go get the boat we use for getting groceries. Don't go giving our primary way of shopping to those guys. Paddy pointed at the floating pirates angrily. What'll we do for groceries if we give Karn was cut off as Sanji wheeled on them, an angry fire in his eyes. Just shut up and do it. Tears welled up in their eyes as they turned and ran to get the grocery boat. You don't have to yell at us. So you're going to head for the Grand Line. Luffy appeared next to Jin and Sanji, a grin on his face as he dropped the exhausted Usopp at their feet. I am. The thought terrifies me, yet for some reason I also feel excited. I know the feeling. Just thinking about the Grand Line I can't help but get excited. There are so many places to explore and see, I can't wait. Luffy cut the other pirate off as he all but jumped up and down in excitement. But aren't you a Grand Line pirate? Surely you've seen a lot of it already. The long-nosed marksman asked, having recovered and joined in the conversation. I am a Grand Line pirate, but that's not necessarily how it works. See, I was a member of a Yonko's crew, so I spent most of my time in the New World, the second half of the Grand Line. So it's more accurate to say I'm a New World pirate. You and those guys, had you not dropped out, would be considered Paradise rookies. Essentially the weakest kind of crew on the Grand Line. New World. Paradise. Isn't it all just the Grand Line? You guys really are rookies. Shishishi. I wouldn't worry about that at the moment. It seems there's still a lot to learn. Oi, you lot, gather the men and prepare to depart. Jin ordered the remnants of Krieg's crew as Paddy and Karn came into view with a grocery boat. Jin. Who up and left you in charge? One of the pirates dissented, as others began to agree. Didn't Don Krieg say he was a traitor? He didn't even help us fight. Enough. I'm through with Don Krieg. His ambition was too big for what he was capable of. Instead of making sure we were fed and nursed back to full health, he demanded you fight and die for him without question. He held no regard for any of us. So listen carefully. If you feel you owe something to Don Krieg, then by all means stay and help him escape. But you'll do it without me and without that boat. Jin pointed at the grocery boat. Which means you'll have to take this ship if you want to sail out of here. And I don't think they will be too pleased about that. He then pointed at the chefs and then at Luffy. Or him. The pirates collectively gulped at the sight of Luffy waving at them. If, however, you're done with Don Krieg, you're free to come with me, and once we reach shore you can go your separate way. So make your choice. Either way, I'm leaving in 5 minutes. You heard the chief commander, up and out of the water boys, we're sailing out of here. The pirates all scrambled back on deck and began to help Paddy and Karn with the grocery boat as they all piled on and prepped the sail. Jin, Luffy, Usopp and Sanji watched as the pirates collected their wounded and whatever supplies they could from the wreck of Krieg's flagship. You don't mind if I don't return it, do you? Jin asked, turning to Sanji. Just try it. And what about Don Krieg? Luffy asked, noticing none of the pirates had yet to go and retrieve the man. What about him? The Krieg pirates are disbanded, he can rot over there for all I care. Jin strode over to the boat, the last of the former Krieg pirates to board, and hopped on. You would leave your biggest problem for us to deal with. Sanji took a long pull on his cigarette as Jin kicked the boat away from the fin deck. I figured Don Krieg caused this mess, it's only right he cleans it all up. Turn him in for his bounty and use the reward to repair this restaurant. It's the least we can do. The pirates hoisted the sail and began heading for the setting horizon. Jin. We'll meet again someday on the Grand Line. Luffy waved as the boat slowly began to disappear from view. The New World pirate, huh? What a terrifying kid, Jin muttered to himself before turning his back to the shrinking restaurant and looked toward his future. Sanji, Luffy and Usopp stood out on the fin deck until the small boat vanished from sight. That's that. Ah, Luffy simply replied. Say chore, Luffy. You spent all that time on the Grand Line, do you think all blue exists? That's that ocean where all the fish from all the blues can be found, right? Yeah. Couldn't say one way or the other. Is that so? Yeah. But if it does exist, it certainly exists there, somewhere in the New World. New World? You mentioned it before. It's the second half of the Grand Line, where the Yonko rule and every day is nothing like the last. It's where the real battle for the One Piece is taking place. If the All Blue exists, it'll be there. That's terrifying. Usopp paled as his knees began to knock together. Crew, Sanji mumbled. Luffy tilted his head as he looked at Sanji with confusion. I said let me join your crew. Sanji's face turned red as embarrassment washed over him. If, the offer is still open. Luffy stared at the blonde cook for a moment before he started laughing. Shishi. I knew you couldn't say no forever. Oh no, not another one. Usopp cried as he imagined a devilish cook with a forked tongue fighting with a gorilla wielding 3 swords. GRR. Don't make me change my mind. Sanji then promptly hit Luffy and Usopp over the head as his embarrassment reached an all-new high. If there's a chance that all blue exists, then I have no choice but to head out and find it. After all, the old bastard entrusted his dream to me. Luffy stood up and dusted off his shorts and adjusted his straw hat to his liking. Welcome aboard. Zeph watched the 3 teens with a quiet smile. He was about to call for them to come in as the last rays of light began to vanish over the horizon when the doors to the main hall opened and the orange-haired girl strode out. Luffy? Nami called out, getting the boy's attention. Oh. It's the goddess. I hope you were comfortable. Please allow me to make something for you to eat. Sanji immediately bounded over to her, only to be immediately rejected. No thanks. Nami didn't even glance at the chef, her eyes locked on Luffy as she continued walking toward him. Oh my heart. Sanji dramatically swooned as he found even rejection from the beautiful girl wonderful. Oh Nami. You're up. I was so worried when you fainted all of a sudden. Usopp quieted himself as he noticed the unsure look on Nami's face as she came to a stop and she shifted uncomfortably, her right hand clutching her left shoulder. Luffy stared at his navigator as she shifted about, her mouth opening and closing as she attempted to say something. The way she continuously clutched her shoulder, almost as if it was in pain, didn't escape his notice. Luffy, that is to say, I mean, we made that silly bet way back in Orange Town and I lost, and then in Syrup Village you called me your friend and Nami stumbled over her words, her confidence waning as she forced herself to try and admit her eventual betrayal. I was very flattered you called me your friend. I've never really had one before you know, being a pirate thief and all, I wasn't planning anything. Nami put her hands up as she realized she brought up the fact that her profession was in fact stealing from pirates. She took a deep breath and pressed on. Luffy, that night, on the Going Merry, you told me we could talk and that you'd listen. I have something I want to talk to you about. Just, not out here eep. Nami suddenly found herself face to face with Luffy, his eyes transfixed on her shoulder. Did something happen to your shoulder? Nami's eyes widened as she saw Luffy reach to lift the pink sleeve hiding her dirty secret. No. She instinctively slapped his hand away and turned to hide her shoulder from him. Fear settled in and what little courage she'd managed too well within herself slipped away. You know what, this was a dumb idea, just forget I said. Don't be stupid. If you're hurt you need to tell us. Let me see your shoulder. Luffy blatantly ignored her as he pulled the girl into his torso and attempted to lift her sleeve once more. His brow furrowed as he tried to figure out how she could have been harmed. If that idiot Krieg hurt you somehow, I'm going to. I'm not hurt. I'm fine, okay, I'm trying to figure out how to tell you the truth. Nami angrily pushed herself out of his grasp, a rather arduous feat, before her hands flew up to her mouth as she realized what she'd said. Luffy took in her shaking form. The truth. Shame crawled over her face as she looked away from him, her right hand once again clutching at her left shoulder. Not out here please. Tears fell onto the battered fin deck. He stared at her, unsure of what to say, before nodding. Okay. He took a step forward and lifted his straw hat from atop his head and gently placed it on her head. This hat is my promise to Shanks and my greatest treasure. It means more to me than my own life. Her eyes widened as she touched the brim of the hat, realizing the significance of Luffy giving her his most prized possession. Nami looked back at him and saw his usual cheerful grin. The fear in her heart disappeared as she took comfort in the confident grin she'd become accustomed to the last few weeks since meeting the strange pirate from the Grand Line. Her courage restored, she slowly lifted her left sleeve, revealing her dirty secret to the open air. Will you make a bet with me? Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed and can watch some of my other content too.